Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Unlocked Epicenter Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There are moments that everyone can remember where they were, the most common being where a notable celebrity or politician died in a tragic happenstance. The time, the place, who they were with, every detail burned into the collective consciousness that is the societal hive mind. These moments, these fixed points in time, are those upon which history is built, and the human mind understands that on an instinctive level. And until the exact moment it happens, that day will seem to be like any other. At the epicenter where it happens, a class has gathered in the park for a day outside, to allow the dozen or so children a chance to enjoy the sunshine, completely unaware of the chaos to come. A peaceful day for the gathered pupils under the watchful gaze of their teachers. Wearing their school uniforms, the identical yellow hats worn for safety's sake more than necessity, the class has gathered into little groups, each playing some game among the members. All that is, save one little boy. Alone, sitting on a swing set apart from the others, Izuku Midoriya can only gaze at his classmates in despair. Each group had created games involving their unique quirks, their individual abilities closer to the superpowers from comic books and cinema of old, and this poor little boy had none of his own. Oh, he wished he had one, but despite his parents both having quirks, somehow this boy had been deprived of the opportunity. And due to this, the other children had denied him entry into their own games, be they playing hero or even a simple game of tag. How would a quirkless boy ever keep up against the powers his peers possessed? As ever, his oldest friend, for he still thought of him as a friend, was the center of one group of children, showing off the small snaps as if from a firecracker emitting from his hands. A heroic quirk, his teachers had always said in regard to the boy's quirk, giving Katsuki Bakugo's special privilege ever since it had manifested. Yet, despite being friends since each were in diapers, something changed between them. Bakugo had developed his quirk. Midoriya did not. And their world was never the same. No fair, Bakugo. Why do you always get to play hero? The fat boy with wings, Tsubasa, complained. Exploding one fist into the other, the spiky-haired blonde in question scoffed at the question. Who else has a quirk as strong as mine? I'm gonna be number one. Better than All Might, the next symbol of peace, just you see. Tsubasa grunted as another boy piped up. Wouldn't he have to die for you to become the symbol of peace? All Might can't die. He's invincible. Bakugo said with the confidence only a naive child can give. He's so strong he can beat anyone by himself. And I'm going to be stronger. Sitting apart from the other students, when the world fell apart, the lonely, quirkless boy can only watch the world pass by. Off in the distance, a pair of specks appear, zigging and zagging left and right even as they leap from the ground. Back into the air only to fall back into place. Izuku could not understand what he was seeing. He only saw that they were very far away and growing closer with every bounce. When the two figures, now discernible to be people, vanish behind a building, the boy's attention finally drifts away from them. The sounds of his teachers instructing their students to start winding down tells him he needs to get off the swings. As he does, a slight breeze knocks his hat off, blowing it away from his classmates. In frustration, the little boy childishly wobbles in pursuit of the errant headgear. After a few mistries, he manages to catch the offending object, restoring it to its place of honor just as the building across the street explodes outwards in his direction. From the glass, steel, and concrete dust emerges two figures, locked in combat, falling to the street below. Around them gusts of wind not found outside of a typhoon erupt, knocking over everything from trees to people from the sheer pressure of force from the two. The boy finds himself knocked against a tree, clutching his hat to the top of his head out of pure instinct as his eyes take in the sight before him. One man, wearing a suit, his white hair tossed about madly, pulls the other out of the crater they made. Izuku instantly recognizes his opponent. The symbol of peace himself, All Might, struggles against the enlarged left arm of the villain he is facing before managing to land his own fist against their jaw in a haymaker, freeing him. Fists fly between the two, The mad duel of a dogfight rather than the skilled execution of a professional sparring match. Whatever composure the two may have had when the battle began, it had descended into a chaotic fury. This is the kind of fury found only when the stakes are at their peak. When lives are on the line and no margin for surrender is possible. The white-haired man stumbles from the blow, only to grab an abandoned nearby parked vehicle and use it as a gigantic metal boxing glove. It met All Might's fist, disintegrating and spewing metal, plastic, and glass everywhere. Around the pair, people flee in terror as blow after blow is exchanged, causing shockwaves of destruction whenever they meet. And yet, Izuku sits there mesmerized by the sight. Even as the man standing against his hero keeps shifting, his body changing constantly as the battle continues. Extra limbs, blades, spitting out of acid, the man was throwing everything at All Might in an attempt to turn the tide of this conflict? No, to merely survive the oncoming storm. And then the tide turns in an instant, when the villain shifts into a column of smoke, jumping away. In frustration, All Might rushes forward and uses his mighty fists to create a column of air and disrupt the man, preventing his escape. As the most begins to break up, it suddenly returns to solid and the man falls back to earth, red eyes sweeping for a new opportunity. When those eyes lock on Izuku, the evil intent makes the child shudder. Drawing up an arm, the man levels his fist at the boy, a grin of enjoyment crossing his features. The wind has made it impossible to hear the words even as Izuku saw his mouth move. Frozen in fear, the boy can only watch his own doom descend. As the blast of air from the man erupts, the massive figure of the number one hero blocks Izuku's view. All Might then grunts in pain as he is thrown back, hitting the ground and rolling away past the child still frozen against the tree. This was enough to free him from his terror. Sprinting over in the direction of his hero, the boy stumbles, and is caught by the strong hand of the white-haired villain. "Why, child, I must thank you for this opportunity. Without you, I could never have stopped that oaf. Tell me, boy, what is your name?" the silken voice of the man asks the terrified Izuku as red eyes bore into him. "And my name? Izuku Midoriya," he stammers. Gripping the sides of his face, the man forces Izuku to stare into his own. "And what is your quirk, little one?" Tears streaming down his face, Izuku admits his shame. "None." The villain laughs, dropping Izuku. How amusing, to throw his life away for someone so broken and useless as a quirkless child. Fitting, I suppose. Perhaps I should fix you then, as a reward. "All Might will beat you," Izuku says, pulling himself back to his feet. "Oh, but I've already won," he says in return. "You can see for yourself, right over." Red eyes go wide as his voice trails off, staring at the spot where All Might fell. Izuku turns to look as well, finding an emptiness. The symbol of peace vanishes. Blindsided by All Might's new attack, the villain is tackled, pulled away from Izuku at high speed, digging a trench leading into the park center. As the two battle, Izuku's own eyes wanders back to where they came. The hole punched through the building reveals a tunnel of destruction leading away into the distance. The realization of how close he is to the cause of such damage slowly sinks in, just as the battle noise crescendos once again. Once more watching the fight, Izuku is stunned by the fury of the blows All Might is giving. No longer trying to subdue, the man who he adores pummels the villain, giving not even a single moment to recover. Ever deeper the trench is dug by pure strength of quirk-enhanced muscle. Then Izuku looks down at the pool of blood and viscera before him. Green eyes follow it back, to the drop from All Might's own form and the hole drilled through him by the villain attack. Then the villain gets his chance, landing a blow to All Might's knee, forcing him down. Then a blow across his head to stagger him back. "This is how it ends, Tashinori, you on your knees just like your master," the villain sneered, wiping the blood from out of his eyes. "A fitting failure for you." Then, inexplicably, the man bends down over All Might, a wicked smile pulled across his face. "You have failed her, you know." She thought. She was so clever giving her son up like that. Pity he didn't see it that way. "You didn't," All Might gasps before coughing out blood. The venom drips from the villain's voice as he purrs out, He changed his name back to Shimura once he was old enough. Married, family, even a little dog of their own. Then the villain leans in as if to whisper, but speaks loudly enough for Izuku to hear. Turning his little boy into a bomb was so easy as well. Just the right quirk. And poof, the entire family turns to dust. Should begin any minute now. As for little Tenko, well, so easy to get lost in the orphanage system, you know. I'll be sure to raise him into just the kind of man you would not approve of. This statement seems to break something in the symbol of peace. The despair in his eyes causes the villain to stand up, laughing. There, that is the look I wanted. That look of defeat I've so wanted. Groaning from the pain, All Might pulls himself back to his feet. The villain only scoffs as he wobbles a moment before regaining balance. Try as you might, you will be stopped today. Because I am here. I don't think so, All Might, All for One promises. Today is the day I will kill you. Weakly, All Might's voice is interrupted with coughs, blood erupting from his mouth. You may try, but I will stop you all for one. And how many times have I heard that before? The villain mocks. In a move surprising both villain and child, All Might hooks his mighty left arm and strikes the villain's knee, forcing him to the ground. Then without a pause, All Might swings his right towards the villain's head, the power flooding him like never before. Even as every exhale is joined with a torrent of blood, All Might gives his all to a final swing. United. Smash. The words echo as the torrent of power is unleashed, the full might of the number one hero unleashed for the last time. The blow progresses past the skull of the villain, causing the ground beneath the pair to ripple and collapse. Izuku finds himself falling as the crater around the pair grows outward, nearly reaching the street itself. Fiber optic lines, sewer pipes, fire erupts from broken gas lines even as water spills out. And at the epicenter, two broken men lie, one dead, the other dying. Pulling himself up, Izuku rushes forward, ignoring the danger around him as he pulls himself to his favorite hero, a wail of All Might, filling the air. Reaching his hero, the boy doesn't understand the devastation done to his body. The bloody coughs were the only sign that the symbol of peace was still alive. Dark eyes, barely able to focus, open and gaze upon the boy. And the giant of a man smiles. You're safe now. Putting a hand on the boy's shoulder, All Might reaches down and puts his finger into his own wound, pulling up a glob of blood. Drink this, young man, before it's too late. As all good boys obey heroes, Izuku, still in shock and not thinking of what he was being asked to do, does. Just as he was told, nearly gagging at the metallic taste. Pulling out his phone and pressing a button, All Might then says, Tell him what happened. He can explain, before finally surrendering to the inevitable, his hand falling to the ground. Leaning over to pick up the phone, Izuku sees it is dialing still. As he starts to put it up to his ear, a hand grabs him from behind to pull him away, causing him to drop the phone. Looking back, he sees his schoolteacher there, wild-eyed panic in her face as she picks him up and carries him off, both of them in tears but for very different reasons. Thank goodness you're safe, Midoriya, she says, rushing away from the carnage. No. He told me to. The woman hushes him. Don't worry. It was to get the police here. I've already called, so you don't need to worry about it. They're on the way. Hearing that, Izuku accepts it without question. Is All Might going to be all right? The innocent question fell from his lips. Unable to lie to him, his teacher can only sob, getting out, No, nothing is going to be all right. There, on the ground, forgotten by All Might's phone connects, and the voice of his sidekick, Sir Night-Eye cries out to nobody. Hello? Tashinori? Are you there? Are you hurt? A moment in time, seared into the collective memory of all, a society held up by a pillar now broken, this event became known by the point of impact. Like the heart of an earthquake, the waves from it would radiate outward to cover all of Japan with the result. In an instant, the world changed. The train ride to Nozomu was eerily empty, despite the mid-afternoon hour. Waiting for it to arrive, Gran Torino could only watch the city pass by as he traveled to his destination. Every news channel, every big display, every radio, all talked about the incident of a few hours ago. Torino even spots a clip shot by helicopter which shows a child being carried away by their teacher from the crater, showing how much more of a disaster it could have been. The old hero complains to himself once more even as he rushes down the road. Hurrying to the address given, he silently prays he is not too late. Driven by the fear of what he'll find, the old hero rushes forward with determination, eyes open and wary. Gran Torino grimaces as he checks his chronometer nervously once more, hoping he is not too late. The knock at the door surprises the family, gathered in a huddle around the kotatsu after school had been cancelled. From the back room, the father grunts in irritation, the frustration at being stuck at home when he should be at work carrying through the house. "I'll get it, but don't you two move," Now says, stepping away from the two children. Sliding it open, she is surprised at the short man standing there in a hero costume. It takes a few moments before she catches her voice. "Can I help you?" Before he can respond, a scream from the living area draws their attention. Rushing past, a half-heard apology given, the hero rushes through the house. The old hero finds a kotatsu with a rapidly forming hole in the top, and a black-haired boy not yet in PBRY sitting across from a girl a few years older than him. Not stopping, he rushes forward, grabbing the girl and uses his air jets to pull her away, mere centimeters from touching the rapidly expanding hole in the furniture. Depositing her in the hands of her mother, the hero grunts, "Stay back," before returning to the boy. The boy looks up in fear, unable to make a sound as the shock of what's happening sets in. What's his name?" "Tenko," the sister informs him. "Tenko? Good name. Tenko, can you hear me?" The strange hero surprises the boy, who is still unable to talk. He manages a small nod before looking down at his hands. "Hey, keep your eyes here on me. Okay, Tenko? Can you do that?" Following the instructions, the boy finally starts to process what's happening. The hero's eyes scan over the now destroyed piece of furniture. Two holes expanding. He considers before settling on the boy's hands. Thinking back to quirks he's familiar with, Gran Torino remembers seeing this before. "It's a quirk. Tenko? Lift your hands." Unsure, the boy lifts his hands. As he does so, the decay slows, then stops, leaving two gigantic holes in the kotatsu. "Okay, now slowly touch one hand down again." Uncertain, Tenko puts his right hand down on the edge of the ruined furniture. Gran Torino watches carefully as a new decay point begins. "Okay, that's it. Tenko? It's your hands. I think it might need 5-finger touch activation." "That's impossible. No quirk comes in this late," his mother says. "The doctor told us." "Here, let me show you," he says, searching the ground for something before handing it over. "Tenko, I'm going to hand you this ball here. Just hold it, okay? Only put down 2 fingers, then all 5. Still in shock, the boy manages to nod and takes the ball. Holding it on his hand with only 2 fingers supporting it, he looks the ball over before putting the rest of his fingertips down. When the last finger touches it, the ball rots away, the bottom turning to dust in moments before he instinctively releases it. The look of horror fills his eyes. Is all he can manage to get out. "Relax, you'll be fine," the hero tries to assure the scared boy. "You know what your grandmother used to tell me to do when I am scared? She used to say that no matter how scary things get, just keep smiling as if to say, 'I am A-OK.' Do you think you can do that, Tenko? Smile?" He looks in confusion, then tries to force his face into a smile. "There, that's a good smile too. Reminds me of her," the old hero says, eyeing the father as he enters the room, stunned by the sight there. "W's Tenko finally manages to wheeze out. "As I said, it's a quirk. You've been given a quirk, a very powerful one," Torino says. "But you can't give a quirk," the girl says. "Right, Dad?" The father, however, stands there frozen in place, his eyes unable to leave the hero who has intruded in his home. "Kotaro," the mother says. The father takes a deep breath and closes his eyes, fighting back the long-buried memories. Warnings about some evil his parents fought. Kotaro starts, freezing up when he realizes what he's about to say. Sighing, he finishes the thought. Mother warned me of a man who could give and take quirks. A quirk bogeyman, there to scare kids to behaving. Don't be bad or he would take your quirk. If only he were just a fairy tale. Well, at least we don't need to worry anymore. All might finally beat that ancient monster. Not pausing, Torino looks around. Do you have some gloves? The sister tells him. Tenko has a pair right over here. Good, bring them and some scissors here, he says before turning to face the man he hadn't seen in nearly 2 decades. Kotaro, you grew up well it seems. Finally broken out of the shock, anger wells up from the man. What are you doing here, Uncle Sorahiko? Saving your hide, the old hero tells him. Just in time it seems. Well good, now get out. No, Gran Torino says, walking up and looking at him carefully. In fact, you can consider me a tick. You're stuck with me, due to how stupid you were. Turns out the old hero still has a good kick. The Shimura head finds himself doubled over from the blow to his solar plexus. All of that planning, all of the effort to hide you, and here you are, parading around with a target on your back? Idiot. Target? He gasps out. Yes, target. Grabbing his head and pointing it at Tenko, Gran Torino barks out, the man who killed your parents just turned your son into a bomb to kill you and everyone in your family. What? How? Now asks in a panic, holding her son closer. Doesn't matter, the hero says. Can explain how later. Right now, all that matters is keeping all of you alive, or else Nana's sacrifice will be wasted. We can move you once my backup arrives. But for now, good, here come the gloves. The boy looks between her and his hands and back, confused as to what to say. He only looks up again as the old man steps up next to him, busy cutting off 3 fingers from a pair of gloves he'd gotten for painting. Turning them inside out, the hero then puts a piece of tape inside the remaining fingertips. Once done, he holds them out to the boy. Here, try these on, Torino says as the kid takes the pair of gloves. With these, your quirk shouldn't activate now. It's a bit awkward to put on gloves without using all of your fingers, but with help he gets them on. Once the gloves are in place, Tenko starts to catch his breath. The hero, smiling slightly, picks up a plate from the floor from the dust of the kotatsu and hands it over. The boy takes it and smiles in return as it doesn't fall apart. See? Safe now. Gran Torino says, patting the boy on his shoulder. With wide eyes, Tenko looks over the ruined kotatsu, and a creeping terror sets in. Looking up at his father, he squeaks out, I'm sorry I broke the... Kotaro opens his eyes before scooting over, next to Tenko, resting a hand on his shoulder. Trying to fight down the emotions inside, the man puts on a meager smile, saying, it wasn't your fault. It could have been a lot worse. Looking at the gloves, with only the last 2 fingers covered, Tenko starts to cry, true despair. Gran Torino gestures to the gathered family. Now we need to get you all to safety. Kotaro arrows his eyes at that. The man is dead, and his plan to kill us stopped. What more can he do? That man had followers, fanatics who would stop at nothing to finish what he started. That includes whatever he had planned for young Tenko here, Torino says. That can't. The old hero smacks him. What part of your son was turned into a bomb, don't you get? Hopefully that slowpoke gets here soon so we can move you someplace safe. Sitting down, Tenko firmly in his mother's arms, the family looks at the yellow-clad hero, waiting for him to start. You all are very lucky it seems. If it wasn't for Sir Night Eye, I wouldn't have known to come here. Handing his phone over, the hero leans back as Kotaro reads the message. Battle began near Shimura family home. Assume AFO is targeting them. Secure the site and I'll meet you there. But why would someone? Now asks, holding Tenko tighter. Gran Torino grunts. To hurt people. He enjoys it. Nana stood up to him, so he killed Kotaro's father. She didn't back down, so he killed her. Why didn't she back down? Kotaro snaps. What was so important that she couldn't back down? My father me. What was so important that she threw us away? It tore her up to do that, kid, the older hero admitted. Why she did it was so you would live, simple as that. But she never needed to fight. Heroes always fight, and they lose, and die, and nothing changes. Why? Torino points to Kotaro and snaps back. And what happens if heroes don't do that? People die, are hurt, families destroyed. If a hero didn't arrive today, you all would be dead, turned to dust. That's what heroes face every day. We do it to let everyone else have a good night's sleep, safe in their beds. But why target us? Because he's vindictive. He wanted to destroy All Might, and what better way than to go after those he cares about? The closest thing he has to a family, the old man says, pointing to Kotaro. You. Kotaro laughs. You can't be serious. Family? My mother gave me up for him. Torino sighs. She gave you up for you so you could live. So that mountain of muscle can stand between you and that monster which killed your parents. What monster? The little girl asks. A very bad one, Torino tells her. A very bad man who did very bad things. And this morning, that man finally paid for what he did. Tenko's question is interrupted by a loud knock on the door. Kids, you should answer that, Torino says, putting a hand out gesturing for Kotaro to stay seated. When Nana took Toshinori in, she intended to adopt him, you know, the old hero tells the man he used to change the diapers of. Neither of us sought you out because we thought it would keep you safe. Kotaro sighs, then hangs his head in shame. Kotaro, now says, putting a gentle hand on his shoulder. It's okay. We're safe now. Sir Night Eye follows the two children inside. I'm glad you got here on time, Gran Torino. Now we need to plan out our next step. How? The father asks the thin man. How did you know? Sir pushes his glasses up, then lifts his phone. After the battle, All Might tried to call me, but couldn't talk to me before. It had to be important, to spend his last moments reaching out to me. So, I worked out the path of the battle, and it came to a spot near here. Cross-checking the area, I came across a name, your name. The name of his mentor, Shimura. Once I saw that, it was obvious. He'd spotted his mentor's killer near her family's home, and needed to make sure they were safe. This stuns Kotaro. In his last moments, the symbol of peace, Japan's #1 hero, thought of the safety of his family, of you, the psychic says. And I want to ensure that safety. Stepping out of the black mist, the odd spectacles gaze out above the bushy mustache of Dr. Garaki. He immediately walks over to the tables in the center of the room, and the bodies lying there. A pity the master fell, but I refuse to let his legacy end with him. Mocha, you know what to do, he says, looking over the corpse of All for One as he sets the small being that is little more than a head with feet on top of the body. The thing walks up the body, examining it carefully. When satisfied, a faint glow appears, and in moments a second body appears, just as a misty portal appears under the real corpse, leaving only the fake. Doctor, what about the other one? A pair of eyes within the mist asks, eyeing the other body present. Garaki considers, then nods. A good point, Kurogiri. A good point. Picking Mocha up, the doctor transfers it to the blonde-haired body on the other table. Again, he orders the creature. The process repeats, and All Might's body is swapped with that of a duplicate. There we go. Just finish copying the records and let us leave here. There is work to be done. A few mouse clicks later, the doctor picks up Mocha as black fog envelopes him, vanishing. As the rain turns into a downpour, on the longest night for most families in Japan, a strange sight appears before the home of the new #1 hero. Where earlier reporters had gathered, now a single figure stands, half hidden behind a streetlight. His turquoise eyes gaze out, as if refusing to accept the sight of the building before him. This is so stupid, the thin boy says as he continues to stare at the house. Tia, why are you doing this? They can't be hurt. There's no way. Injuring several school children on a field trip. The remembered statement from the news clip he'd caught runs through his memory. No idea which school or what grades. What if it's Fuyumi, or Natsuo, or even Shoto? Looking at the dark house, Tuya Todoroki doesn't want to imagine them being hurt by the fight today, but 2 years on the run had showed him how dangerous things are. Checking his phone, and seeing the time, he groans in frustration. Of course it's dark, idiot. Endeavor would have us in bed by 9, Even if it's possibly the apocalypse, he groans, realizing it's nearly an hour past lights out. Need to leave before he sees me, he tells himself again. Stop being stupid and just go. Tuya? A light voice behind him interrupts his panic-filled mutterings. Slowly, the boy turns around to find himself face to face with a shadowed figure outside of the dim light of the bulb overhead. You must, be mistaken, he says, trying to pass it off. Slowly emerging from the darkness, underneath an umbrella, a pale girl with white hair that has red tips steps forward. It is you. But how? Fuyumi asks, still not fully believing it. No way I'm Tuya. Whoever that is. He has had white hair, and mine's black. Fuyumi narrows her eyes. Your hair dyes run onto your shirt. Groaning, Tuya snaps. What? Oh shit. And it's a clean shirt too, damn it. You're still a horrible liar, she says, putting the umbrella over them both. No, I'm not. I have no idea who you. The boy protests, only to be silenced by her next move. Stop it now. Come in, you're soaked, she says, grabbing his arm and pulling him towards. Don't worry, father isn't home. With what happened today, he's going to be out pretty much non-stop for at least a week. Getting a better look, she winces at seeing the severe burns up Tuya's left side. He puts on a half-hearted attempt to pull himself away before resigning himself. Fine, he says. She smiles a bit as she unlocks the front door. And why are you out this late? Tuya demands as she gets him inside the doorway. With everything today, I forgot to get what we need for breakfast tomorrow, she admits. And I can't sleep. My mind keeps racing over what happened. He chuckles a bit. Surprised Endeavor doesn't have some nanny handle that since he got rid of Mom. Fuyumi snaps. Giving up the attempt to stay mad, she wraps her arms around him. You're alive. You're actually alive. I don't care why you did it. Just stop and let me be happy you're not dead for a moment. Sorry? Tuya stammers out. Oh, you're soaked. Let me close. Have to have something. Why are you so tall now? Just get that shirt off, I'll find something. She sets the bag of food down on the table and rushes into another room. Tuya slides out of his jacket and starts to pull off his undershirt when a sight just off to the side catches his eye. Taking a few steps up to the family altar, picks up a picture he remembers. Looking up at him is his own 11-year-old self, including the fresh gakurin he wore that day. Father still prays there every weekend, Fuyumi says as she re-enters the room. Probably for appearances, Tuya says bitterly. Don't want people to know that the great and powerful Endeavor drove his wife insane and his kid to goo. Shaking her head, his sister explains, he still doesn't want to believe you're dead. I swear, he keeps looking hoping. Nah, he says, dismissing the idea. That would require him to feel guilty. Thanks for the shirt. Finishing getting out of his now tie-dyed mess of a t-shirt, Tuya puts on the offered garment. Seriously? Since when did All Might merchandise become allowed in this house? The HPSC regularly sends us merchandise samples. I just remembered the last batch had several shirts in it that were too big for Natsuo. Dad never even bothered to look in the box, so... Tuya barks. Well, good on them. Wearing this almost makes me feel happy to be home. Well, until I head out again. Got things to do. Just wanted to, why you looking at me like that? Tuya, I thought you were dead, Fuyumi explains. You're here alive. Maybe I am dead and came back as a horrible demon to haunt you, he taunts. She laughs. Don't go, please. This is your home. It's not my home. Not since Endeavor drove Mom into the nut house. Maybe never was, I don't know, the boy grumbles. Besides, now that he has his masterpiece, I don't matter. Yes, you do. You've always mattered, she says. Tuya shakes his head. I mattered when I was his prodigy. Then we found out my own quirk can burn me, and then Shoto came along and I was tossed aside like some freak science experiment. That's not true. Fuyumi raises her voice, upset at the words. Yes, it is, he yells, slamming his fist into the wall. I've always been. I wanted to be special. I wanted him to be proud of me. I am, a deep voice says from the front door. Eyes wide in terror, Tuya turns to find himself staring at the imposing figure of his father, the door half open. Recoiling in terror, the boy backs away, arms up as he cringes on instinct. Not saying a word, still wearing his hero costume, Endeavor steps forward. As he closes the distance, Tuya pulls in on himself more, terror filling his being, fight or flight instincts going off with every imposing bootstep. Unable to read her father's face, Fuyumi can only watch in silence as Endeavor stares down at the cowering form of his son. Then, a single hand places itself on Tuya's head, and in a gentle tone, his father says, "I've always been proud of you, Tuya." Slowly, still wary of anger he knows is coming, the eldest Todoroki brother looks up at his father. "I always hoped you were alive, that you ran away," Energy says, letting his flames die off. "I'm sorry for what happened." This finally makes Tuya snap. "Sorry? You're sorry? You drove Mom insane. And you blamed me for it, all so you could get your precious heir. And for what? To become number one? Well, newsflash, Dad, you are number one now. All Might died." Endeavor's jaw tightens, and his instinct is to raise a fist and silence his son, but then the last words hit him. He never beat All Might. And now he never would. Not him, not Tuya, not Shoto. All of it, everything he did to himself and his family was made meaningless in an instant. Exhaling, their father says, "You're right. I am now the number one hero." "Yeah, dear old dad, number one," Tuya mocks, standing up straighter as he throws everything into the face of his childhood tormentor. "And do you know what this means, Tuya?" "No, what? Tell us all, what does this mean, Endeavor?" the son says, face full of expectation. "Nothing. Everything I did, how much I pushed you and Shoto, it meant nothing in the end. Now, without lifting a finger, I have what I always wanted, and yet it feels so empty." The weight sinks into Endeavor's face as he moves his hand. "Starting tomorrow, we have to fight to prevent society from collapsing into chaos. We need strength to fight back the darkness that All Might held at bay just by existing. Tuya, hate me if you must, I certainly have done enough to deserve it, but don't throw away your brothers or your sister. Be there for them because I can't be." This stuns the teenager into silence. Endeavor puts his hand on Tuya's shoulder. "Your room is the same as you left it. Get some sleep, Tuya. You too, Fuyumi. I'll likely be gone by the time you're up. With All Might dead, the Hero Commission needs me to make a statement tomorrow to assure the public. I'll be gone by—" Tuya starts, only to have Fuyumi grab his hand. "This is your home," she explains. "With what just happened, we need you. Your family needs you." "Why?" Tuya scoffs. "You have the number one hero right here." "I need you," his father says. "I need you here, safe Tuya." Not even needing an alarm clock, Shoto is already awake doing his stretches. A routine beaten into him by his father, the movement is oddly comforting after the shocking news from the day before. Finishing them, he hears the sound of the shower running from the main bathroom. Figuring on cleaning up after breakfast, the youngest Todoroki walks into the kitchen and greets the people there. "Morning, Fuyumi, Natsuo." He sits down when his mind engages, seeing the extra plate on the table. "Father is getting a late start, I see." "He left an hour ago," Fuyumi tells him. This makes Shoto and Natsuo both look at her. "Then why did you put out a plate for him?" the middle brother asks. "It's for me," the teenager entering the room announces, turning a chair around to sit on it backwards at the table. "Thanks, sis." Both Shoto and Natsuo stare in disbelief as the white-haired boy starts in on the miso soup, only to pause and ask, "Are you two doing a fish impersonation duo now? I mean seriously, you'd think I'd come back from the dead or something." "Hush you," Fuyumi jokes, sitting down. Natsuo is the first to break his silence. "Titia?" "Yeah. I mean, who else would walk in here and put up with you three?" Tuya doesn't get a chance to finish his smart aleck remark as Natsuo lunges himself over to wrap his brother in a hug as his eyes broke into tears. "You dummy! You big, stupid idiot!" Tuya pats his brother on the head. "You forgot lame brain, dolt, and nincompoop." Does father know? Shoto asks blankly. Tuya nods. Yeah, we talked a bit last night. And you're still alive? Well, I might have called him a few things, and mocked the fact he's the #1 hero by default now, Tuya admits. Shoto considers. And what did he say? Fuyumi answers. That he was sorry. Sorry? Sorry? He drove mom to... Natsuo starts before Tuya shushes him. Yeah, I said the same thing. Natsuo lets go, clearly upset. So, he says sorry and everything is fine. Nah, nothing's fine. Not here, not this family, not the world right now, Tuya says. But, guess what? That's alright by me. It's all just as broken as I am. Sitting at his desk, Energy Todoroki opens up the middle drawer on the left-hand side and pulls out an unmarked folder. Opening it, he sets it down in the middle of his desk and lifts up the form inside, looking it over one last time. Setting it down, he writes out the date next to the signature already there, long dried. Pressing a button on the intercom, he waits for his secretary. When he enters, Endeavor hands over the folder. Be sure to fax these over to UA right away. Taking the folder, the secretary glances inside. The recommendation? I thought we were not doing one until your son was ready? He is ready, Energy says. I don't understand, isn't Shoto only 8? The hero gestures to the folder. Check again. Narrowing his eyes, the secretary looks over the form one more time, only for those same eyelids to fly open. This is... He came home last night. The default #1 hero says, a slight curl in the corner of his mouth. He's strong. We need strong heroes if we're going to survive. The schools have declared a week off due to the systemic shock to the collective psychology of society. And after what she came home to after the disaster, Himiko Toga isn't sure if schools should ever open again. She remembers running down the streets to find her home in utter ruin. The battle between the two titans had destroyed what she had in an instant. Not only was her mother and baby sister lost in the destruction of her home, but her father's workplace had been a casualty as well, with him among the thousands dead from the collapse of the building. A path of destruction carved through the region, leaving her with none to blame but the dead. Inside the orphanage, nobody wants to deal with her, or any of the sudden surge of children now flooding the system. She occupied space that was never intended for the volume of need put on it. And the worst part for her is that when she realized she never had to go to her quirk doctor again, she was actually happy. No more would he force those treatments on her. The memory of the electrodes and the burning still cause her nightmares. But once the initial relief passed, the guilt that comes with the loss of her family returned. The room fills with the sound of the news, repeating the words of that stupid fire guy Himiko notes, watching it only because there is nothing else she is permitted to do. With the death of All Might, it is up to us, now, to step up and show our strength, the man says, staring into the camera angrily. Only by unifying our power can we show those villains who is in charge. I say to all of you watching today, you have nothing to fear. For those who seek to do evil, look out because I am watching you. When the headmistress comes in talking to the caregiver, the girl stops watching the television, if for nothing else than the change is an improvement, even if the conversation mostly goes over Himiko's head. What do you mean her? Why would anyone seek her out? The caregiver asks incredulously. The headmistress brushes her off. Does it matter? They're taking the problem off our hands. One less freak to deal with. When the two stop at the head of Himiko's bed, she is taken aback with surprise. Toga with me, the headmistress barks. And bring your things. As the girl has only been there for 2 days, she still had everything in the suitcase on top of the footlocker attached to the bed frame. It takes moments to put what little she had out away, and carry the suitcase with her. Not saying a word, she follows the hawkish-looking woman as she makes her way to the lobby. Reaching it, she finds only a tall, thin man with green hair standing there, observing the room through thin-framed glasses. Hello, Miss Toga, I am Sir Night-Eye. I have a few questions for you, he says before looking at the headmistress and barking out in a more serious manner, alone. You may use the office, the headmistress says, gesturing to the room off to the side. Once Himiko is in, the man closes the door behind them. I am sorry I can't be more forthcoming, but it's important I make sure of a few things before telling you why I am here, Sir Night Eye says. When the young girl doesn't say anything, the sidekick continues. I am here on behalf of a family, associates, who are looking to help someone this disaster has affected. But only a specific type of someone. Miss Toga, I'm not sure how to ask this without being terribly blunt, so I'm sorry. Were you aware that your parents lied on your quirk registry? Himiko is surprised at first, then pulls in. Of course, her quirk. Once they know, they'll forget about her, just like her parents wanted to. She hangs her head and nods. What did they lie about? Toga bites her lip and shakes her head. I don't want to say. I'm trying to help you, Toga. Can you please trust me? When the girl is clearly reluctant to answer, Sir Night Eye tries a different approach. I already have several guesses. I am just here to help determine which one of them, if any, is right. This is only so we know how to help, I guess is the right word. Her eyes start to tear up in shame. And my quirk, it's evil. If I didn't have it, Mom and Dad wouldn't? The hero frowns at that, putting a hand on her shoulder. For a brief moment, his eyes change before returning to normal. What happened to your family is not your fault, PRD. Nothing you did, no quirk you have, could have caused this. But they said if I used it, it would destroy our family. A bad man doing bad things is what happened. If my guess is right, your quirk uses blood. Am I right? Why yes, Himiko whispers. Mirai smiles and looks at Himiko warmly. That's fine. You just need a prescription. Toga finds herself silenced in shock at that. But this does mean you are just the kind of person the system would lose track of, the man says. Which means you're the right person to help. Exiting the room, Sir tells the headmistress, Miss Toga is just the kind of person my client is looking for. Here is the paperwork. Excellent, the matron says, taking the offered folder. Be grateful, not many little girls are so lucky as you. As Sir Night Eye drives the rental car, he remembers the conversation from 2 days ago. That man likely has followers. They will target you, Gran Torino explains. You need to disappear. I know, it's just, we need a plan, now says, the concern having already worn lines on her face. Kotaro's grip on the cup of tea is almost enough to break it, his knuckles white from tension. It's all my fault. If I hadn't... Stop it, Sir Night Eye snaps. We can deal with blame later. You need to focus on the next steps now. I know, it's just... He starts. Now puts a hand on his, putting on a gentle smile. We'll get through this together. With the chaos after, it will not be difficult to hide your disappearance. But, if you vanish and an identical family is seen leaving Japan, it would be easy to put 2 and 2 together, Sir Night Eye says. Kotaro considers. Then don't be identical. What do you mean? Now Kotaro sets his cup down and thinks. They would be looking for 2 adults and 2 children of set ages. Well, Tenko is a bit small for his age, so we could claim he is younger by a year or 2 on the travel documents and nobody would bat an eye. But that's not enough. How about? Now, you wanted 1 more child once. Do you still? You know as well as I do I couldn't handle another PR Jincy, she says. Not that, Kotaro says. There are going to be children left without parents after the destruction. I was put into that system. I know how unkind it is to orphans. We could adopt one. That takes years, Gran Torino says. Just finding a child. Only if the child is wanted. The system fails those with problematic quirks. Quirks like the one that man gave. Anyone willing to take on one of those, the system will expedite it, especially in the wake of this tragedy. One less problem to deal with. And if that child disappears, they will never even blink an eye. Night Eye remembers watching the house disintegrate into dust as the Shimura family lets Tenko's quirk do the job that Monster gave it to him to do. One more disaster in a cascade of them. No evidence of survival, nothing to trace to their new home. As far as the world would be concerned, the Shimuras died that day. In truth, they would be leaving their home nation and establishing new identities. Nobody would be able to easily link them to who they were. It would require a few years outside of Japan to sever the link, and then the Shimura family would be free from the shadow cast by All for One. Sir Night Eye was quick to spot the faulty quirk registry information from among the dozen or so children they'd found orphaned by the event. Broad description with vague information combined with a deceptively innocent name no child would ever use. Transformation led them to Himiko Toga, and the puzzle piece they need to provide security in a world rapidly falling apart. And in so doing, they hope to help a little girl who has just lost everything. Entering the hotel attached to the airport, Sir Night Eye leads Himiko to a suite registered to an overseas support equipment company. Nominally for traveling executives, it would not have the normal occupants for another week, allowing for the family to hide until their flight. A coded knock, and the two enter the room to find her new family waiting. "Everyone, this is Himiko," Mirai announces. "Himiko, this is the Shimura family. Kotaro, now Hana, and Tenko." The small girl bows, staying silent even as she shakes in fear. When she finally rises, her eyes sweep that gathered people. A man slightly taller than her father, with a look of sorrow set in. A kindly woman with loose, brown hair sitting next to a girl some years older than Himiko, her hair done up in twin ponytails. Alone at a desk, a thin boy whose black hair has pale blue streaks running through it is lost in a handheld game system, not even acknowledging the room. After almost a minute of awkward silence, Sir Night Eye sighs. "Mr. Shimura, why don't you and Himiko talk about what's happening? This is likely overwhelming for her right now." Kotaro nods and gestures to the other room. Himiko sits in the offered chair, and the father sits across from her at the little table in the room. "I know this is hard right now," he says. "You've not even had time to mourn, I know that. We want to help. You see, I lost my family at the same age you are now." This surprises the girl, who watches with wide eyes as he continues to talk. "My mother was a hero, one who had enemies. One of them, a very bad one, killed my father, so she put me into the orphanage system to hide me. That villain killed her less than a year later, leaving me alone. For the longest time, I blamed her for leaving me, giving me up. So, if you feel abandoned, or feel like they left you, I understand. I was bitter, hated being in the system, blamed my parents, blamed the very idea of heroes. 5 years ago, things came to a head. My wife and her parents confronted me after a bad day. I had to get help. You may need help in the future, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. But remember that villain I mentioned? He finally was brought down. By All Might 2 days ago. Himiko, speaking as someone else who also lost their family to that man, I want you to know that you're not alone." He eyes the "no smoking" placard and sighs. "I figured you should know why a total stranger wanted to take you in. I can't help everyone who was orphaned, but I can help someone. And I figured I'd help someone who truly needs it." But why me?" "Sir Night Eye only asked about my quirk," Himiko asks, confused. "Like you, my son has a quirk society does not look kindly on. If he ever landed in the system, he would find it cruel," Kotaro says. She nods in understanding. "So, this is our offer to you. You join our family," he says, watching the girl's reaction. When nothing else is forthcoming, the girl asks, "No? Nothing else?" Kotaro shakes his head. "No quirk therapy?" This makes the man smile a bit. "If you mean that quack we found on your file, no." She blinks, puzzled by this. Kotaro sighs. "You messed up with Tenko. Kept trying to put him into a box he never could fit. I learned my lesson there. I, nor anyone else here are going to force you to be anything, all right?" Without knowing it, the son of Nana Shimura tells the girl the words her parents never could. And finally, 2 days after the loss of her family, the young girl finally can begin to mourn. In the other room, Sir Night Eye reviews the plans. "Your flight leaves in 8 hours, a generic company travel itinerary. A few years there, it should be safe to return." "I know, it's just, my parents don't even know we're alive," Now says, looking over the paperwork. "Nor can they," Mirai reminds her. "Their safety depends on your silence, I am sorry." "So, who are these people he's bringing?" the blonde-haired girl asks her father as they watch the plane deboarding. A family who could use a hand getting used to life here, David Shield says. Her eyes grow wide. Will they have any kids my age? Their son is, yes, and he has 2 sisters, he informs her. The plan is for them to start school next term, to adjust to the difference between schools here and in Japan. Oh, and there he is. The 2 blondes wave, drawing over Sir Night-Eye with the family trailing behind. Hello David, Melissa. I am glad to see you too. I just wish it was under better circumstances, he says before gesturing to the 5 people with him. Here is the family I told you about. Kotaro, Nao, Himiko, Tenko and Hana. Everyone meet David and Melissa Shield. Hello, David says while Melissa waves. I'm glad you all have arrived. I know you hope to be settled in, but I'm going to need to borrow Kotaro and Sir Night-Eye. Melissa dear, can you help show them to the shuttles while I get paperwork settled? Sure, follow me. As the family moves off, David's smile falls, as he gestures for the other 2 men over to a nearby security room. Once inside, he presses the privacy button, and the room fills with a soft white noise. Mirai, you've never asked me for anything before. I'm putting a lot on the line, with no idea why I am doing it, he says, looking between the pair. Sir Night-Eye nods. You know Toshinori had no real family. The closest thing he had was his mentor. Yes, he talked about Nana Shimura often, David says. My name is Kotaro Shimura. Nana was my mother, Kotaro admits. David is stunned into silence, evaluating the man standing before him. His friend's brother, it could be said. Alive, standing here. Mirai looks to the door, then back to David. Toshinori's encounter with All for One happened after that monster visited the Shimura household. That thing tried to turn their son into a kind of living bomb. If he hadn't called me, at the end, they'd be another victim. I'm not asking you to protect just anyone. I am asking you to protect the last family Toshinori had left. The weight of the request sinks in on David Shield. He closes his eyes and nods. I understand. All for One has followers still out there, people who would not hesitate to finish what he started. I could not think of a safer place for the Shimura family than here, on island, Mirai says. And I'm not useless either, Kotaro says. I've worked as a businessman for years, helping my former employer grow. I'm offering my skills to help you. David Shield sighs, leaning against the conference table in the center of the room. We do need a senior sales executive. And you know Japan already, our 2nd largest market. He sighs in frustration, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fine. For Toshinori, Mirai agrees. A family quietly moves into the apartment complex. Izuku watches the movers from his apartment balcony, remembering the plan. Their daughter would join his school, but despite the familiarity with them, he wouldn't meet with his cousin ahead of time. His father's idea in the wake of the tragedy was to get a hold of family members that they'd lost touch with, which led to his mother reaching out to her sister after years of estrangement. A few visits later, and they decided that moving away from Tokyo was a smart idea, and where better than the home city of the world-famous UA. Not even a week after that terrible day, now called by the media Incident Zero, and they were moving to where it happened. The sisters had decided that it would be safer for each of their children to have each other to rely on. And living in the city with more heroes per capita than anywhere else in the world outside of New York City didn't hurt either. Not that it matters, the boy tells himself. Nobody hangs out with me anyways. Behind him, a rebroadcast of radio coverage of All Might's public funeral wafts through the air, carrying the voice of the new #1 hero. We have grown soft. We could rely on a world held safe resting on his back. No more. Now we must set aside our petty concerns, to focus on the future. Even now, villains have become emboldened. For those who seek to do evil, look out because I am watching you. At hearing Endeavor repeat the now famous line which has become his catchphrase, Izuku tunes it out. Somehow, watching people give platitudes feels cheap after witnessing things firsthand. None of them saw the struggle, none of them heard his last words. And none of them were the reason he died, defending a quirkless kid. With an alarm, his phone tells him it is time to head to school. Pulling up his bag, the boy sighs, and walks to the door, where his mother checks things one last time, smiling sadly. I know this is hard. It's okay, Mom. I'll see you after class. Attention everyone. The teacher instructs the room. Izuku slides down in his seat, trying to be unnoticed. Around him, only 2/3 of the desks are occupied. Many of his classmates haven't come back to school, worrying him. Based on the confused looks nearby, he is not the only one worried. Although, the empty desk in front of him means he will not need to deal with Asuyama's sawdust dandruff today. Satisfied with the room, his teacher starts to take attendance, even as Red eyes him bore into Deku from a desk away. Now class, I need to do something and will be right back, she says as she walks to the door. Almost as an afterthought, she adds, I want you all on your best behavior. After she exits the room, the back of Izuku's skull suddenly starts to buzz, like an angry wasp was loose in there. On instinct, the wince pulls him over to the right, just as the grasping hand of Bakugo flies past, missing its intended target. Kaken, the boy exclaims, suddenly feeling the buzz backing him up, out of his seat, sliding to the left, avoiding the next grab by the explosive boy as he leaps across his desk. It's all your fault, he snarls out as he tumbles to the floor, overextending himself with the last attack. Angry eyes turn up, tears welling up from them. You're the reason All Might died. Another pop of his quirk as he misses the next lunge, and the kid who proclaims himself the future #1 finds himself sprawled on the ground, bawling his eyes out. Why you? Why did it have to be you? He cries to the ground, the torrent of emotion from the past finally overflowing. If you weren't there, he'd be just as dead, Izuku says, his mind going back to the horrors he witnessed that day. That monster he was fighting, he was strong Kaken. And he didn't care who died. He bragged about killing people. This gives pause to the other boy, as the class looks on in stunned silence. A few glances told the story, as the nervous, quickless boy stands his ground, his own tears threatening to join those of the kid he has known since preschool. And you know how All Might won? Because when that man thought he had All Might beat, it stopped to talk to me, to thank me for being useless. All Might won because that thing was distracted, talking to me. Fighting back tears, Izuku continues. And you know what All Might said to me after? The last thing he said to anyone? He was glad I was safe. Of Bakugo's extras pushes past Izuku and grabs Bakugo's arm, helping him get back on his feet. Dude, get back to your seat. Mrs. Inomoto will be back any moment. Get lost. The gruff boy pushes the assistants away, steadying himself. Red eyes covered in tears push past the green-haired boy on the way back to his desk. As he gets there he spins around, leveling a finger at Izuku. You'd best make sure that life he saved is worth something, he barks before shoving himself into his seat angrily. As if on cue, the teacher re-enters the room. Everyone, we have a new student today. Izuku immediately sits up straight. There should only be one new student coming to Aldra, and as his class is full, he figured that she'd be in one of the other classrooms. As if psychic, one of the other students says, but teacher, we don't have any new seats. Yes, Asuyama's family decided to relocate after the incident. So, come on dear. Don't be shy. A brief moment of relief at knowing he would not need to deal with Asuyama dandruff covering his desk anymore is replaced with awkwardness as a green-haired girl Izuku knows on sight walks into the room. His eyes shift between her and the desk right in front of him, and next to Bakugo. 60 eyes all focus on the green-haired girl standing before them, a quiet anticipation filling the air. Before them is a young girl of average height, her large, upturned eyes sharing a similar green color as Izuku's own, framed by lower eyelashes longer than her top. On her face, a wide smile shows off sharp, reptile-like teeth. Introduce yourself to the class, dear, the teacher encourages. After a pregnant pause, she speaks up. Hi. My name is Setsuna Tokage. I like dinosaurs and I'm going to be a hero. Please take care of me. Yeah, but what's your quirk? A boy yells from the back of the room, making her smile a bit harder as she bites her tongue in delight. Don't just ask someone that, Izuku says on instinct. I mean it could be personal. A set of red eyes narrows, glancing between the new girl and the green-haired boy. Next to her, Bakugo's mind is working rapidly, glancing at various features in recognition between the two. That's enough. And she can talk, or not talk, about her quirk if she so chooses. Now, take the seat in front of Midoriya, middle row right, third one back, the teacher directs. As the bell rings for lunch, Izuku finds himself right next to the center of attention as everyone swarms around the girl sitting in front of him. Groaning, he manages to pull himself out of the group, to find the only person not participating leaning against the wall by the door, red eyes glaring. You weren't curious about her quirk, he huffs out at the green-haired boy, his eyes narrow with suspicion. Put on the spot, Izuku tries to laugh that off, rubbing the back of his head nervously even as the buzzing in the back of his head climbs. We'll be in the same class all year? In clear disbelief, Bakugo clenches his hands a few times, some sparks forming along his fingers in a little pyrotechnic dance. You're always curious about quirks. I have to go. In an instant both boys react simultaneously. Outstretched, smoking hands try and secure the escaping Izuku, to no avail. Following the direction given by pure instinct, the green-haired boy spins at just the right time, throwing Bakugo off balance, falling into the wall even as Izuku races out of the room. Come back here, Deku, he yells, stumbling after the fleeing boy. We're not done here. Following the noise in his head on impulse, Izuku weaves a crazy course through the school, finding himself at his shoe locker without incident. When he picks up his shoes for outside, however, the buzz is in full swing. Turning them over, tacks fall out. Can't even wait a day, he mutters to himself as he checks them further. Finding nothing, and with a head free of anything else, he heads outside, to a quiet spot under a tree away from everyone. Somehow, the buzzing he's had off and on throughout the day feels comfortable, but at the same time alien, something he shouldn't know about. Hello there, a far too cheerful voice calls out, drawing him from his daydream. With a glance up, he recognizes the familiar figure standing there. Oh, hello, he says in return. I'm new here, the green-haired girl says, her eyes shining in glee, and my own cousin ditches me in the classroom? Izuku pulls in a bit, tucking his knees close to his body and wrapping an arm around them. I know, just didn't want to hurt your chances at making friends. You were really rude there running off instead of inviting me, Setsuna pouts, plopping herself down next to him and poking him in the cheek. And this is such a sweet spot too. Nobody bothering us. Izuku doesn't respond, keeping his eyes unfocused on the ground in front of him. Why you don't want to hang out with me? It will make people talk. But, you shy? Got the dirt in everyone? But, tell me. Setsuna's energy is overwhelming, forcing Izuku to smile. No, it's that I'm the quirkless kid, he admits. And, she says, genuinely confused. Quirks aren't everything. Don't say that around the teachers, Izuku mutters. Bah, those teachers are idiots, Setsuna says, waving a hand in the air dismissively. You're cool, quirk, or no? Izuku stammers out, aren't you going to hang out with others from C class? Told them I need some time alone, she says. And I want to hang out with my cousin who sits behind me. Izuku doesn't say anything even as he smiles, staring into his lunchbox, perched precariously on his knees. Setsuna takes a few moments to consider before stealing a few bits of his meal. As the two fall into a pleasant lunch hour, red eyes observe from the bushes, irritation dripping from them as the owner glares daggers. Ignoring his own stomach, Bakugo bides his time, observing until near the end of lunch. Waving two of his extras, he thinks of them as fingers and wings, over, he decides to find out why this new extra is bothering with Deku. Why are you wasting your time with him? He barks at the new girl. He's just a quirkless waste. Idly, her disinterested, green eyes turn to meet his red. With a deep sigh of annoyance, she pulls herself to her feet, brushing the dirt off of her new uniform before closing her lunchbox and handing it to Izuku. Finally, she turns and steps up to Bakugo, looking him square in the eye. Did you just call my cousin a waste? He draws his lips together, not entirely sure what to make of the girl standing up to him. Refusing to back down, he finally goes with, I called him quirkless. That makes him a waste. Are you a waste? She just crosses her arms, glaring at the boy even as she bares her sharp teeth, clearly unimpressed with his attitude. This makes the boy blink in surprise, then consider her, scowling. So, you quirkless too then? Figures. Must run in the family. Come on, let's get away from the quirkless duo. As they walk off, the new girl watches the three carefully before speaking quietly to Izuku sitting next to her. How about we show him? They are not strong enough to protect us from what is to come, echoes the radio, carrying words from All Might's former teacher, the hero Gran Torino. Glancing at the doorway, the teacher spots the two pairs of green eyes peeking around the corner, causing her to jump to her feet to turn the radio off. Pious. Miss Izuku Midoriya, how can I help you now that school is dismissed? Izuku says, looking back behind him, clearly nervous over something. How bad would it be to prank Kaken? The teacher narrows her eyes slightly, on guard against whatever mischief the troublemaker was in this time. After all, he kept getting into trouble with other students, clearly jealous over their quirks. What kind of prank? At that moment a blood-curdling scream echoes through the building. The sound of scuffling feet and someone charging up the stairs are soon to follow. Moments later, Bakugo charges into the classroom, yelling, "There's a severed hand in my shoe locker." A light snicker breaks into a guffaw behind him. Turning around, he finds Setsuna there, clearly amused at something. Not stopping her laughter, she holds up her left arm and shows that the hand found there is missing, with only the stump remaining. Then slowly she regrows her hand, finally regaining control over her amusement. Well, you wanted to see my quirk, so... Bakugo, you know that quirk use inside the school building is restricted. It's your own fault for making her show off, the teacher says, barely hiding the amused smile on her face. Wanting to see a heroic quirk like hers is understandable, but not in school. Beyond irritated, he slowly turns to the pair, now fully in the doorway. His hands cupped, they start to fill with small sparks as his body begins preparing for a leap forward. Grinding his teeth, he looks between the pair, deciding who he wants to hurt first. The teacher tuts him, drawing his attention away from the pair. Now Bakugo, what did I just say about quirk use in school? Glaring back, his eyes still on fire, he drops his hands. He knows that if he acts now, there would be no leniency. This wasn't some quirkless pebble. This was someone he needs to overcome and prove he is the best. Grunting his way, he pushes past the pair, giving Izuku a look or pure malice before snapping, "This isn't over, Deku," before he stomps off back to his locker. "And you, Miss Izuku? You should be careful who you associate with. I would hate to see someone who wants to be a pro-hero fall under the sway of some troublemaker." Setsuna hooks a thumb at her cousin. "You realize Izuku wants to be one as well, right?" Not saying anything, Mrs. Inomoto closes the book she has open in her lap before glancing at the clock. When her eyes return to the doorway, the children have rushed off. Shaking her head, she reopens the book, picking up her place in Meta Liberation War. As she dismisses the new girl, she'll figure it out soon enough. As the cousins start their walk home, Izuku's head keeps buzzing. Finally flinching, he starts to head off in a different direction. "Hey, isn't that the way home?" his cousin asks, confused. He nods, then shakes his head. "Just a feeling. We should go this way." She shrugs. "Well, you know the way best, I guess." As they walk, the buzzing in his head starts to drop, until they hit another corner. In a few moments, he figures out that turning there causes it to drop. Again and again he just follows the buzz, until they find themselves in front of the apartment building. "Huh," he says, confused. Puzzled by his interjection, Setsuna pesters, "What's up, Green Bean?" "Nothing, just... I expected trouble on the way home," he tells her. "Because of that Bakugo kid?" He shakes his head. "No, because I always have trouble on the way home." "Like what?" she asks, curious. He considers. "Well, like 2 weeks ago, there was a villain fight that shut down the main road. Or the time a water main broke. And I normally walk past Kaken's house, so if he's in a bad mood..." "I told you, stop calling him Kaken," she says. "He's not your friend anymore, Just another pig-headed idiot who thinks flashy quirks mean something. Walking up to Izuku's apartment, she pushes the door in and cries out, "Auntie Inko, we're home." Sitting at the table, they find the matron of the Midoriya household sitting with a man sporting a scraggly goatee across from her. Between them, a pair of teacups, a teapot, and some plates with crumbs showing the remains of some snack items long gone. "Sensei!" Setsuna proclaims, running up and hugging the man. Confused, Izuku looks to his mother, who quickly swallows her tea before telling him, "Izuku, this is Setsuna's martial arts instructor, Enma Kanagi." "I didn't know you took martial arts," Izuku says in reply. "Yes, Tokage studies under me. Her father is one of my employees, so I am glad to pass on what I know." Setsuna groans as Emma rubs her head. "She kept insisting, so last year I let her in the gym. Figure if she wants to be a hero, better get started early. Which is kind of why I am here. Your uncle mentioned that you also wanted to be a hero, am I right?" Eyes beaming in excitement, the boy nods enthusiastically. "More than anything." This makes the man laugh. "Well, did you know how many kids show up for the exams completely out of shape?" Izuku looks down at his own noodle arms and sighs, making the man laugh more. "Well, look, if your mother is okay with it, you can join your cousin at my office, alright? That's why I'm here. Your aunt thought your cousin could use a practice partner her own age." As green eyes shift to her, Inko sighs, picking up the dishes and carrying them to the sink. "You're not making me the bad guy. It is an hour train ride." "Please, Mom." Izuku bounces in place, looking like a lost puppy trying to get attention. She sighs, knowing she already lost this fight. "Only if you keep your homework up." At this point an alarm goes off, causing everyone to pull away at once. Glancing at his phone, Enma sighs. "Even on my day off, figures. Sorry kid, duty calls." Reaching under the table, he pulls out a case and hoists it up onto his lap. "Alright you two, I'll make sure to drop by after and work out the details, alright?" Setsuna says, "Be safe out there." "Of course, you can count on me," he says as he walks to the door, winking before walking out. Makoto Kobayashi here with your morning news. Local police and hero agencies in Mizudafu have advised that people continue to remain vigilant after a series of robberies have plagued our city. While this group of criminals has yet to cause any serious injuries, it is still a possibility that any confrontation could escalate. Just yesterday, the hero Kamui Woods was saved from a life-threatening situation in the Aldra neighborhood with this team of villains thanks to the timely arrival of Majestic. When contacted after the incident, Majestic's agency only said his presence outside of his home prefecture of Saitama was a fortunate happenstance, but in light of the attack he will be adding the territory to his patrol routes. More on the crime report later tonight. In his dreams, the world is full of paperwork. When he is awake, the world is full of paperwork. Grunting as consciousness returns, Yakumaru Mera's eyes slowly open, gazing out across the blotter-covered desktop. Checking the calendar date, he groans yet again, tearing off yesterday's slip before crumpling it up and tossing it into the overflowing recycle bin. Clicking on the intercom, he gets out half a syllable when the door to his office opens. Entering, carrying a piping hot kettle, the floor assistant quickly shuffles over, pouring him a fresh cup of tea before leaving without a word. Mera eyes the white ceramic cup with brass lip before sighing. A few sips later, he picks up the topmost sheet in his inbox. License Renewal Refinement. He reads off the title as his eyes scan it. 2.5 years of hell, and this is what they do? Reviewing the list, he notes the changes. Reduced focus on rescue certification. Combat prioritized. Eliminating the ethics section. Insurance requirements reduced. Prefectures no longer need to sign off on operatives in district. How bothersome, he mutters before setting the sheets down, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. How is this going to fill in for the loss of All Might? He asks himself, gazing to the photograph on his desk. There, framed with honor, stands the late hero's figure, smiling back as he stands next to Mera, celebrating his 25th year as Japan's #1 hero, only 3 years ago. Only 5 months before. A chirp from his intercom interrupts his brooding, followed by the voice of the floor assistant saying, "Your 8 o'clock appointment is here." Standing up, Mara steps out from behind his desk to open the door, letting Rikiya Yatsubashi in. "Yakumaru," the pointy-nosed man crows, a wide smile on his face. "Glad to see you." Internally complaining at how much energy the CEO of Detnerat has this early in the day, Mara nods in reply. "Glad you could make time. Come in." Both men taking their seats, they look at each other before Yatsubashi starts. "Have the bureaucrats looked over our proposal yet?" Mara nods. "Yes, and it has some good points. Are you sure that you can get a school organized in only 2 years?" "With HPSC approval, certainly. We can break ground on the campus in Daika City come spring," Rikiya says with a smile. "By making campuses expressly for support device education," Mara says, pulling the folder out with the proposal from his desk, "it would free up hero schools nationwide to focus on what we need more of, as you put it. The concern raised by the Planning Commission is that we would be making a de facto monopoly for support gear." The Detneratio opens his hands, letting his smile drop a bit. There is a de facto monopoly on support gear already. Small-scale, boutique manufacturers have been dying off for years. And most of what is available comes from overseas firms. We need large-scale domestic manufacturing in order to compete against what comes out of America, China, and never forget Island. Is just accepting a hard reality that we can't rely on foreign suppliers for domestic defense. Detnerat is willing to accept the limitations and state bureaucracy to operate. Is the Hero Public Safety Commission willing to meet us halfway? The overworked bureaucrat sighs. "I know you're right, but convincing the commission and the politicians, such a headache." "That's what I'm here for," Rikiya says. "If I can count on your support, that is." Mara waves a hand. Sure. The half-hearted comment draws a frown on the pointy-nosed man's face. "You're not getting enough sleep. Is everything all right?" Sighing, the HPSC manager picks up a newspaper and holds it out. "Have you heard about the latest out of Saitama?" Confused, Rikiya shakes his head, taking the newspaper and opening it and scanning the headlines. "I'm afraid not. It just says attacks here, but that wouldn't cause you to lose sleep. Something's up." "What's happened?" "Some new vigilante," the HPSC executive informs him. This causes the so to set the paper in his lap, tenting his fingers, visibly confused. "I'm not sure how some vigilante could cause you trouble. I mean, they're just a problem due to archaic laws on power use, right?" "This one is targeting heroes," Mara says. "Whomever he is, this person has already killed 3 and put 4 more in the hospital. Last night he got a hold of Yoroi Musha. Found him hanging out of a 10th-story window. May never walk again." This makes Rikiya blink in surprise. Japan's 5th-ranked hero crippled? By a vigilante? It's almost impossible to believe. Sighing again, the long-haired man turns in his chair to stare out the window. "We're in trouble, Rikiya, and we don't know what to do." "Well, I'm here for you, along with all of Detnerat," the CEO says, watching the back of the tired man's head. "I hope that will be enough." Exhausted after his meeting, the overworked bureaucrat makes his way to the conference room. Assembled inside, a handful of technicians are already gathered, ready for the conversation which is about to commence. "Are they online?" Mara asks, setting down his laptop. "Yes, sir," the technician informs him. "We've been waiting on you." Groaning, he waves a hand to get things started. "Good morning, everyone," Mara says, his lackluster energy carrying the weight of the world with it. Around the table, holograms pop into existence. His eyes drift over the gathered people as he names them. Principal Matashita. Principal No, Principal Sakamoto, Principal Nedzu, Principal Imari, Principal Shinohara, thank you all for joining us today. The gathered people all return the greeting. First things first, I wanted to update everyone that Ms. Fukukato has finally returned to full duty. You must be pleased at this, Principal Matashita, the salaryman says with all of the excitement of a kid discovering that Santa Claus has been replaced with a dentist. I will be sure to pass on any regards, the mousy woman from Ketsubutsu tells. And are you sure I can't keep recovery girl, Principal Nedzu? While I am glad to lend out her services, I do need my school nurse, I'm afraid, the chimera from UA says in return. Mera pours himself a glass of water and takes a sip before pressing a key on his laptop. We finished certifying the revamped school security plans in the wake of the total disaster simulator attack. So it says here, the TDS has been revamped and now has a deadman circuit added. Is that correct, Principal Matsushita? Yes, sir, the woman tells the room. Now, if we lose contact for any reason, it alerts the school security network. A student with an EMP quirk accidentally triggered it 2 weeks ago, so we know it works. Better to be too cautious than not, Principal No from Isamu Academy tells the room. I certainly agree, Principal Nedzu pipes up with. We have implemented a similar failsafe for our own campus, connecting it to our security robots. On your advice, I would note, Mr. Mera. The exhausted man mutters out, pressing another button. Unfortunately, we have hit a dead end in identifying the villains behind the attack. Their use of a warp quirk to enter the facility has made locating where the ringleader, this number 6, fled to incredibly difficult. Add that the description for him varies wildly from the eyewitnesses, and we are at a loss. And those goons he had supporting him, Principal Imari interjects. Even after all this time, I still have trouble wrapping my head around the description. How could he have gathered dozens of people with identical quirks? Plus, we couldn't even capture any of them alive, Principal Sakamoto groans. Those suicide charges left nothing to chance. Must have been like an M80 right to the brainstem. This gets more than a few winces from around the table. Whomever planned this attack is highly intelligent, Principal Nedzu pipes up with. They knew precisely when and where to strike, where the weak point in your security system was, and which class to target. We are all very fortunate that the students, first years with less than a week of training, managed to escape with only minor injuries. We can thank Mississippi Fukukado for that. She held off those villains for the 8 minutes 22 seconds needed for help to arrive. If it was not for her, we could have been looking at 20 kidnapped students now. But why did they do it in the first place? Inquires Principal Shinkara. You'd expect some bravado, some posted manifesto, something. Instead, this group has vanished like they never existed. Mera raises a hand, drawing the gathered hologram's attention. Instead of just repeating what we know, we should move forward. Agreed? Now, this is the proposed support hero school that is in committee. I've spoken with the CEO of Detnerat just this morning, and he assures me that the school can be ready in 2 years. This should address the majority of the concerns brought up in the last meeting. While this certainly would free up resources, allowing for the smaller class sizes, I am wary of moving support equipment education off campus, I will admit, Principal Matsushita says, frowning. It is important for our students in both departments to work together. I must agree with my esteemed colleague from Ketsubutsu Academy, Principal Nedzu says. Bah, Principal Sakamoto says dismissively, pushing her brown hair out of her face. That's not how things work in the real world. How many heroes nowadays have ever even met the support device engineers which make their equipment? Heck, most of it isn't even made in Japan anymore. The last time we placed an order, it was delivered from China. Principal Shinohara nods in agreement. Our last 2 years of support course graduates which did not move on to university have been forced to find work overseas. It's gotten to the point that we plan on our 3rd year's meeting with representatives from I-Island before they graduate to save them time. The remaining 2 principals both nod in agreement. Mera sighs. You know how these things go. As they work their way through the committee, expect changes to happen. And we're not talking about shutting down support courses, just cutting back, after all. All we want is to help make better heroes. At least on that principle we all agree, Principal Nedzu says. Opening the front door to the HPSC building, Mera groans at the sunshine beaming down. Too bright, he complains at seeing the sun for the first time in 4 days. Groaning, he makes his way 2 blocks over to a nondescript cafe, entering to the sound of cats meowing. Not even looking at his table's occupants, the man waves a hand to the waitress, who closes the curtains behind him. Now, can you please explain why I'm playing taxi today? The exhausted man already sitting at the booth analyzes out as the fuzzy features of Principal Nedzu pops out of the pale fabric loosely gathered around his neck. Eraserhead, Principal Neds, thank you for agreeing to the deception, and I am sorry for any inconvenience, Mara says, opening up his briefcase. The Chimera nods, gesturing with his hands. While unusual, I never mind helping out. Plus, broadcasting from here instead of the school was no problem at all. It was clear that something was amiss from your message. From out of his briefcase, the bureaucrat withdraws a very full oversized envelope. I'm sorry for putting this on the both of you, but it's clear that the commission has been compromised. Compromised? Eraserhead says, taking the offered package. After Mara gestures for him to open it, the tired man sets his head down, letting the two from UA go over the enclosed material. Inside they find several sheets of paper, a book, and photographs. A quick review, and Nedzu nods in comprehension. This is a serious issue, he tells Mara, who waves a hand in response. Eraserhead raises his eyebrow at the principal. Nedzu considers a moment. Before explaining, if Mara is correct, we are looking at the followers of this man having infiltrated the commission. Is this why the push by that company to change their business in the way you describe, Mr. Mara? Yes, I believe so. Who is running the show? No clue. I have the best suspects detailed out there. But they're suspicious. Even had the CEO visit me, Mara says, groaning. Do you think he's in a position of leadership? Eraserhead asks, noting the lack of his name on the list given. Mara pulls himself back up and sighs. He's likely a puppet. He spends a lot of time out there in the public. Whomever is running this group is secretive. That does not describe him. With a tired gesture, Eraserhead sets the material down. You're going to need someone inside to identify whomever the leader is. There aren't many options for people who can go inside like that, or how you can get inserted in the first place. Mara moves the photos around and pulls one out, handing it to Eraserhead. Here is your way in. Code name, Curious. It would be easy to insert you in her company. An exhausted sigh exits the hero's mouth. And you reached out to me, why? A few reasons. The biggest one is right here, the man says, sliding out another two photographs. This causes Eraserhead's eyes to narrow. From the TDS on the left. The one on the right is from surveillance footage of Curious, 3 weeks ago, Mara says. She is in contact with number 6. Eraserhead, this is the best chance at finding those who hurt her. Folding his hands in front of him, the underground hero turned schoolteacher closes his eyes in understanding. His next words are the only ones he can say in this situation. I'm in. Another cup of tea is set down, waking Mara from his latest nap, the completed paperwork of the past few hours surrounding him. Your 4 o'clock is here, the firm voice of the floor assistant tells him as he steps up to the door and lets in the man. Looking through round glasses, the man is easily a dozen centimeters shorter than Mara, his bald head and bushy mustache a portrait of contrasts. Dr. Ejiko, I'm glad you are on time, Mara says, gesturing to the seats before him. A doctor who cannot tell time is no good to his patients, the doctor tells the bureaucrat, putting on his well-practiced plastic smile. I am glad you agreed to meet with me. Well, your letter was compelling. What prompted you to reach out to us? The doctor takes his seat, putting his suitcase in his lap. I reached out for a few reasons. But first, I should discuss a boy under the Hero Public Safety Commission's training program. Now, don't try to deny it. I already know what you plan to do with the boy. I can help you. Mara narrows his eyes. We don't normally associate with crackpot theories. The HPSC does not have a training program. At that the briefcase opens, and the doctor pulls out a folder, setting it on the desk and opening it. Kigo Takami, age born Totomi. Takami and... That's enough, the exhausted man says. It's nothing illegal, so if you are here to blackmail. Bah, nothing so banal. I came only to help, Dr. Ejiko says, pulling out the next folder. Creating the ideal next symbol of peace is a major undertaking, especially for any agency which relies so much on outside support. What I am here for is to offer services, to help improve the numbers and quality of heroes available. My credentials speak for themselves. You need a far grander training system than you have in order to grow this program you have. Mara eyes the doctor cautiously. Why do you think we will be growing this program? Because you must, the doctor says gruffly. The past 2 years have demonstrated that relying on one man to be the pillar to support our society is a bad idea, no matter who it is. One man can be sick, injured, or... He lets his voice trail off, opening his hands for dramatic effect. Now, in studying the changes the HPSC has implemented for licensing, it is clear that your focus is shifting to teams, trying to encourage schools to group children and work together, Ujiko points out. But changing nearly 100 years of educational inertia is slow, and we need results now. Which means what? Mara grunts, confused. It means the HPSC is using Kigo as a foundation for developing a full hero academy itself, even if it is not ready to admit that yet. A national school apart from the schools such as Isamu or UA, one which can better implement policy and demonstrate how to create heroes, the doctor concludes. But one new school is not enough. Handing over the next folder, Ujiko pauses to let Mara take a quick look over before he talks. Thanks to my philanthropy, I have access to most schools in Shizuoka Prefecture. If the HPSC is willing, I can develop hero programs for them designed to mirror this new, team-centric academy you are developing. All financed privately, through donations from wealthy clients I have already contacted. My medical network can shift to support these new programs, ensuring that the students are able to maximize their quirks. And unlike the Big Six academies, these would be privately handled, eliminating much of the paperwork which keeps you up at night. The whole process could easily take years, which is why it is important to start now. This narrows the bureaucrat's eyes, as such a discussion has been going around. Even if we were discussing such a program, there simply are not enough qualified candidates with strong quirks available. The existing schools already have the cream of the crop. This makes the mustached man's face break out into a wide grin. The sudden appearance of delight is unnerving to Mara, making him feel like he had just signed his soul away to the devil or subscribed to a music club. Dr. Ujiko leans back in his chair as he pulls another folder out of his briefcase and holds it in both hands. And what if there was a way to make qualified candidates? No, make ideal candidates. Make a candidate? How? The confused Mara asks, eyeing the folder warily. The doctor slowly hands the folder over, saying, I've written more papers on quirk theory than any other person alive. I am likely one of the top 5 in the world for knowledge of quirks and quirk biology. This is an unpublished paper, something the HPSC would not want made public. Something you want. Taking the new folder, Mara warily opens it, before his eyes explode, any hint of exhaustion vanishing in an instant. This is quirk transplants, yes. A long-sought-after dream made reality. Now the death of a hero does not mean the loss of their quirk, the doctor says, taking his briefcase and setting it on the ground. Understand, this is still experimental, but I have managed to isolate and remove the quirk factor from donated corpses. In addition, animal research has proven successful. We are ready to begin testing on living human recipients. Think about it, Mr. Mayor. Just think of the possibilities had this been ready even a few years ago. Mara considers, glancing over to the photograph of All Might on his desk, before setting the folder down on his desk. How long? Well, the procedure is simple enough. The concern is in recipients. Not only will suitable candidates need to be located, but they will need training once the procedure is completed. Precisely the training we just discussed. So, a group of select elite students for your new academy, ones who would never have the option to be a hero without the HPSC. And with them inside of your new academy, any concerns over the procedure itself would be swiftly addressed. And imagine the children, given the opportunity nature denied them? Do you know how many I have been forced to witness lose hope as I informed them that they would never be a hero due to a weak quirk, or even no quirk at all? This would be a miracle for them. Reading the paper closer, Mara says, your paper says that once extracted, you can preserve the factor near indefinitely. How do you know this? Because I have done it. Look in section B, 28 out of 30 extractions, going back 8 years, all preserved, he says. The storage is no more difficult than for other genetic material. As we have had in vitro fertilization using SPRM over 100 years old, storage is not the issue. Mara considers, then groans. The ethics of this. We do organ transplants every day, the doctor points out. The bureaucrat folds his hands and rests his head on them. Fine, you're right. I'll present the transplant proposal to the full committee on Monday. Can you be there to answer questions? I can do better than that, Dr. Ujiko says, smiling. With your approval, I can operate using one of the preserved quirks I have on hand. I have a suitable candidate for implanting his quirk already lined up thanks to my work in quirk counseling. I can not only answer questions, but have an example already prepared, with the recipient ready to join young Kigo in training. Mara hangs his head, mulling the idea over. Another candidate would be helpful, he says finally. Yes, and this could benefit your plans for young Kigo, Dr. Ujiko points out, tapping the corner of the first folder he'd handed over. Just a handful of years, and the HPSC will be able to preserve order no matter what is thrown at us. Mara considers, then asks, whose quirk? Picking up his briefcase, Dr. Ujiko pulls out another folder and hands it over. The grandson of a former hero who, tragically, died in the incident. His quirk is very useful for hero work, would you not agree? Sadly, the boy and his sister were both preparing to enter heroics, according to my associate who was their pediatrician. Their loss robbed the hero world of a pair of promising young stars. Mara looks over the material. And you have this boy's quirk preserved? Absolutely, I even have the authority form from his grandparents here. As for the recipient, this girl here. Passing over another folder. She is 10 years old, daughter of 2 quirkless parents who have been suffering from significant financial difficulty. Beyond this, the daughter is, let's be honest, cute, with a positive personality. Just the kind of figure we want for our heroes to be. A heartwarming story with a pretty face, the public will fall in love with her. You know that secrecy for this must be absolute? Dr. Garaki, in the guise of Daruma Ujiko, nods with an affirmative. Of course. Transfer her to a new middle school, one where none are aware that she ever was quirkless, and once she graduates she goes on to your new academy. All above the board. Everybody wins. From his perch, Kaizome Akaguro observes his prey. A fellow predator, the hero killer idly notes to himself as he makes his way across the rooftop unseen. And like himself, this predator is on the trail of his next victim. Once he has them cornered, that is when Stain will strike. This area of the city is not generally well patrolled, which is what makes Slugger's presence unusual in Stain's mind. Slugger is a braggart, showing up where cameras are frequent, always during the day. Except, every so often he heads out at night, like he is now. He never files any police reports on these nights, so most people in authority don't even realize he is out here. Stain can't help but smile at the thought of the fake hero being there without any backup. And what he is doing, the hero killer notes, is hardly something any hero should be engaged in. The sound of threats and of a victim's sobs finally drive him to action for the second time that night. Some people assume that fire escapes are the best way to the ground, but they are noisy. Stain has found and alert your target. On the other hand, a simple rappelling loop around a drain pipe is silent and most oftentimes a quicker method to travel. Once his feet have reached solid ground, Kaizome leans forward, weapons ready, his target busy with a rendezvous. So, think you're better than me now? The baseball hero yells at the girl cowering in front of him. After everything I've done for you? The teenager gets out, and no, it's not that. Just not a good day, all right? Next time I promise? Kaizome growls to himself as the sound of a fist impacting is followed by the gasp of pain. Stomach hit, he notes, watching the false hero. Once he is in range, Stain opens his mouth and speaks. So this is what it means to be a hero these days. Get lost, can't you see I'm a little? Slugger groans before turning around and realizing the person behind him is armed. Dropping into a combat stance, he yells, Jesus, what's up with you? Red scarf fluttering in the wind, a tattered white mask covering his features, Stain presents an image of hostility which puts Slugger on edge. Moving forward in silence on heavy boots, plates of armor over a simple black, sleeveless jumpsuit, the figure before the baseball hero oozes menace. The pro hero knows he has been caught red-handed, staring like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming truck. The noise of scampering feet rushing off into the distance is how he realizes that the girl he was hustling has run off. In utter irritation, the man sizes up his opponent, not even trying to hide the contempt within his chest. "Damn it, now you've done it, mister. I don't know what you're planning on, but you obviously didn't realize that I'm a pro hero. So, run along if you know what's good for you." Pro hero, Slugger. The baseball hero. 204 confirmed villain apprehensions since his debut 8 years ago, along with 16 fatalities. 91 recorded injuries, of which 18 are civilians. "Why, I'm a good hero," Slugger belts out, taken aback by the details given. "Not top 10, but I help people." Kaizome smiles as he recites the next part. But when the cameras are off, another Slugger comes out to play. You play enforcer to a local Yakuza group, collecting money from their various schemes. And let's not forget what happened here tonight. "Hey, what I do with my girlfriend?" Stain barks out a laugh. "Girlfriend? Is that what you are claiming she is to you? You busted up a quirk trafficking ring and rescued her from one form of slavery to another. And how old is this girlfriend anyways? Do you know? I'll give you a hint. I don't need to take this from you. I'm a respected pro hero, and you're, yeah, I remember you. That vigilante out of Narahata a few years back, right? Stetson? Stain's smile grows wider. Stendhal. Right, Stendhal. You were good at taking out villains. I mean really good at it. No, keep them alive for trial, or anything, just up and Slugger ends with a cutting motion across his throat. Gotta respect that. Those guys deserved it. Stendhal did many things heroes should never do, Kaizome explains. But for every thug, hoodlum, and gangster I put in the ground, I found a fake hero who let them exist in the first place. Even encouraged them, or created them outright. I now have a new goal and a new name to go with it. You may call me Stain. Heh, whatever man, Slugger says dismissively. You're still barking up the wrong tree. I'm a certified pro hero, and you? Vigilantes are just another villain in the end. I don't see any hero here, Stain says, widening his stance. Just another fake. Fake? I'll show you fake, the baseball hero says as he winds up the attack. As Slugger throws his pitch, Stain ducks under the throw and charges past him, a slight cut across his exposed torso, the only sign Slugger was hit. Even as the hero turns to face Stain one more, the former vigilante's tongue reaches out to lightly touch the blade. In an instant, the baseball hero freezes in place. Off balance, he collapses, unable to move. Slowly, with malicious intent, the hero killer stalks his way over. Pitiful attempt at bravery. Now it is time for you to suffer as all fakes do. And oh, come on man, I didn't mean to hurt her. And the Yakuza, it's a setup. I'm trying to expose. Too late, fake. I already took care of that Yakuza boy you work with. He was quite chatty, Stain says, the smile across his face quite genuine. The details he gave, so many. The protection rackets, gambling dens, yen, but the worst are the drag money kickbacks from that little factory deal with Seiji Nagamoto. How did you? Stain runs the edge of his sword along Slugger's cheek. And not just you either. Have you even checked your hero alerts yet? Of course not. If you had, you'd have seen this. Pulling out a phone, one caked in blood, Stain turns on the screen and shows it to the baseball uniform-clad man. On it, the red box of a priority message from the HPSC fills the screen. #alert #. Sand hero. Snatch found dead after encounter with unknown figure. Suspect is wearing a red bandana and is considered highly dangerous. If encountered, do not engage without backup. Ever since the rules on private support for hero agencies were relaxed, so many of you fakes flocked to corporate masters, the hero killer groaned. Snatch was bought off by the same pharmaceutical manufacturer who, well, Those zeros in the bank account just happened by, didn't they? Stain slides his sword next to Slugger's head, staring up at him. So full of bravado before, yet here you are, silent as a church mouse. How do those hollow denials you threw about before taste now? The hero gulps, then looks his would-be killer in the eye. Okay, you're right. I'm dirty. So are a lot of guys. You're one man. Do you think you can topple a system by yourself? Go on, kill one or two of us, then you'll be caught, go to jail, and the world moves on. Never breaking eye contact, Stain's face drops to a snarl. I don't like having an audience. Looking up, Slugger watches as a purple mist begins to form and expand. As it assumes a human-like shape, a pair of yellow eyes appear, and a deep voice says, "Hero killer Stain, I presume?" "Perhaps," Kaizome says, wary yet never looking away from the hero lying on the ground before him. "Who is asking?" "My name is Kurojiri. I represent an interested party who is seeking to help your cause," the mist man tells Stain. "I don't need help to take care of fakes like this," Stain says, finally shoving his katana into Slugger's throat with cold indifference. The baseball hero's eyes stare up blankly as his killer turns to face the new person fully. Stain takes in the vistage, dark smoke for a body with only glowing eyes, any indication for where their face is. Against such targets, indeed not, Kurojiri tells Kaizome. What we offer is opportunity for more prominent options. Your strike against Yoroi Musha last month was bold, but was a rare opportunity. You have been unable to strike as decisively since, leaving yourself ones such as the fake hero I find you with here. Without further prompting, the mist man produces a folder. Here's information about someone we believe you would be interested in. She is highly placed within the Hero Public Safety Commission, so is virtually unreachable. But what she is doing is certainly not what I, nor those I work with, would call heroic. Wary, the hero killer takes the folder and takes a look. Torture, blackmail, kidnapping, he notes, sorting through the papers. Reaching the end, he flips around the photograph. What is this? She is a key member of the Commission's training program for next-generation heroes, Kurojiri says. Such a person is, quite literally, poisoning the apples before they fall from the tree. She has held her position for nearly a decade. A lot of those you are targeting would have been influenced by her, would you not imagine? Stain nods slowly. Rot at the top, yes, that makes sense. A poison like that would spread rapidly. And here, the mist man says, holding out a large envelope. A list of other potential targets we calculated would be of interest. Snatching the envelope away, the man lacking a nose opens it up and quickly scans the contents. Did we guess correctly as to your targets? Stain simply nods, holding the envelope and folder as he contemplates the implications. The heroes marked with the star are those she has personally worked with, overseeing their training, giving advice, and any unheroic acts we have found in our research. Kurojiri's eyes bob in response. We will be glad to provide information on these and other fakes as well. And what do you get out of it? Kaizome asks, curious. The blank face of the mist gives nothing away. A better world, free from the frauds who currently call themselves hero, for is that not what all of us want? As Stain watches the empty space where Kurojiri once stood, he considers the envelope in his hands. A list of targets, handed over without prompting. Once the silence of the alleyway is settled, he says to the open air, "What do you think?" "Spinner." "I don't trust him, or those he's working with," the boy says as he hops down from his perch overhead. Kaizome nods. "Me either. But the offer is interesting, don't you think?" "So, what are we going to do?" the spinner asks. The hero killer smiles as he puts away his sword. "Simple. We use them but never trust them." "And their first target?" Stain considers. If what they said is true, this woman needs to be eliminated quickly, to prevent more damage. A whole generation of heroes corrupted, it sounds incredible, but if someone were to be able to do it, she is well placed. The boy nods, and tucks the envelope under his arm. "Where to now, sir?" "Our next objective," Stain says, "is to verify what's in that folder. Do you have any places near Asakusa for us to operate out of?" Spinner pulls out his phone and sorts through a list. Ah, we have the place in Taito near the shrine. Good, the hero killer purrs. If even half of what this Kurogiri says is true, she must be stopped. Hiding behind the dumpster at the end of the alleyway, a pair of bamboo stalks is barely visible as the bamboo hero, Takenbo, considers his actions. The barest whisper of wind is the only warning Stain gives before the knife is already flying through the air. After him, the hero killer shouts to his partner. Reaching the street, the pair look around, half hiding inside the alley, their prey nowhere to be found. Damn it! Spinner cries out. Stain puts a hand on his shoulder. Good job, he whispers. Now, time for us to locate to Shinjuku. Shin? But what about Asakusa? The boy asks, confused. The hero killer smiles, and gestures the boy to follow him back into the alleyway. By the time they realize the deception, it will be too late for sway. Aldra Middle School was filled with the excitement of a new school year. For Izuku, despite the new school, around him were familiar faces, taunting him with their presence. They all know he is quirkless, and therefore an easy target. All of them, save for the one he is related to. You there, Green Bean? Setsuma's head says, plopping itself on top of his own. We doing the totem pole introduction this year? Izuku smiles a bit, looking up at the disembodied head floating over him. Who are we introducing ourselves to? We already know everyone. Who knows, maybe someone new could. Why hello, take a look little cousin. I'm older than you. As the green-haired girl returns her body parts to their appropriate spots, Izuku's eyes alighted on an unfamiliar form, standing next to a desk in front of him, facing away from the two cousins. Blonde hair done up in two messy buns, she muddles with her bag before plopping into the seat with a delighted giggle. When the teacher steps in, everyone goes quiet while the first of the year ceremony is done. Introductions come quickly enough, with all eyes in the room ignoring what's stated until it comes to the new face among the group. Standing up, the new girl throws her hands up, framing her face as she all too cheerfully introduces herself. I'm Himiko Tamura, from I-Island. I like the color red, oh, and my quirk is called transformation. If you're nice, I might show you how it works someday. Izuku tries to unpack the quirk just from the name, mumbling to himself quietly, does it transform other things? Does it transform herself? What does it transform into? Is there a time limit? Did she just say I-Island? Setsuma smacks the back of his head to knock him out of his mumbling session, hissing, it's your turn, dear cousin. At lunch, the cousins watch a commotion around one of the tables outside. Sitting there, the new girl and a white-haired boy seem to be ignoring the other kids, even as they make an all-too-obvious clump around them while they try and eat their own lunches. You know, they shouldn't be bothering the new girl. Setsuna gets out between bites of her curry. And she's sitting with someone already. He looks older, maybe a third year? When a familiar shock of blonde hair starts to approach the two, the atmosphere around the gathered students shifts. Something inside Izuku clicks, driving him forward. Setting his lunch down, he charges up as Bakugo starts looking over the pair. Missing the hands of the rest of his classmates, Izuku ducks and dives between the other students, arriving in the center of the group, right behind his former friend. The white-haired boy watches Bakugo with half-closed lids, liking his chapped lips before saying in a completely casual manner, "What's up?" Just as the explosive boy opens his mouth to spit out whatever insult comes to mind, Setsuna makes her move, her detached mouth on Izuku's back inserting. Kaken here is just the shy type, causing the entire crowd to scatter as the rest of her walks up. Why you, he starts, before catching a glance of the teacher monitoring the courtyard. Pulling his face up, he clenches his fists a few times before stomping off. Himiko, giggling behind her hand, looks at the two cousins a moment before piping up with, "You two are in my class. Midoriya, Tokage, right?" "Why yeah." Izuku gets out before his cousin interrupts. "Don't mind Bakugo. He thinks he's the big dog around here," Setsuna tells them. Gesturing to the boy next to her, the new girl tells them, "This is my brother, Tenko." "Yo," he says, picking up his sandwich to take another bite. Setting down the lunchboxes she carried over, The green-haired girl gestures for Izuku to join her. We're cousins. So, welcome to Mustafa. Don't mind the rampant villain attacks and hyperactive, angry Pomeranians. What was his story anyways? Tenko asks. Clearing her throat, the green-haired girl gestures to Izuku. Exploding boy over there used to be his friend, until his quirk came in. Then, big explosions, big ego. Himiko groans. He was so boring in class. Just yap 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 extra yap 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 quirk yap yap. This makes Tenko snicker a bit. I guess he's a min-maxer. Just ignore him, we all do, Setsuna tells them. And you too, the white-haired kid asks, gesturing with a sandwich-filled hand. What's your backstory? Izuku's muttering picks up, pinky out, two-fingered glove. 5-finger touch-activated quirk. You're right, Tenko says, a half-chuckle. Good at force of habit with the pinky. Don't mind my cousin, he's fascinated with quirks. Any quirk, she assures the group, setting Izuku's lunch back in front of him. You should see the notebooks, plural, he has filled them with enough information to make your eyes bleed. And stop that. Eat first, quirk geeking later. As he fills his mouth with rice, Himiko's eyes glitter a bit, watching him. Watching her, Tenko recognizes the look. The cat wanting to play. Hey, Tokage? Can you show me where the, library is? Tenko finally says, knowing his sister. Oh, I can. Izuku pops up with. Setsuna puts a hand on his shoulder. Nah, I got this. You finish up. See you in class, okay? He stammers out, eyes following the two as they walk to the main building. Then he realizes that he's been left alone with the cat-eyed blonde, who seems quite pleased with herself as she watches him, chin resting on her hands. You're cute when you mumble, she tells him, her smile widening a bit. This shuts him up, his face turning red. So, you wanted to know about Island? Himiko says, directing the conversation. His eyes go wide in excitement. The foremost maker of support items in the world. Made by. Her giggles turn into laughter, halting the word vomit. You're excitable, she says a moment later. My dad works for S.H.I.E.L.D., so we lived there for a while. Wow, that's incredible. It sounds more exciting than it is. For me, Tenko, and Hana, that's our eldest sister, it was just school. Lots and lots of school, Himiko explains. But Tenko wants to go to UA, and it's easier if he attends school in Japan first, so here we are. At that revelation, Izuku's eyes shift to his former friend. Don't let Bakugo hear. He wants to be the first from this school to go there. This makes her laugh. Too late. He can't be first if someone 2 grades ahead is already there. As Izuku passes the gates, 2 girls behind him, the whispers hit his ears. Joining the white-haired boy just outside of the gate, they quiet down and visibly draw away, parting to let the group pass. Himiko puts on an annoyed face and sternly wags a finger at him. You scared them, didn't you? Hey, not my fault. I told the PE teacher that I needed my gloves, Tenko explains. Worst game of dodgeball ever. Confused, Izuku asks, why? What happened at dodgeball? The taller boy takes one of his gloves off, holding it open before the group. Next to Izuku, Himiko starts bouncing on her feet, all excitedly as she bats at his arm. Tenko takes a casual look around before scooping a broken piece of concrete up off the ground. Holding it between finger and thumb, he holds it out for everyone, before placing all 5 fingers down. In moments, the gray lump starts to crack and decay, dissolving into dust before their eyes. Once he brushes the dust off onto his pants, Tenko casually pulls his glove out and slides it back on before looking back. When the 2 cousins remain standing there with his sister, he cautiously goes, made of sterner stuff than my classmates. Izuku's eyes are wide in excitement, the sheer energy bleeding from him into the nearby atmosphere. Your sister said you wanted to be a hero, and that quirk's perfect for rescue work. You can get rid of debris, fallen logs, destroy villain support items. So, why are you going into heroics? Setsuna asks, interrupting the word vomit coming out of the green-haired boy. Tenko rubs the back of his head. Kinda runs in the family. That's so cool. Izuku gushes. Are they big names? Underground. Himiko taps his arm. Not safe, hero fan. Realization dawns on the green-haired boy's face. Oh yeah. As they stand there, a rather short old man hobbles up and barks out, "Will you quit your yapping and let's get a move on?" "Yes, Uncle Sorahiko," Himiko says, smiling. "Come on, Tenko." Setsuna sighs. "Yeah, we need to head out too. Can't keep Sensei waiting." When the group all sets out in the same direction, they stop. You going to the train station too?" Izuku asks. The old man narrows his eyes. "Maybe. What's it to you?" "Well, that's where we're going if you wanted to go together," he explains. "Safer as a group." "Can't argue with that," Sorahiko agrees. "Keep up, you zygotes." When the group reaches the second cross street, Izuku freezes, saying, "Don't go that way." The old man says, raising an eyebrow. Setsuna laughs, hooking a thumb at her cousin. "That's his gut speaking." "My head, a kind of headache," he corrects her. Rolling her eyes, she continues. "Just some instincts at work. Anyways, if he says there's trouble most of the time." "Which way, oh trouble finder?" Concentrating, Izuku points to the left. "One block up, then over." Looking annoyed, Sorahiko points the direction the group was going. "Well, go that way if you want, but I want to catch my train." "Come on, you too." Himiko waves enthusiastically as they head off, Tenko shrugging as he follows her. Izuku watches them go, not moving. Setsuna puts a hand on his shoulder. "You want to follow, don't you?" "It's dangerous," he says, not hesitating at all. She puts on a fierce smile. "That's what makes it fun." Setting out once more, the pair keep a respectable distance, just enough to observe but not on top of them. Izuku's eyes keep wandering around, to get a sense as to where he is getting the idea that there is something afoot. After a few sweeps, he locks in on the source. "The box van brown at the light right-hand side," he says out loud, just as his feet rush forward. Setsuna groans as she starts to chase him. "Arg. Quit running off." "Without me." Rounding the corner after the three have crossed the street, the van pulls up to the curve. As he closes in, Izuku can hear that the person inside of it is talking to the trio, even as out of the alleyway behind them 5 other men exit. They form a semicircle behind the group. The leader, a beefy man sporting large horns and a gas mask, barks out orders, and the other 4 rush the 3. Even as Izuku reaches the group, Sorahiko has leaped into action, planting a foot into the leader's face at high speed, knocking him over even as jets of air exit the bottom of his feet to push him in a new direction. Izuku goes into a baseball runner slide, hooking his left arm out and catching the woman with wild hair by the shin, knocking her off balance. Pulling her leg up as he stands, she falls onto her back with a thud, just as Setsuna lands a kick, knocking her out. Feeling the buzz in his head, Izuku reflectively leans to the right, just as the man wearing the metal helmet dives past, stumbling into his compatriot on the ground as he trips over the boy's still extended leg. As he looks up, the top of his head finds itself meeting the dinosaur-loving girl's foot as it crashes down on him. By the time Setsuna has looked up from the pair on the ground, Izuku and Sorahiko are tag-teaming the guy who was sparking his fingers, each one taking a kick before the other one moves in. Tenko is holding the horned guy's gas mask, and the girl wearing a leotard is climbing into the van, yelling, "Book it!" Grabbing the last guy she hits helmet, the lizard girl yells, "Catch!" before throwing it at full force into the open window, hitting the driver in his face and bouncing his skull off the driver's side window. The woman stumbles inside of the van as it starts rolling. Thinking fast, the middle school girl charges up to the open window, her dismembered arm flying to the emergency brake and stopping the motion with a lurch. When the villainous woman tries to pull herself back to her feet, she has her head slammed into the headrest, before the severed arm flies back into place. By now the horned man is back on his feet, and has pulled out a gun, pointing it at the white-haired boy. "Yeah, thought this would wake you up. Come on kid, you're worth a lot to the right buyer with that quirk of yours." His voice trails off as he glances around, and does a count. "Hey, where's the blonde one?" A sweet voice behind him purrs out, "Right here," just before Toga kicks him in the knee, grabbing the gun out of his hand before he has a chance to fire. Tenko reaches down and throws Himiko's book bag to her. Come on, twin buns. Two police officers rush up, yelling, "Stop right there. Hands up where we can." They are interrupted by Sorahiko holding up a badge wallet, Hero ID on display. The officers take a look at it, then at him and bow deeply. Sorry for jumping to conclusions, Gran Torino. Do you need our assistance with these criminals? Yeah, that's fine, he gruffs. Bunch of idiots tried to kidnap my friend's grandson here. And before you ask, none of the brats used their quirks anyways. No need to bring up those vigilante statutes. One of the officers smiles. Well, I am glad you were here. Izuku's eyes have gone wide by now, even as Setsuna laughingly says, "Oh boy, you said the right thing there. Gran Torino, the teacher of..." He gets out before a walking stick bats him on the head. Yeah, Tashinori was my student. Mountain of muscle, but not one whit of sense in his head, the old man huffs out. Wait, and you're their uncle? Izuku gets out just as his brain finally short-circuits. Sorahiko groans. Not literally, I'm not. My best friend was their grandmother. She died before they were born. Don't go blabbing it around, or else we'll have more of these yahoos to deal with. This sobers up both green-haired kids at once. Oh no, I'd never. Izuku gets out while his cousin shakes her head. He harumphs before setting off down the street again. So kids, some good moves there. You have some kind of acrobatic quirk? He asks as they continue on their way. The green-haired boy sighs. No, I'm actually quirkless. Huh, good training then, the hero says, considering the boy. Sensei says he is a natural. Setsuna jumps in. Can keep up with guys that have years of experience just on gut instinct. Haven't seen a quirkless kid jump into a fight like that since, well, it's been decades, he admits, smiling a bit. Still kid, you did good, quirk or no quirk. Good training and instincts will win out against a good quirk any day. So, what did you think of my trick? Huh? Himiko asks the pair. Izuku looks up at her, smiling. That was so cool. I mean, when you said transformation, I kind of guessed it might be a total body transformation, but to become invisible like that was just incredible. I mean, the uses for heroics, you could be an infiltrator, espionage, intelligence gathering. Himiko's eyes shine as she watches Izuku mumble on, before finally breaking into a giggle. No, that wasn't my quirk, silly. Just a trick I learned a while back. Behind them, Setsuna takes out her phone to snap a picture before typing out a message. Hey auntie, I think your son may have found his first girlfriend. Sitting in the interrogation room, Kushi stares at the police logo painted on the wall, feeling quite relaxed. He knows his boss will get him out of this place soon enough. The man just needs to be patient. He admits, as far as interrogation rooms go, this one is pretty nice. No clocks on the wall, no vomit stains on the floor, not even a drop of dried blood to be found. The single overhead bulb glares down, making almost a perfect scene, Kushi realizes. Just needs some katsudon, he mumbles, leaning back in the chair and watching the mirror across from him. When the hum of the camera turns off, his eyebrows shoot up. What the hell? The door pops open, and the figure sliding in makes the cowhorned man smile. About time you got here. I was starting to get bored. When the tall figure says nothing, and walks past the chair opposing Kushi, the fear hits for the first time. What's up? I mean, you're here for me, right? When the second man enters the room, the floor falls out from the prisoner's stomach. BB boss. Why are you here? Kushi stammers out. Glaring at the man with anger just below the surface, the black-haired boy sits down and folds his hands, staring without saying a word. Kushi barely notices when the third man enters the room and closes the door behind him, more focused on the teenaged-looking person in front of him. The black-haired kid sets a folder down and opens it up. Inside a few sheets of paper, with school photographs paper clipped to each. From where he is sitting, Kushi recognizes the kids from earlier. I know the snatch didn't go well, but... Whose idea was it? The boy asks, never breaking eye contact. Kushi gulps, his eyes shifting around. The boss nods, spinning the folder around to face the man. You thought you would be clever. You thought you didn't need to follow the rules. And what's worse, you dragged Kumakami, Shirdan, Yakawani and Kuyomi into your little scheme. Mimic, please recite the relevant rules on snatching. The first man to enter the room clears his throat. Only foreigners can be targets. Right, the teenaged-looking boy says, taking his jacket off, folding it nicely, and setting it on the table next to him. And who did you target? I mean, he only moved to Japan a bit ago according to the girl at the school. After living abroad for a few years, Mimic interrupts, leaning over the table and with one sharp gesture points to the listed birthplace, Tokyo. He's still one of us. They all are. Exactly, the boss explains, standing up and walking around the table in the room, slowly, stopping once he is behind the giant of a man. You broke the rules, you dumb cow. Worse, you dragged 4 others down with you. Look around you. The police look the other way for us because we don't target kids. We don't target our countrymen. And most of all, grabbing the back of his head, the teenager starts slamming his head into the table with each word, we do not heroes. Kicking the chair out from under the man, the boy drags him up by the back of his head and throws him against the wall, holding him there with an arm across the throat. Sobbing, Kushi stammers, I won't happen again, boss. In your incompetence, you rushed it too, Mimic purred. If you'd waited a day or two, scoped out your target, you'd have found out from that brat who snitched to you that the kid is the relative of a hero, likely the one who beat you today, the boss snarls. And do you know who that hero is? Gran Victorino. You picked a fight with the guy who taught All Might. Gesturing to the last man who entered, the boss says, Overhaul, you know what to do. As the masked man walks up, the boss explains while using a handkerchief to clean off the blood now on his hands, you see, once you got the heroes involved, there was always going to be a sacrifice. So, who do I sacrifice? One of my boys can't follow orders. It's an easy pick. Pulling a glove off, Overhaul winces in annoyance before placing his hand on the screaming man's head. Moments later, the figure stops moving, eyes rolling back in his head. Letting go, the boss watches the man twitch on the ground as Mimic hands him back his jacket. Can't let him turn over anything incriminating. Good job, kid, let's go. Sure thing, Pops, Overhaul tells the boy, falling in behind him and Mimic. As he passes the table, he glances down and pauses. Picking up one of the sheets, he double-checks, then looks at the photograph. Quirkless. Chisaki, don't delay, Mimic's voice calls out, breaking him from his trance. Quickly gathering up the folder of materials, Overhaul tucks it under his overcoat before exiting the room. Walking out the back door, the 3 men step up to a waiting limo. Overhaul opens the door in the back for the boss to enter, before opening up the driver's side door and slides behind the wheel as Mimic takes the space next to him, resting a hand on the shotgun hidden under the dash. The figure waiting inside is busy with crayon to paper when the teenaged-looking boy asks, I'm sorry it took so long, my lucky little princess. That's okay. See? I drew our house, the little girl tells him, proudly holding up her work, a wide grin stretched across her face. Rubbing the top of her head, the boss' own face breaks into a wide grin. Why indeed it is. And there's Mama and Daddy and me, and here's you. She points to the various figures in the crude drawing. Amazing. I'll hang it up when we get home. Okay, Grandpa, Eri says, giggling a little bit as the limo starts to drive away. In a room filled with excitement, Natsuo Todoroki is bored out of his mind. Across the room, he can only watch as his father accepts the award, one of the numerous pointless ceremonies of iExpo. Frowning, he can't even talk to his siblings. Checking around, Tuya and Fuyumi are both sitting at another table, talking to classmates of theirs from UA also in attendance, while Shoto is sitting there with complete indifference plastered across his face. Dulls Vilha? A dry voice across from him says, just above a whisper. Whipping his head up, Natsuo focuses on the black-haired girl sitting there, leaning forward to talk to him. What? This whole thing is totally boring, right? But our parents have to be here, so... She gestures with his hands, taking in the room around them. Shrugging a shoulder, the middle Todoroki brother brushes off the idea. Yeah, well, dear old dad is getting an award, so here we are. A gentle voice chimes in, who's your friend, Natsuo? Looking over at his mother sitting next to him, the boy sighs. Hana Tamura, the girl says. Father's one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s key people, so I get stuck on audience duty. Natsuo groans. Okay, I'm Natsuo Todoroki, and this is my mother, Rei. Once the ceremony is done, I know where we can hide out for a bit, Hana says. If you don't mind, Mrs. Todoroki, I think some fresh air after this room is not a bad idea, the matriarch of the Todoroki household says. When the audience erupts into applause, all eyes turn to the stage, with a giant, normally flame-covered man holds the brass and wood trophy, engraved with whatever honor it was they were celebrating. Natsuo tries to show interest, but the droning of his father's words, something his press agent had written up most likely, just causes his attention to drift off. With a slap to his shoulder, Hana gets his attention. Quick, let's get going before anybody notices. Natsuo looks over to his mother, who smiles and pats his hand. You two go have fun and leave the stuffy, boring stuff to the adults, all right? Before he can argue, Hana has dragged him out of the room out to the balcony outside. Ah, there we go, she says, laughing at Natsuo's confusion. No more stupid ceremonies and dull conversations. Hana, a girl's voice calls out to them. Turning around, the black-haired girl squeals in excitement as she charges up and hugs the blonde-haired girl on the other end of the balcony, crying out, Melissa! Hey now, what's all this about? You only saw me the other day, Melissa S.H.I.E.L.D. tells her. Hana huffs out a disapproving scoff. 3 whole days ago. You disappeared into that lab of yours and it's like you vanish. The blonde-haired girl sheepishly admits, sorry about that. I just wanted the new costume done before tonight. This lights up the black-haired girl's eyes. Oh yeah. Speaking of that, look who I stole. Melissa S.H.I.E.L.D., meet Natsuo Todoroki. Natsuo Melissa. This causes S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face to light up. You're Tuya's brother, right? I've been working with Dad on his costume updates the past few months. This surprises Natsuo. Tuya didn't mention anything about working with S.H.I.E.L.D. That's because it's a secret. Come on, I'll show you. Melissa says, grabbing Natsuo's hand and dragging him away from the event. No fair. I found him first, Hana protests, following in their wake. As Melissa guides them along, Hana asks, so, your siblings go to UA, right? Yeah, Natsuo says begrudgingly. Tuya's in the hero course, Fuyumi in business. Hana asks, she wants to run an agency? He shakes his head. She wants to be a teacher. The business course looks good for a teaching degree, Melissa says. What about you? The boy groans. Endeavor is making me go to UA, the support course. I want to be a doctor, not a mechanic. This confuses the blonde. But the UA support course includes medical training. With the right extra credit, you can be a licensed paramedic by the time you graduate. Natsuo blinks in surprise. Really? Yes, didn't you ever check it out? Melissa asks. Confused. Well no, he admits. He's making all of us go to UA, so. He must worry about you then, Hana says. UA's security is one of the reasons why I'm planning on going there with my brother next year. Still trying to convince Melissa here to join us. Beeb, I'm happy here, she says. And Dad would be lonely. Aren't you a bit old to start high school? Natsuo asks, confused. Hana bats his arm. Don't ask a girl her age. And for your information, I'm coming in as a return student, 3rd year. Oh, here we are. Opening up a door with her badge, Melissa escorts the pair inside. Turning on the lights, the 2 Japanese kids look around the room, taking in the equipment. Okay, right over here. She gestures them to a closed display case. I'll admit, the challenge was to shrink the cooling equipment down so your brother wouldn't be carrying a refrigerator on his back. I think Dad outdid himself here. Pulling down the release lever, the front of the display case slides upwards, revealing a suit almost identical to his father's costume, only with a dark indigo base fabric with blue highlights replacing the black and red of Endeavor's costume. To prevent your brother from hurting himself with his quirk, We used a combination of passive cooling with aluminized fabric insulation and active cooling thanks to Dad's compact refrigerant system, Melissa describes, pointing out the various places of the costume. By adapting the flame channel design of your father's suit, Tuya can generate flame across his torso and channel them to his hands, spreading heat across a larger area to prevent injury. O2 absorption systems will allow Tuya to better control the temperature as well. And it has a built-in flame suppressant system to help minimize damage from his flames. Knock knock, the lazy voice of Tuya calls out to the room. So here's where you ran off, Hanatsuo? Oh yeah, you and Fumi looked busy. He explains. His hands in his pockets, the oldest Todoroki's sibling walks up and looks at the suit. So this is the new suit? Looking good. Think it'll be ready by the time we head home? Melissa is practically beaming. It's ready now. But want to take it out for a spin, Ryuzu? The dry smile on the boy's face tells her everything she wants to know. Standing there in the testing area, Tuya hops from foot to foot, clearly brimming with energy and ready to go. Behind the blast shield, the three observers watch as 4 targets are lowered into place. Giving a few more stretches, Tuya settles into the new suit. Ready whenever you are, Melissa's voice echoes through the room. Each target is made of ever more heat-resistant material, starting with silica all the way up to some of the most advanced composites I have available. Looking across the field, Tuya, now in his hero guise of Rize, flashes a wild grin before blue flames erupt from him. Studying the licks along his palms, he takes a few moments to check it over. With victorious look of satisfaction, he levels his right hand and throws flames at the first target. The steady blue flickering pours into the target, which rapidly begins to disintegrate under the onslaught. Within a few seconds, the center melts away, leaving a hole through to the other side. You know, if being a hero doesn't work out for you, could become a glassblower, Melissa tells the boy. Tuya laughs it off, snickering to himself before taking aim at the second target. It lasts a bit longer before it too joins its predecessor. You're still running cool on the sensors, Melissa's voice echoes. How do you feel? He shrugs. Feels nice. Much lighter. Better than what I have already, not as bulky either. I swear the suit the support department tried to get me in was surplus from 13. Good, she says. I saw those burn reports, and I don't want to repeat. I know what I can handle, he dismisses as he launches an attack at the next target. This time, it stands tall against him. Irritated, he brings up his other hand, focusing both streams of flame at it. After a minute, an alarm goes off in his ear, and he shuts off the flame. Starting to get toasty in there, she says. If you could burn through that, I'd be surprised. It's used for re-entry vehicles. He admires the white-hot glow with a nod. No sheet? Dimmin. Now, engage the cutting tool, the calm voice says over the intercom. Lifting his left hand, Tuya points and from his index finger pops a blue flame. Walking up to the fourth target, he begins to cut through the metal bars of it, carefully peeling it apart. With a loud clang, the center falls out, landing on the floor behind the target. Ready for some combat targeting? Melissa asks, getting a solid thumbs up in response. A series of small targets extend from the wall on retractable arms, and with a simple buzzer, begin to move about, making a complex dance of small circles around the room. As Tuya begins to demolish them, inside the control booth Natsuo looks over the controls and considers what he's seeing. I can't believe what you guys made, Tuya, Natsuo says. I mean, who comes up with ideas like that? My dad, Melissa admits, pressing a button to release another swarm of targets. When your father reached out to us originally to design a suit for him, Dad took it as a personal challenge. The boy scoffs. Still can't believe he did that. He always discouraged Tuya. The blonde-haired girl looks over her shoulder as the white-haired boy stares into the room, eyes tracking his brother's movements. Maybe you don't give your father enough credit. I guess, Natsuo admits. I mean, he got so angry when Tuya trained. And what happened with Mom? Then we thought Tuya died in that fire. And then the incident, and Tuya's back, like he never left. Only now, father has him fast-tracked to UA. Not even a day later and he's getting notifications on being a recommended applicant. Sounds to me like, your father has a lot of regret and wants to make it up to him, Hannah, forgotten in the excitement, says. And now Mom is out of the hospital? I still don't know what to make of that. And here I am, confessing everything to two girls I met a few hours ago, he jokes. Oh, a confession? Should I come back later? A familiar voice carries across the balcony, making the other teenagers jump. Fuyumi, he gets out, clearly not expecting the appearance of his sister. What are you doing here? The white and red-haired girl walks out, smiling to herself. Mom asked me to remind you not to stay out too late. We do have a flight tomorrow. Is that supposed to be flashing? All eyes turn to the control panel, and Melissa jumps in panic. You're going to melt the far wall if you keep this up. Well, you should have made it stronger, the dry voice answers back over the speaker. Fine. Let's move on. Your temperature is well within nominal range regardless, so the system's working well. With that, the targets are retracted, leaving a wide open room. In the booth, Melissa smiles and asks, Want to try the other thing you requested? Tuya's face splits into that wide grin of his. Oh yeah. Reaching to his belt, he flips a switch, and the flame channels suddenly start to flow differently from his torso down his legs. Really need to work on that switch. If I need to turn this on in combat, or worse someone else taps it, could be a problem, he says. Fine, I'll figure something out. Just do it already. The exacerbated, teenaged inventor yells into the microphone. With a whoosh of air, slowly Tuya starts to rise. Inside the control room, Natsuo looks on in awe. How'd you do it? Hannah demands. Melissa smiles and points to the diagram. By shunting the flames to the turbines in his backpack, it creates a lot of move. Then you vector the move down and out the vents on the feet and palms of his hands to direct where you want to go. Another way to keep him cooled off while giving him a fun way to travel. No need for jet fuel either. Smart, a deep voice behind them says. Tuya finishes up a test hover around the room and lands on target. Laughing to himself, he starts a few stretches to help cool himself down. When the door opens, he doesn't think anything of it. Yo, Shield. You outdid yourself this time. This suit's got to outdo even all me. Turning around, the white-haired boy finds himself face to face with his father, standing there still in his tuxedo. Silently, Endeavor walks around, looking Tuya over, not giving a single reaction. Once he has circled him once, he nods approvingly. When you were young, I tried to stop you from becoming a hero. Right now, seeing you here, like that, I'm glad you decided not to listen to me. Unable to say anything, the youth just watches the number one hero. Enji sighs. I'm an old fool. I tried to turn you into me, then when you couldn't, I gave up. That wasn't fair to you. Tuya, you're your own man, and will be a hero everyone will remember. Not Tuya, son of Endeavor, but Rizu, the dragon flame hero. Come, let's take a walk. Walking around the outer ring of the tower, the two Todoroki men move in silence for a while, with only the faint hum of the building's air conditioner for background. As they reach the elevators, Endeavor asks, Have you decided where you are going after graduation? Tuya sighs, looking out the window and away from his father. Your suggestion of working in America is pretty appealing. I mean, All Might did that, right? But I'm not All Might. And I'm not you either. I could just join your agency, but then I'd just be the boss's kid, you know? That's fine, Enji says. The HPSC offered me a position, Tuya blurts out. They won't give me the details, but I kind of want to find out. This makes Endeavor scowl a bit. That might not be a good idea. You know what they're doing? Endeavor frowns. I can't talk about it yet, but with what they're planning you would be a good fit, but it would be a pair of golden H&D CFFS. Alternatively, Nedzu did offer you a position. Tuya glares at Endeavor. How did you know about that? He asked me if I felt you could handle it, Enji informs him. I told him you could. Also not a bad idea, and would keep your independence from both me and the HPSC. Confused, Tuya asks, what's wrong with the HPSC anyways? Looking out the window, the number one hero considers his words. Not wrong, just not right for you. You're like me and would die inside working under their umbrella, following their orders. Just like that day you ran away, when I met you at that little training ground on top of the mountain. I could not listen to you, just like they will not listen. At that time, I just wanted you safe, sheltered in a little golden cage. They would want you to be a face for them, a poster boy doing more public relations than hero work. That would slowly kill you inside. You know the world is not safe, and you know you could never endure being their puppet. I want you to be the best hero you can be, not a replacement for me, or under the control of some commission, no matter how well-intentioned they are. In the glass, Tuya's own reflection shares back. I always wanted to be the best. To show everyone I could beat you, or All Might. That I'm the strongest there is. What I learned after All Might's passing is that strength isn't some ideal, some quantifiable entity. In many ways I've been stronger than All Might for decades, Endeavor admits. The fool I was mistook what strength is. Talking to his former sidekicks, and even that old teacher of his, I've come to discover the fear behind the smile he showed to the world. Fear. Japan's top hero nods. According to Gran Torino, it was a lesson from his mentor. The people in this world who can smile are always the strongest, is what she said according to him. He smiled despite the fear he held within. But you don't. Smile, Tuya says, confused. And I am not the strongest, NG admits. I lost the ability to smile a long time ago. Tuya, whatever happens, don't become a bitter old man like me. The seconds stretch out into hours it seems to the two men. When Endeavor turns away finally, Tuya stays, an immutable sentry observing the world below. Only the chime of the elevator, the eldest Todoroki child when he is left alone, staring out into the night sky and considering his future for what truly might be the first time. I still think you're overreacting, Setsuna groans from her seat. Behind her, the rapidly passing scenery drifts past the train as they speed along en route to her father's workplace. Her cousin, sitting next to her, seems unfazed. Kidnappings are on the rise, and with the Tamuras out of the country, we can't just hang out with them for safety. Stupid Expo, she complains. You can see your boyfriend when he gets back, Enma Kanagi, in his hero outfit as Majestic, jokes. Besides, you know he's too busy playing those games to even look at another girl. What? That's not, ugh. Setsuna sputters out. When the buzzing hits Izuku, he stops mid-laugh, eyes locking to the door. What is it? The hero asks, recognizing the look. Izuku considers. Trouble, I think. Not danger, just dangerous. Feeling the high-speed train slowing down as it pulls into the station, the three warily eye the door. Majestic tightens his fists as the three figures step in. Instantly recognizing the three, Majestic whispers to the two aside him, "Kids, be careful, those are Yakuza. I'll handle them. You three stay. Everyone else, pick a different car," the man in the middle says, gold-colored eyes glaring from over a plague doctor mask as he gestures to the two kids and hero. Overhaul, Majestic hisses. Kai Chisaki, he corrects. Not even waiting for the people to leave, Overhaul sits across from Izuku before turning to the two men with him. Make sure we're not interrupted. Turning back to the hero, the Yakuza then explains, I'm not some villain, with a fancy name for the press to blast across their headlines. With me are my associates, Hari Kurono and Hekiji Tengai. They'll make sure we have some privacy. And what do you want? The hero demands. Calmly, the Yakuza replies, to deliver a message. Majestic narrows his eyes, hidden behind his goggles. I'm not signing up with you. Not to you, Kai dismisses before gesturing to the pair of teenagers. To these two. To us. Setsuna asks, confused. Yes. It has been very difficult to arrange this. 4 months, every time we have tried, somehow you managed to avoid us, the criminal explains. 3 months ago, several people who have worked with our organization tried to kidnap you and your friends. We, of the Shai Hasaikai, wish to express that they did so against orders, and have been dealt with appropriately for breaking our rules. Of course, as the victims, we expect you will wish for recompense. And oh, we're fine. I mean if they weren't working on your orders. Izuku blurts out. Majestic cuts him off, with a hand cutting between the two. What the boy means is that no harm was done, and if that group has been dealt with internally, there is no need to go further. I also wanted personally to reach out to you, Izuku Midoriya. The Yakuza continues, the cold stare like a bird of prey viewing a particularly interesting field mouse. Emi? The boy stammers. A slight nod of the head is all Kai gives before continuing with, your status. Not many quirkless people can take on 5 armed foes with quirks. The police put all of the credit on the hero you were with, but in talking to that crew, it seems you handled yourself well. We would like to extend an offer to you. He's not interested, Majestic retorts. Golden eyes flash to him. I was not talking to you, hero. But I am talking to you. Leave the kids out of it, he responds. The Yakuza raises his gloved hands in a gesture of surrender. Fine, but you know as well as I do that this world can be less than ideal, he explains. I'm sure you've experienced it, Izuku Midoriya, the elitism, the prestige given to those with what this disease-ridden society call heroic quirks. I just wanted to extend an opportunity to someone who will be otherwise overlooked. He will be just fine, Majestic insists. I'm training them both. This seems to be the answer Kai was waiting for. And which hero school will accept a quirkless student? They're already under more pressure to accept those with more powerful quirks thanks to that commission of yours putting out new guidelines. And next year, our sources insist that what they have planned will make it impossible for him to be accepted to any hero school by the time he's old enough. What do you mean? Izuku says, shocked. Come spring, class sizes are being cut in half. Rescue and underground training will be reduced. Hero schools will be forced to drop support courses. New guidelines will push schools to accept flashy, powerful quirk users, which in turn will push out those without them. Those, like yourself, he gestures with a gloved hand. As an apology, we would like to introduce you to those who could help, using apprenticeship opportunities to bypass the schools if need be. Majestic puts a hand down between them. I can handle such introductions as well, you know. The smile in Overhaul's eyes instantly makes him nervous. I'm sure you could, hero, if there are any left to be introduced to. The schools are not the only ones being targeted by the Hero Public Safety Commission. Many hero agencies may be forced to shut down under the new system of consolidation. Consolidation, the hero says, clearly on guard. Yes, Kai responds. According to our sources, unless a hero agency can secure a backer, it will be absorbed into the commission itself. Any heroes who refuse will be labeled a vigilante. Setsuna immediately picks up on what Chisaki is offering. And your group plans to be such a backer, is that it? It is a perfect business opportunity for us, he admits. You'll be needing such a partnership yourself come next year if their plans go through. I'll never work with a criminal like yourself, Majestic insists. Overhaul shrugs. Suit yourself here. But I wonder, will you drag down your 2 protégés with you? The chime for the next station rings, drawing the gangster's attention. As he stands up, he purrs out, the time for our little talk is over. Keep it in mind for the future. I will be seeing you all again. As he starts to stand up, the chime rings again. Puzzled by it, Chisaki looks out the window. We're nowhere near the station, he comments idly. For a third time, the chime rings out, followed by the sound of someone clearing their throat over the intercom. Hello, Overhaul, comes the venomous voice over the speakers embedded in the train's ceiling. Took a while to track you down. Irritated, the Yakuza rolls his eyes. Lovely guests. Know him? Majestic asks, springing to his own feet. Shrugging his shoulders, Chisaki drones, not a clue. I don't know the voice of everyone with a bone to pick. What? The voice exclaims, clearly upset at the dismissal. I'll make sure to carve my name into your corpse. At this, the train lurches. At the same time, Izuku suddenly flinches, before kicking out with one leg while rolling, pulling Setsuna out of her seat as he winds up in the central aisle. The pair look back, seeing that they narrowly avoided a whirling chainsaw blade as it slices through the roof of the train. Majestic grabs Chisaki and pulls him down to the ground behind the kids, staring upward as the saw blade extends into the cabin again. now cutting away at the roof on the opposite side from the previous cut. "Get out of here," the pro-hero yells at the others before glancing out the window. At the sight outside, his eyes go wide in panic. "Bombers?" Chisaki groans. "Oh, these guys. You know the villain factory?" Majestic inquires, eyes never leaving the ceiling. "Yeah, major headache. They apparently work for one of the major trigger distributors. Had a group of them following around that terrorist. The newspapers called him Toxic Chainsaw. Yeah, they tried to attack one of our pharmaceutical firms that was manufacturing Stay. Stay? Setsuna asks. Trigger suppressant, Majestic explains, pulling the Yakuza away with his quirk. Been a game changer for those of us in the field. Just doing our civic service, Chisaki comments as the hero summons up a floating disc to block the next slash through the roof. Trigger addicts are bad for business. As Toxic Chainsaw continues to cut into the roof at various points, Majestic throws his rings, knocking his aim off. Izuku looks at the holes and backs away a few steps. Toxic Chainsaw. Majestic barks, Midoriya, analysis. Automatically in response, Izuku begins to recite off what he does. Quirk, toxic sludge. Can form some kind of pink substance under his skin which serves as both defense, absorbing physical attacks, and offense, released when he takes damage. Sludge is highly toxic, even fatal in large doses, but relies on external attacks to work. As a result, he uses a chainsaw as his primary attack, giving him a weapon that also forces him into close-ranged combat where his quirk is effective. Get out of here, all of you, the hero commands. Chisaki rolls his eyes. We're inside of a sealed tube traveling at over 400 kilometers per hour with a maniac wielding a chainsaw who can fill the area with poisonous goo. Please tell us, hero, where are we to go? When the door behind him slams open, the two other Yakuza glaring at the villain, Chisaki leaps into action. Moving with haste, he gets to the doorway and starts to talk quietly to the other two. The taller man, wearing a traditional robe, nods, then glances over to Majestic. Hero, if we defend ourselves, will you bring up charges? The hero glares at them, then sighs. Fine, by the authority of the pro-hero Majestic, I authorize you to be free to use your quirks to defend yourself. The Yakuza smiles and draws up an arm, creating a barrier around him and the other two men standing with him. What? Just going to leave children to the maniac? Majestic barks, watching yet another slash through the roof. My range is limited, the Yakuza informs them. Please make your way to us so I can grant you protection as well. Setsuna grabs Izuku's arm. Let's go, she hisses, pulling him towards the door. That is when the world falls out from beneath them all. The gentle, electronic, beeping noise is the first thing Izuku is aware of as consciousness returns. Opening his eyes, only the off-white color of the ceiling tiles is any indication that he's not in the train anymore. A hospital? He mutters as the telltale scent of anesthetic and bleach wafts across his nose. Glancing around, yes, this is clearly a hospital room. As if on cue, the door slides open and a doctor steps in. She has a pleasant smile on her face, blue skin and black hair making her stand out against the beige wall behind her. There's the hero of the hour, she chirps up as she moves over to the bed. I am Dr. Hiwajima, the floor doctor for the next 10 minutes or so. Izuku can only ask, huh? What happened? You were in a villain attack. A villain named Toxic Chainsaw destroyed the car you were in. With a more somber tone, she then iterates, if your mentor hadn't given permission to use your quirk, you'd likely be facing vigilante charges right now with what you did, even if it saved lives. This makes Izuku blink in confusion. What do you mean use my quirk? What is the last thing you remember? Thinks. On the train, Toxic Chainsaw was attacking the roof. Then an explosion. After that, nothing. The doctor considers this for a moment. Well, memory loss after an accident is not unheard of. The exam earlier showed no brain injury, so it is likely temporary, and your recollection should return. Thankfully, a news camera did record the attack. Here, one moment. Walking over, the doctor picks up the remote and turns on the television. On screen, a news report is paused, train in the center of the screen. I figured you'd want to see, so I had a copy of the broadcast set up for you. Broadcast? How long was I out? About 2 hours, she admits. Here, watch. As the footage starts, the newscaster's voice drifts out. Point 5 of the so-called villain factory bombers attacked the rear car of the high-speed train, causing severe damage. Thankfully, Pro-Hero Majestic was on scene with 2 apprentices, resulting in no fatalities from the vicious attack. On the screen, Izuku watches the car and get ripped off, and 2 glowing bubbles get thrown around. When the smaller one impacts the front of the car, it vanishes, leaving what is obviously Izuku and Setsuna sprawled out on the wreckage of what once was a passenger cabin. The sparks of the carriage remains dragging along the rail below trail out behind them. Izuku watches himself on the screen sit up and glance around, with the camera zooming in just before he finds his cousin lying there across the cabin from him, eyes closed, a large gash on her head clearly visible even on the small screen, splayed over a bench seat. As the cabin metal fails further, the unconscious Setsuna rolls off her seat, with nothing to stop her from hitting the open rail flying by at hundreds of kilometers per hour. Then a black, smoky, tendril shoots out from off-screen, wrapping itself around her. The camera snaps up, to find it coming out of Izuku's arm, green lightning dancing over his body as he pulls. When the camera zooms back out, it focuses on Majestic, in battle with Toxic Chainsaw on the rear half of the car, slowing down as it skids along the rail. Stopping the recording, the doctor says, in moments of stress, it is understandable to use your quirk without thinking. But your mentor was quick thinking, so you're not in trouble despite public quirk use clearly visible on the news. Now, your arm will take several weeks before the cast can come off. Cast? Izuku questions, still wrapping his head around having just seen himself using a quirk. Yes, the one on your arm. The arm you just broke in the attack, she says, pointing to it. A voice from the door pipes up, Mama, you said your shift was over. Seiko dear, just a moment, the doctor says to the little girl in the doorway who is a near spitting image of her mother. Wearing a dark blue, nearly black school uniform with cream-colored fuku around her neck and a flower in her hair, the girl just stares into the room unblinkingly before turning around to leave. Sorry I'm taking time away from your family, Izuku says. The doctor smiles at this. She needs to learn patience. Now, your mentor should be here soon, along with the floor. Doctor, they were in your cousin's room, checking on her injuries. I offered to check on you before I headed out for the day. The boy smiles, then looks to the door, where a pair of unblinking eyes stare up over the edge of the glass. Scoffing, the doctor picks up a clipboard and marks something off. That girl? Bye, Seiko, Izuku calls out after her as she leaves the room. The girl leans in, sticks her tongue out, then slams the door closed. How weird, the boy says. Picking up the remote, he rewinds the broadcast and replays it, watching the screen. And does it again, starting to tear it apart, pausing at the moment the full black mass is visible. Energy tendrils, black. Flexible. Could work like Mom's quirk, just visibly. The green lightning's weird. Why isn't it the same color? As Izuku stares at the screen, he flexes his left hand unconsciously, unaware of the light sparks drifting off it. It's been 2 weeks. Are you ready for your arms to match again? The nurse asks, holding the pair of shears in his hand. Izuku nods, holding out his arm in anticipation. 2 weeks with the cast on, and Izuku is going insane with the itching underneath it. Little hairs pull and tangle in the high-tech polymer, constantly giving the impression of bugs crawling over his arm within. While cutting, the time drags out forever. The instant the plaster and bandage construction is off, it is like pure heaven to him. And there we go, says the nurse with a smile. Now, the doctor's already given you instructions for how to care for your arm for the next few weeks. Did you already schedule an appointment with Dr. Tsubasa for your quirk counseling? We're not going to him, Inko informs the man. A friend of ours recommended a specialist they know. Oh, he will be disappointed, the man says. Have a good say, Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku. As the pair leaves the office, Inko mutters under her breath, we are not going back to the man who destroyed my son's dreams due to his negligence. At the office of Dr. Minoma, The pair watch the world pass as they sit before their first visit with the court counselor. The room, filled with month-old magazines and canned music, is light and airy, with large windows open to the world outside, a climate-controlled sanctuary for people to relax in. A set of high heels clacks on the floor of the otherwise empty room as the receptionist walks up. "Mrs. Midoriya? Someone is asking if they can speak to you and your son while waiting for your appointment. They say it's about an old police case and want to ask Izuku some questions." The pair look at each other, confused who it could be. Readily agreeing, they are shuffled into a small meeting room off the waiting room. Inside, a police officer with a cat's head sits, papers set on the desk before them. "My name is Officer Sansa Tamakawa. Please have a seat. This will not take long," the man tells them. Confused, Inko asks, "How can we help you?" "Not you, Mrs. Midoriya. My interest is entirely with Izuku here," he says, opening up his briefcase. "I have a few questions on an old case." "A case?" Izuku is initially confused, but a quick realization springs to mind. Is this over the kidnapping attempt? A good guess, but no. This case is far older. Years older, in fact, Officer Sansa informs him. Inko doesn't quite understand. "What case?" "Izuku hasn't been involved in any police cases I know of." "That you know of, true. And that is part of the problem. Years ago, there was evidence of an eyewitness being present at the scene of a villain attack. But nobody is on record. Nobody stepped forward, and in checking, the police were stymied by an attempt to hide the witness. Not by the witness themselves, but by their caretakers, who had removed them from the scene before they could be properly questioned by authorities." Izuku's stomach falls through the floor as the hero pulls out a large photograph and holds it up, hiding what it is from the pair. It took over a year to isolate which school had taken a class to the park where All Might died. Another few months to isolate which class. This in turn gave us a list of potential witnesses. Setting the image down on the table in front of the pair, the officer asks, "Izuku, you were the witness, weren't you?" There, blown up, the image of Izuku wearing the yellow safety hat from his school is barely visible, being carried away from the crater. "Why, sir," the boy stutters. Inko's face blanches in surprise. "Izuku? Is this true? Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't the school?" "Don't blame your son, Mrs. Midoriya. His school hid the visit to the park from everyone. And, in questioning the teachers, it was clear that they encouraged the students to act like they knew nothing, keeping it even from their parents. It was common for schools in the area to visit there for short excursions. But nobody would want to admit to exposing children to the horrors of that day, so they simply went quiet and pretended it didn't happen," Sansa explains. "But as a result, the police were denied who may be the only eyewitness, an issue I am here to hopefully rectify." "How did you know it was me?" Izuku asks, confused. "There were a lot of kids from my school there that day." The cat face not giving away anything, the officer tells the pair, "An independent agency has been helping us identify who was there. I don't know precisely what the final evidence was that clued them in, but when he came forward with your name, we have to at least check. Now, we need to go over the events. Is this all right with you too? Understand you're not in trouble. An 8-year-old isn't expected to disobey their teacher. We just want to have a complete report, that's all." Inko looks to Izuku and gets his nod in return. Turning back to the hero, she says, "That's fine. So, what are your questions?" "First, can you tell me what you remember?" Sansa asks, taking out his pen and preparing to write. Izuku considers. The other kids were playing hero. I couldn't, so I sat on the swings. I remember seeing the fight in the distance, but I didn't know what it was. When they blew through the building, it was like the world collapsed. Too much noise. At some point I'd wandered away from the swings, and the next thing I knew the villain was there, staring right at me, his arm up. All Might threw himself in front of me to save me from that attack. He takes a deep breath and thinks. I tried to run after him, but was stopped. The villain grabbed me, and then did something that still doesn't make sense. He talked to me. Talked? The officer asks, a small note of surprise on his face. I know it's years ago, but I can't forget what he said. He thanked me for being a distraction. asked me my name. When he asked about my quirk though, the villain, he laughed. He said he would fix me as some kind of reward. Not noting how still the air has become, Izuku pushes through. And that's when All Might struck him. The villain was so distracted by me, he didn't notice. While fighting, they both said a lot of things I didn't understand. What things? Sansa inquires. Izuku thinks. He said that All Might was like his master, a failure. Then talked about someone's son changing their name to sure something. Then about turning someone else into a bomb. I didn't understand that part. And that they'd be put into an orphanage and lost. And that's when All Might said he would stop him. Oh, he called the villain something. All for one. Anything else? After he defeated the villain, All Might said he was glad. Izuku says, eyes starting to water. He was glad I was safe. Then he gave me his phone. He asked me to say what happened, but the teacher found me and took me away before I could. The officer nods. Was anyone else there with you? Izuku shakes his head. And no, sir. Closing the folder and setting his pen down, Sansa looks tired. Thank you, Izuku, Mrs. Midoriya. This may seem small, but it's been a hole in the record. Before you ask, no, his name is not going to be published. The official police report will redact his information, for privacy. Standing in the open room, a brown-haired man waits for them, holding a clipboard. Ah, Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku, I am glad you are here. Sorry about Officer Tamako. They approached us after you made the appointment, and by law we have to grant them the opportunity to talk to people. We understand, Inko says. Sorahiko Torino says you specialize in unusual quirk development, and could help with the sudden appearance of one in Izuku's case. The doctor nods. Yes. Izuku, my quirk allows me to copy yours for a few minutes, if that is okay. I've spent years studying different types of quirks, so this can save us hours of testing. At the quirk's description, Izuku's eyes widen in excitement. He quickly nods his approval. Dr. Monoma places one hand on the top of Izuku's head and closes his eyes. That way for a few moments, before his face tenses up and he lets go. Huh, very interesting. Interesting? Inko asks. Yes, he says. This explains why it did not manifest when he was younger. One moment. The doctor walks over to the wall and pulls out a few pamphlets. These may be useful. Taking the offered material, Izuku's mother glances at the titles. Accumulation quirks? Indeed. Young Izuku here has an accumulation quirk. They simply cannot work without storing whatever it is the quirk accumulates, Monoma explains. The boy's eyes go wide. You mean like fat gum? Yes, like fat gum, the doctor laughs. Although I would guess your quirk doesn't use body fat to work, based on your body. Tell me, Mrs. Midoriya, our file says your quirk is a form of telekinesis, while your husband breathes fire, is this correct? When she nods in the affirmative, he returns the gesture. Most fire breathers have an accumulation portion of their quirk, but a very small one, he explains. They take a deep breath, which the quirk then converts to some flammable gas on the exhale. That portion of your husband's quirk merged with your own telekinesis to create Izuku's quirk. And our pediatrician was so certain with the extra toe joint and all. Inko adds, toe joint predictor of quirk status was a theory over 100 years ago, the man interjects. It was discredited a while back. Your pediatrician had to be very old to even know of it, and very out of date in their medical knowledge to use it in a diagnosis. So, what am I accumulating? Izuku asks. That is the question. It will likely take several tests to figure it out. Why don't we get started? Directing Izuku to the middle of the room, the doctor starts with, try and imagine how you felt when it happened. Izuku closes his eyes. In his mind, he recalls the train, the fear, the pain, and the terror when he watched Setsuna falling away from him. Stop. Stop right there, the doctor's voice rings out. Don't go further, just keep it as is. Opening his eyes, the boy looks down and sees his right arm covered in red veins, green sparks dancing over it. This explains why your arm broke, Monoma says. You're channeling power into a single spot. That's why there's energy just bleeding off. There's simply too much. First, remember this feeling right now. Can you describe it? Kind of like when I'm holding a sneeze, only in my arm, Izuku admits. Okay, now release the power back to normal, the doctor says. What we're going to focus on here is to spread that power through your body, not in a limb, and to lower the output. Looking down at the child inside the testing area, a green-haired, gangly man stands, hands holding a folder in front of him as he looks down at the child below over thin glasses, his white suit impeccably pressed and clean. Sir Night-Eye observes the boy, not glancing at the paperwork handed to him from Officer Sansa moments before. Across the room, the only other occupant sits there, arms crossed, a tired expression on his face. Told you, the old man says. One last present to the world by that old BSTD. I had to hope you understand, the former sidekick says. But when the news footage came out, it's truly lost, isn't it, Gran Torino? The old hero grunts. With the death of All for One, it's fine. It's done the job it was made for. You know the boy. What do you think of young Midoriya here? Gran Torino chews on his snack before answering. Boy's soft, friendly. Doesn't have a mean bone in his body. I'd like to think if he'd lived, Toshinori would have picked someone like him for that quirk. Night-Eye scoffs his disapproval. Someone like him? No, the symbol of peace needs to be larger than life, someone everyone can gain hope from. The old hero laughs. You didn't know Toshinori back then. He was a lot like that kid, including his recklessness. Day I met him, he rushed in to save a boy he'd just met. And Tenko may have been targeted due to. In a flash, the old hero has crossed the room and hits the sidekick in the knee with his cane. Don't start going all paranoid on us. Those crooks were no all-for-one fanatics. They were common hoodlums, seeking a quick buck. And then Midoriya encounters Yakuza, plus the train attack. It's all too much, Sir says. Well, you did put Tenko in that school, Gran Torino points out. Good way to find out who was there, you said? Night-Eye sweeps an arm across the room below. The image was of a yellow hat, typically worn by first and second year students. Tenko would have graduated by the time they joined the middle school. But no, it was a third year. Himiko could help identify. She's a 12-year-old girl, Mirai. She's not your spy or puppet, Gran growls. The younger hero smiles slightly. You've grown attached to them. Bah, the old man scoffs. Night-Eye considers the boy below. Regardless, none of us could predict that the student who was there would be in Himiko's grade. The question now is, what do we do? Nothing, Gran says. A boy close to Tenko was given a quirk by that man, and you think we should do nothing? Disbelief drops off every word of Mirai's statement, filling the room with a tense atmosphere. Tenko was given a quirk by All for One too, need I remind you. And Tenko was given one through careful planning. Midoriya appears to have been on a lark, some kind of reward in the old BSTRD's mind, the old man points out. Besides, keeping him close by means I can keep an eye on him, just in case. Stepping up to the window and looking down, Gran Torino asks, should we tell him? No, Sir Night-Eye quips. If it is a trap of some kind, we would tip them off. And if it isn't, he wants to be a hero, you said. Let him be one free of the shadow of All for One. And what about whomever that BSTRD stole the quirk from? The old hero points out. What if they come searching? It's highly unlikely to happen, Sir Night-Eye says. Most likely they are dead. And even if not, they likely would never even recognize it. From my analysis of All for One's victims, the same quirk will express itself differently depending on who holds it. I found the person Tenko's quirk came from, you know. A girl in Okinawa whose quirk caused things to decay if she made any sound. Suddenly her quirk was gone. I've seen her quirk assessment, and the result is identical to Tenko's quirk. It took time to track her family down. They begged for that monster to take away her quirk. Begged him to give it to someone else. I can imagine that monster hoped it would behave the same way. Sounds to me like he helped them, Gran Torino pipes up. Night-Eye pushes his glasses up. For his own selfish end, perhaps. And what of the Yakuza? Is Midoriya under their thumb? Too many variables. The older hero scoffs. If you're that fearful, you know what to do. Feeling a bit more confident, Izuku practically is vibrating with excitement as he walks to the lobby, his mother hovering just behind him. I have a quirk, he keeps telling himself. Me. Just don't use it in public without a license, a gruff voice calls out as they reach the lobby, snapping the pair's attention. Recognizing the figure, Izuku's already bright face lights up more. Mr. Torino. Hey kid, the old man wheezes out. Figured come for moral support since the kiddos aren't here. Well, what did you learn? Oh, Dr. Minoma identified it as an accumulation-type emitter. That's why I didn't know I had a quirk, Izuku says excitedly. Accumulation-type quirks are an oddity, that is certainly true, the plain, tall man nobody had noticed standing behind Gran Torino interjects. It takes Izuku only a few seconds to recognize the man. Sir Knight Eye. Gran Torino smiles and points a thumb at the man standing there in a business suit. I figured you'd fanboy a bit, so since Sir Knight Eye and I were meeting for a case anyways, I had him come along. The hero looks at the Midoriyas and says, I remember reading a study that nearly a quarter of those thought to be quirkless may have an accumulation-style quirk without knowing it. I know. The doctor mentioned fat gum. Looking down at the boy, the taller hero asks, I wonder, young Midoriya, do you desire to be a hero? Yes, sir, he pipes up instantly, his features breaking into a wide grin. Inko smiles a bit. Ever since he was a little boy. With a firm look he asks, and why do you want to be a hero? To save people with a smile, Izuku says in reflex. For the first time that Izuku has seen him, Sir Knight Eye's face changes, a slight upturn in the corners of his mouth appearing. Good answer. Wait, the boy belts out, suddenly reaching into his bag. Could I? He holds out a notebook, labeled, Hero Analysis for the Future, 11. The hero nods. Certainly. Flipping it open, Knight Eye glances at the content before reaching the first blank page. Taking out his pen, he quickly autographs the book. Watching, Izuku's eyes go wide. Is that one of the limited edition chibi All Might pens with the California Smash graphic? Sir finishes and looks at the pen. Yes, it does appear to be. Those are super rare, only 50 ever made. Knight Eye considers it a moment. This is from our last autograph signing session, I do believe. You have the New Hampshire Smash pen, right Izuku? Inko pipes up with. Knight Eye hands the notebook back over. Only 1,000 of those were made. Well done. Do you collect all heroes, or just All Might? Oh, his room is almost exclusively filled with All Might merchandise, Inko volunteers, pulling out her phone. Here, let me show you. Mom. Izuku's protests fall on silent ears as his mother proceeds to embarrass him. After a few minutes looking through, Knight Eye looks back at Izuku. I see you're still hopeful. We need more heroes like that. From another pocket, he pulls out a different pen. Back when I still worked with Might Tower, they made a sample batch of pens with both All Might and myself. It would please me if you had one. Maybe you could use this for your first autographing session. Izuku stares at the offered pen, his eyes wide with hope and wonder. Taking it, he looks. You and All Might? This would have been popular. Sir Knight Eye sighs. Part of my success is that I'm not well known. Leave the popularity contests and spotlight to other heroes. Cautiously, the boy asks, Are you sure it's okay? Putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder, the hero's eyes change color for a few moments before he says, Quite sure. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to work soon. Torino? Don't worry about a thing, it's all taken care of. Exiting the office, Sir Knight Eye considers what he just witnessed. It's been years since he's used his quirk, and he is out of practice. Mentally, he runs over the fragments he picked up as he picks up his phone. Bubble Girl? I need you to make an addendum to the Shai Hasaikai case file. Find out their connection to Feel Good, Incorporated. In his head, the image of a factory in flames, a slightly older Midoriya wearing a costume vaguely reminiscent of All Might comforting a figure he recognizes as the granddaughter of the old Yakuza boss while the disaster rages in the background. And the image can only make Mirai Sasaki, The pro-hero Sir Night-Eye, very happy to see. The massive figure pauses the footage of the train explosion and turns to the room. While the public have been informed of the villain factory's involvement in the attack, what has been left out of the news is that this group was apparently under the command of this man, Kugo Sakamada, also known as the pro-hero gang Orca, tells the assembled heroes. Toxic Chainsaw, real name unknown. Previously, he has worked as a freelance mercenary for various organizations. It is quite possible that he is doing so here as well, and is only a hired gun for the villain factory. The attack left several people in critical condition, including 2 teenagers. If not for the quick thinking by Majestic, we likely would have witnessed several fatalities. Manami Aiba continues where her boss left off. This is the boldest move by the villain factory since their attack on Ketsubutsu Academy 3 years ago, the current number 8 hero explains. But it is the latest in a series of escalations that have been building up over the past several months. In each case, the attack has involved a pro-hero on scene. Each of these heroes was with children, either their own or students who are part of their agency. It is clear that this is their target, the children. The killer whale hero stops talking to let the weight of this settle in across the room, watching the assembled group absorb this. Each hero in the room are those who have an apprenticeship program or have families with children. And across Japan, several such rooms are filled with other heroes, each hearing the same information. It is the opinion of the Hero Public Safety Commission that measures need to be taken to ensure the safety of the next generation. Aiba pipes up with opening the folder in front of her and taking out a stack of papers, passing it to the hero to her left. Here are a set of guidelines, but to summarize, no longer is a single hero considered secure enough for our juniors. To help, we have reached out to police departments for assistance. When groups are to be gathered, for protection while traveling, for exercises, and such, an officer will be made available to assist. These officers will be part of the new program of certified quirk constables, and can use their quirks within defined constraints. This causes the room to start bursting with the low mumble of the gathered heroes. When Mr. Brave pipes up with, "What about our families?" Gang Orca raises a hand to silence the room. Ever since the death of All Might, the HPSC has been developing a contingency in case any of our families are targeted. You may have noticed the new educational initiative. Schools partnering with the HPSC for the training and development of the next generation of heroes are affiliated with the agency in a manner far closer than more traditional educational programs. Part of this includes secure housing. For your family's protection, this housing is being opened up for heroes and their families until these villains are stopped. Of course, those of you with secure housing as part of your agencies are free to use that, the diminutive girl says. This is just an option being made available. The goal for now is to reduce the number of targets available for the villain factory. This in turn will make it far easier for us to anticipate and respond. Any questions? With the presentation over, Gang Orca sighs and looks over to his co-presenter. This never gets easier. Cheer up, Mr. Sakamada. This will lure them out, I'm sure of it, Aiba says. Then you can get back to those tours for the kids down at the aquarium. The pro-hero chuckles. Looking down at the papers still on the podium, he asks, "It's hard to recognize what we're becoming. State-run hero training programs are already concerning, but now, any hero not in an agency is being effectively put under the HPSC's thumb. Things were supposed to be different. I suppose it's all of our fault for failing to remember that All Might was still human after all." The man by the door smiles at the pair, a plastic expression honed by years in executive management. All wrapped up. The killer whale hero nods. "Thank you again for lending us this space for the presentation, Mr. Chikazoku. You and your company are most appreciated. It is difficult to find good lecture spaces large enough while having the necessary security." Tomiyasu Chikazoku nods, and gestures to the door, clutching his laptop to his chest all the while. "I will gladly escort you past security. Save time and headache, you know." As the group exits the room, the last sidekick looks out from behind the projection screen where he has been hidden the past hour. The man, wearing a Gang Orca sidekick uniform, mentally reviews his objectives. Infiltrate the factory. Avoid patrols. In the foreman's office is a time-locked safe. Using the tools provided, open the safe and copy the data within. Exit without being caught. With a bit of a tug, a nearby air vent grate pops open, the aluminum tunnel behind more than ample enough for his movement within. Entering, he pulls the cover back into place, and by the time anyone checks the room again, there will remain no sign he was ever there. Slowly, careful to prevent any noise at his movement, the figure slinks down the path, only lit by the occasional vent running off to other rooms. As he reaches the end of the ventilation duct, a soft chirp in his ear alerts him to a key part of this operation. His partner has exited the building. Now he is free to act. First things first, the sidekick uniform disintegrates on command, freeing the costume beneath. A gentle tug of his sleeves, and a check of his mustache, and gentle criminal is ready to work. Pulling the vent open, he drops onto a catwalk. With slow motion, he pushes the grate back into place. Around him, the silence of a factory stilled after the end of shift, with the promise of new labor in the morning. La brava, I'm in, he whispers to his partner. Now in place, he looks down into the factory below. The huge structures of windmill vanes are laid out one after the other, massive entities promising future power production. And there at the other end of the factory, the foreman's office sits, windows unlit. The chirp in his ear notifies him of a message. Gentle, the next loop of the night guard should not pass by you for 7 more minutes. With a quick jump, Gentle bounces off an air platform, once, twice, and then with a soft thump on the roof of the small structure. Pausing a few moments, he listens. Only the gentle hum of the environmental control system fills the area. Shimmying down to the floor, he opens the door and scoots inside, closing it behind him. Office, he whispers to his partner as he glances at the room, taking in the contents of the building within a building around him. Time. 3 minutes, she tells him. Ducking down, the former vigilante checks the tools. Nodding to himself, he sets the dial on the little disc before magnetically attaching it to the safe. Instantly the clock on the front changes time, from 2013 to 08, and nothing else happens. La brava? The clock changed, but the safe hasn't opened. A curse word, then an alarm. Guard. Pulling the tool off the safe, he pulls himself under the foreman's desk and freezes. Holding his breath, he watches the beam of light from some night sentry pass over the room lazily. Crossing the desk, the chair in front of it, the beam of light finally settles on a pin-up calendar on the wall before bouncing in place lazily. Then, the most horrible sound possible rings out as the safe clicks, the door slowly opening a few centimeters across the room from the would-be burglar. Just when he curses his luck, an even worse sound echoes through the empty factory as the foreman's office door slams open. "Anybody there?" the guard in the entryway cries out, sweeping his flashlight across the room once more, this time in a slower, more deliberate manner. Huh, he puzzles before his eyes alight on the safe. With relaxed steps, the man groans to himself, "Oh, those idiots." With a swift kick of his boot, the safe door slams shut, the lock latching. Whistling as he exits, the guard continues on his way, light sweeping the massive turbine blades overhead. Crawling out of his spot, Gentle curses his luck, his eyes locked to the safe. La brava, we lost the window. Get out of there. We'll try again later, comes his partner's voice. Despite there being no cameras, the gleam in Gentle's eye carries over the comlink. I am not thwarted yet. Sliding over to the safe, the vigilante presses down on the edge next to the door and gives it a gentle push. A slight vibration begins, and in moments the door pops open again. Reaching in, Gentle pulls out a single sheet of paper. Tonight has been a dull one for Jean Babaigor. The factory is idle, no security alerts, the big boss even was here with some big hero names earlier. All easy sailing for the night guard today, he tells himself. Something is going to go wrong. Something keeps bugging him, like he missed something. Like there was the safe. It finally clicks for him. The safe is on a time lock. Picking up his radio, he calls into it, "Hey, did anyone work late tonight in the floor office?" A few seconds later, his own voice replies, "Nobody here." Some more seconds, his own voice once again carries over the radio, "Same here. Call the boss." We may have a situation, the guard finally says. Returning to the office, he flicks the light on and sees the safe door open once again. Damn it. Okay guys. We have a break-in. Let's do this. As if on cue, the factory floor springs to life, all lights coming on at once. And there, a shadow overhead alerts him to what he had been missing. Surrender, he cries out as the cloaked figure rushes down the catwalk. Damn it, why didn't he listen? As gentle criminal rushes forward, he finds himself facing the same guard as was just below him. My, you are quick, he cries, before jumping off the side and onto a platform of his own creation, bouncing away. Landing on the factory floor, two more of the guard appear. What? Is all he can say before he is dodging fists thrown at him. You're making me miss my soap operas, the nearest guard belts out, throwing a punch only to hit rubber air. Gentle criminal takes stock of the situation and realizes quickly that he is in over his head as a veritable army of the same man pours out of every doorway. Slowly, the outnumbered criminal raises his hands, then bends his knees as the ground beneath him flexes downwards. Before the army of Jean can grab him, the man is in the air, bounding back to the catwalk. La Brava, do you have the cameras? He asks, eyeing the security system around the gathered mob of one. The chirp in her voice brings back memories of the heists they used to do. Absolutely, Gentle. With a sweep of his arm, the vigilante guffaws, calling out to the assembled mass of person below, my listeners. This extraordinary gentleman is about to set his grand ambitions into motion. But do not allow yourself to be dazzled and bear witness to your savior. The chivalrous thief. Gentle criminal. One of the person below yells up, what is this guy going on about? Another of him shrugs, going, I don't know. A third one pipes up with, hey, I know him. He's the guy who does those stupid crimes. Hey idiot. Nobody cares. Tut, gentle criminal spits at them. You cannot comprehend the complexity of my criminal escapades. For look, this may seem like a simple wind farm turbine factory, but behold the evil beneath the surface. With a bounce, the catwalk flexes, and the vigilante leaps onto a turbine blade. While the legal requirement is for power-generating turbines to use at least 33% post-recycled material, Feel Good, Inc. is only using 18%. For shame. Huh. The collected voice of the many-man below belts out in unison. Is he for real? Come on. Is this a joke? As the crowd descends into confusion, Gentle pushes on the turbine blade, enhancing its natural flexibility with his quirk to propel himself across the factory and out the nearest windows lining the top of the wall. Laughing as he bounces along the rooftop, Gentle can hear the complaints from the multiple man fade in the distance. Did you get it? The black and white hero asks the self-labeled gentle criminal as he hops through the sunroof of a waiting limousine. Yes, I hope this is helpful, the gray-haired man says. What those people did with poor Hikishi should be criminal. The pro-hero nods and looks over the sheet of paper. And you left the forgery? Of course, gentle criminal says. Sitting across from the two men, Detective Izo Tanuma gives a small smile. At last, we can intercept the next trigger shipment, and with luck find their supplier, number 6. I am grateful that Mr. Chikazoku came forward when he learned of his subordinates smuggling the drags through Feel Good Incorporated facilities, Gang Orca replies. Not many corporate executives would be willing to work with the police to stage a break-in like this. It was a devil of a plan, I will admit, the detective tells the gentleman. The pressure to move the product before your video is posted will make them slip up. The vigilante smiles and gives a slight bow in his seat. 4 months, rather than the blank haze of exhaustion or the rare dreams. While asleep, Izuku regularly finds himself in a strange landscape, built out of fog, shapeless and shifting. Around him echoes of voices he has never known fill the space, making him feel like he's not alone within his own head. Today's dreamscape is no different, filled with random sentences he can never understand. Too young for this, a gruff roar erupts. A kind woman's voice whispers, just keep smiling. As the dream world around him continues to billow, the eyes once more appear, 8 sets of them, all gazing upon him. Yet, Despite the landscape, Izuku feels nothing but warmth and compassion, like a blanket wrapped around him to keep him safe. Watching the constantly shifting landscape, green sparks start to appear in the distance, booming from afar but slowly building up in intensity. Finally, a voice he knows emerges as one set of eyes shifts, forming a familiar silhouette, asking the same question as ever. "Kid, do you want to be a hero?" the imposing figure of All Might asks as he looks down at the boy. Unable to speak, Izuku can only nod. "Then be one. You have the power. Be someone's hero," the silhouette of his idol tells him. Even without a face, Izuku can feel the smile and the warmth it brings even with the sadness at his loss. A new movement steps forth. Another shadow, thin and small, moves near him and waves a hand, turning the chaotic cloudscape into two men. Izuku recognizes one, the villain from that day, towering over a man who resembles the latest shade. The villain stands over the other, kneeling before him. The way the bodies move shows that they are clearly talking, but no words can be made out. Suddenly the villain grabs the thin man by the head, and a shock of red lightning covers the pair. A few seconds later it is over, the thin man now on all fours, gasping for air even as a wellspring of sparks starts to dance over his body even as the image breaks apart, returning to clouds once more. 9. A wispy voice tells him, thin but with a hidden strength to it, saying the same thing it always does. Never words, never meaning, just the same number over and over again. The woman's voice fills the space, filled with kindness. "It's okay to be scared. Heroes are scared too. You know what I used to do? No matter how scary things get, just keep smiling as if to say, I am Aok. It helps." One shadow moves and becomes sharp all of a sudden. Imposing, the leather-clad figure smiles down at the kid with an almost approving smirk. "Control your heart, kiddo. Make good use of us." All at once the dreamscape collapses, pulled into a whirlwind away from Izuku. "Hey Izuku!" Setsuna's voice drags him back to consciousness. Looking around, Majestic and Officer Niji both are in their seats, not having moved since the trip began. "Didn't mean to fall asleep," Izuku mutters, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "That was a weird dream." This makes his cousin's eyes brighten as a mischievous grin crosses her face, flashing sharp teeth. "Ooh? What kind of dream? Did it involve naked people?" "I bet it did." "Was it a Naoadi dream? I better tell Aunt Inko her little boy's growing up." The chime tells him that they are arriving at the station. "Enough, you can tease your cousin later," Officer Niji tells the pair. "Now remember, Officer Deguchi will escort you from the station to the gym." Behind the trio, the subway doors close as the car they were traveling in moves along. At the will call, another officer stands at the ready. Majestic, walking up, eyes the officer, a lanky woman with purple hair whose gray eyes never stop moving as they scan the area. "Officer Deguchi," he says in a long drawl. Every time they assign the same officer to him since the new policies went into service last week. A curt nod tells them that this woman is not interested in talking as ever. Falling in behind the group, they can't help but be painfully aware of her silent presence behind them. Always behind them. "So, you think she's a pajama girl or sleeps ND?" Setsuna whispers to Izuku. The poor boy turns bright red and stammers out, "WW. I'm more of a ND gal myself," she declares with a wicked grin. "Woke up too many times with my left arm tangled up in my sleeve. Sue Yuka pain. But, naked I just need to pull myself together and I'm right as rain. No pesky hunting down that left pinky or right melons." Izuku has never been so happy to see a gym before. This is a new facility to him, one recommended by his quirk counselor. His quirk counselor. It hits him again, he has a quirk. He needs counseling on his quirk. The wide smile etched across his face seems almost a permanent feature now, as if he can take on the world. Majestic looks back to the officer. "We're here. See you later, Officer Deguchi." She grunts and keeps walking, pausing only when she reaches Setsuna, where the officer gives a quick glance to the side and says, "A baby doll. Try it sometime," setting off the green-haired girl into giggles. Walking into the gym, Enma hands over a form to the woman at the front desk. Silently, she reviews, nods, and presses a button. With a loud buzzer, the red light over the door to the side turns on as Majestic gestures for the pair to follow him. Inside, a vast open space, designed for quirk gymnastics, opens before them. This is the Vision for Improvement Strength Center. We've rented it for the day. I know you've been working with your counselor, but this is for improving your quirk, not just understanding it, the pro hero explains. So, let's start with the basics. How far can you project those tendrils of yours safely? The most I can project unless I'm all emotional is this, Izuku explains, holding up his hand and projecting a black tendril a half-dozen centimeters. For how long? Enma asks, watching the thing slowly vanish. Izuku scratches the back of his head. Depends on how long I make it. That long, a few seconds. What about if you don't make it long at all? His cousin pipes up. How long can you hold it then? I don't know. Izuku considers and tries to make another tendril. Before it grows very far, she barks out, "Stop! Shorter than that. Like just on your skin." You mean like this? Instantly the black mass shrinks until it is a spot on his fingertip. As if she was waiting for something, Setsuna grabs a coin out of her pocket and sets it on the spot. Hold on to this with the stuff. See how long you can keep it up. I'm not giving it back, he jokes, as he wraps the black substance around the coin and starts moving his hand around to check if it is secure. The sharp-toothed girl flashes one of her signature grins in response. Well, if you're so hard up that 10 yen is that important to you. After a short bit of laughter, Izuku sighs a bit. I don't know how I could use this to be a hero. I mean, what could I do? Stick to the villains? The pro-hero leans back, considering him. Izuku, you keep thinking of your quirk in terms of combat. My quirk is pretty useless in a fight. I use it mostly for support and rescue. There are a lot of heroes like that. Don't try and make the way you fight be about the quirk. The quirk is just a new tool in that vast toolbox of skills and abilities you already have. So, what else can you do? Can you project more of those things at the time? The boy considers, then a second black spot forms on a different finger. Setsuna flips another coin out, and by reflex Izuku catches it on the spot. As he stares at the coins stuck to Izuku's fingertips, Enma ponders options. You know, I can think of an application for this. Come on. Walking over to the parkour practice section of the gym, the pro-hero points to the climbing wall. Vertical climbing is a pain, and slow going, as you have to find ledges, cracks, any way up. Fitting fingers and toes in is a major headache. But, if you can use those tendrils to climb, I can get places nobody else can, Izuku realizes, eyes going wide with realization. Learn to climb using your quirk. Majestic smiles, pointing at the wall. Work on projecting more of those things at a time, making them last longer, get length on them. Think of the possibilities. Izuku starts to mutter. Climbing buildings, sneaking past security, espionage, observation. Stop getting ahead of yourself. You first need to learn how to climb, the hero points out. So, put those coins away and I'll get things set up. As Majestic talks to the gym manager, Setsuna leans into her shorter cousin, staring. So, you named your quirk yet? The ever-curious and teasing girl inquires. Izuku shakes his head. Every idea I come up with sounds wrong. She smirks. At least you're old enough to not name it something dumb. I mean, seriously, they let 4-year-olds name their quirks. Imagine if my parents had let me go ahead with the name I came up with, instead of making me change it. Oh, the boy says, a sudden wave of interest crashing over him. And what did you come up with originally? Finger fling. The two break down into laughter at this. All right, Izuku. Come here, Majestic calls him over. Pointing to the wall, he highlights what has been done. Removing the hand grips, all you're left with are the bolts sticking out. Use those things to latch onto the bolts in place of the grips. It's on the easiest setting otherwise until you get used to it. Go on, show us. Watching Izuku start to slowly climb, Majestic talks to the 12-year-old girl next to him. You need practice too. Hit the parkour course while we're here. Roger, sensei, she salutes mockingly, her arm not moving even as her hand does. By late afternoon, Izuku has managed to make a lot of progress with his quirk. Alright, now you can handle hanging from a near perpendicular surface, Majestic notes. Izuku calls back down, yeah, but I'll need custom shoes to allow these things out. True, the hero notes. Barefoot crime fighting is a bit of a pain. Now finish climbing up. Watching the boy pull himself along the horizontal plane, only the surface of the training pad below him, Majestic feels proud of the boy's accomplishments today. When Izuku pulls himself around the edge and starts to climb vertically again, Majestic hears the noise of the doors opening behind him. Turning around, Torino, the two Tamura siblings and another girl all walk in, Himiko bouncing up to him ahead of the others. Hello, Mr. Majestic. Oh. So that's it. Izuku's quirk? The blonde-haired girl chatters while the others fall in around them. Yes, he hasn't named it yet, but it's quite versatile, the younger pro-hero tells them. Huh, the older one grunts. Reminds me of a hero I knew of when I was a boy. Impatient as ever, Himiko cups her hands around her mouth and yells up, Izuku-kun. Surprised, Izuku turns his head and loses focus. Immediately, the tendrils he is using to hold onto the wall vanish, and he finds himself in free fall, 18 meters off the ground. Flailing his hands out over his head, instinctively he reaches out, hoping to grab something. Responding to the spike of terror, a tendril longer and thicker than the ones before shoots out, grabbing a ceiling support beam. Now anchored, he swings down, out of control, right into the gathered people below. Once he sorts through what just happened, Izuku takes stock of the situation. He is on the ground, his head laying on something rather soft. Is this how he greets every new person, or am I special? An older teenage girl's voice rings in his ears. Tenko's voice joins in with, what? My kid sister isn't enough, so you need Hana too. Opening his eyes, he looks up to find himself staring at the very close face of a girl he'd only seen in pictures before, Tenko and Himiko's sister Hana. Looking down at what he was laying on. Says sorry, he stammers out as he jumps to his feet, his face bright red, bowing in apology. Wow, Izuku, I didn't know you were a melons man, Setsuna jokes as she jogs up from her corner of the gym. Alright, now that the Tamura kids are here, you two hit the showers. And you three, pick where you want to eat, my treat. Glad to see you guys made it in one piece, Majestic says with a smile. DMN plane was an hour late. Those terminal seats are uncomfortable, you know, Torino grumbles. While the kids are off doing their things, the two heroes talk. Found two other stockpiling quirks on record which work on emotions, as the doctor theorizes his does, Sorahiko tells Enma. One is a minor healing quirk, nothing too special. Keeps the girl from breaking any bones. The other, best if you read it. Taking out an envelope, the older man passes it to the younger. It's old, he notes. The paper of the envelope is faded, brittle to the touch. How old is this? This man died 53 years ago. Majestic frowns. Records of quirks back then only exist for heroes or villains. Gran Torino nods. Name Chikara Yatsubashi, better known as Destro, the hero says, already knowing the answer. You mean Izuku's quirk is like that madman? Only in that it works based on stockpiling emotions. The black effect is similar as well, only on Destro it discolored his own skin while active. This doesn't mean they are connected, only that the quirks work similarly. I've included all data we have on Destro's quirk. Hopefully it can benefit you in teaching the kid how to be a hero. The old man looks tired as he continues. None of you whippersnappers remember back then. He was a joke, not some legend. Almost nobody respected him. His suicide would have been the end of the story, if not for that book of his. You're kidding, Majestic says, surprised. The leader of the Meta Liberation Army, a joke? Bah, Sorahiko replies. They called themselves an army, but it was at most only 100 people, mostly kids who took his classes at university. They did some protests, a few acts of sabotage, but nothing I'd call noteworthy. Not until the coup attempt. Such foolishness, a bunch of kids thinking they could topple the government with a handful of people and a moving Guy bought his own bullshit is all I see. Well, if this can help the boy, I'm grateful for it, the younger hero says after a few minutes reeling from the insight. Across the gym, by the showers, Himiko sits outside of the doorway to the boys' shower, yelling in while her siblings sit by the window. So, you haven't named it yet? She asks. Izuku's voice carries over the sounds of the shower. No. Nothing sounds right. Himiko considers. Well, it looks like blood with how it flows out. This makes the boy laugh. You and blood. I swear you're part vampire sometimes. Want me to bite you to find out? No, Izuku says. I'm good. Suit yourself, Himiko replies teasingly. Well, it's kind of like a rope or whip, right? And it looks like blood. Blood isn't black, he tells her. Not so fast, she says, scolding him. In Greek mythology, the blood of the gods was black. They called this black blood ichor. Ichor, Izuku says thoughtfully. How do you know about Greek gods anyways? One of Tenko's stupid video games. Some remake of an older game. I just remember talking about how stupid it was that the god's blood was black. That was a bug. It's supposed to be golden, Tenko yells out across the room, clearly annoyed at the game developers in question. Oh, the boy says, curiosity satisfied. And how you lashed yourself to the wall, super cool. Himiko continues, clearly enjoying it. Lash. He says, continuing to think. Lash. Not letting up, she says, and swinging down like that and hitting Hana. You should have seen your face. I'm so sorry about that, he belts out. Don't be, Hana's not going to hold it against you, the catgirl says, before lowering her voice a bit. I wish you'd crashed into me instead. What was that? Izuku asks, turning the water off inside of the room. Nothing important. Come on, I'm hungry. Holding your dreams, that's what the song says. But no matter how much she tries, Kyokujiro, all she can hold onto are the shattered remains. Standing there, near the center of the memorial, dreams are the last thing on her mind. Taking out the offerings, she puts the guitar picks down on either side of the little clay cup, already filled with sake from her guardian, standing several steps away at another monument, repeating the same gesture he did at this 1 minute before. In a low voice she begins to talk to the stone structure, a single word carved into its face, Jiro. Standing away, Oda Nobukazu looks over the map of memorials he needs to visit. 22 stones, carved with 22 names, to represent 25 people in total. All of them lost when the building the office was in collapsed in the battle. His responsibility for them being here now. Standing here, in the spot where the battle ended, a former park now turned into the cold stone of a tomb, the weight of what he lost rests heavy on his shoulders. Of those 25, 17 children were left behind. Even now he supported them, life insurance paid to their remaining parent, a poor substitute for the one lost. But then there's Kyoka. Unlike the other children, both of her parents worked for him. Both of her parents were there that day. And now he was helping to raise her, to fulfill a promise he'd made. They didn't interact much, he'd hired proper caretakers for her, but legally he was responsible. But beyond that, if he hadn't insisted on that meeting on that day, a meeting he was late for which his late wife graciously took over running, then none of them would be here today. Approaching the epicenter of the fight, now turned into a statue of All Might with a pond surrounding it, Nobukazu finds something he'd never seen before in all the visits before, people at the memorial stone for the man himself. While people would always approach to leave flowers before it, never had someone not a priest or monk actually prayed at it in his memory. It just wasn't to be done for Oban. Only the family of the departed were even allowed into the memorial. But there they were, two kids not much older than Kyoka herself, a boy with white hair, a girl with black, both dressed in subdued yukatas. Shaking his head, Oda recognizes that he is staring at something personal. Rather than focus on others, he has his own work to do. Refocusing, he steps past the pair and crouches down in front of another memorial stone, this time marked, Oda, and says quietly, "Hello, Akina." It doesn't get any easier. Kyoka talks to herself as she looks down at the memorial stone. I can't keep going like this. I miss you guys so much. Sighing, she wipes away her eyes as she stands up. Around her, other people talk to their memorials, to the spirits of the dead according to tradition. Not that Kyoka is much of a believer, but on days like this, she almost can. Around her, the bright sunset and clear sky mocked the sorrow of the people gathered. Just as how her modern clothing looks out of place among the more traditional outfits dominating those gathered. Not her fault if a yukata just doesn't feel as normal as her father's old jacket does. His spare, she notes, as he was wearing his regular one when it happened. Should be overcast, she told herself, looking over the crowd as they all began to drift in the direction of the pond at the center of the graveyard before exiting the memorial. Looking up at the statue of All Might, Kyoka wonders how things would be if he were here. The thought makes her almost laugh at the preposterous message carved in its base. I am here, huh? If only, she mutters to herself below her breath. If only he were here, her parents would be too. So would everyone else who has a placard here. But it's not his fault. It's the fault of the villain, someone so bad that his official death count is measured in the thousands. Even years on, little is known of him. Rumors abound saying he was everything from the Lord of Japan's underworld to a literal demon. And every year they become even more elaborate. As she is lost in her own head, a soft voice behind Kyoka chimes out, "Jiro?" Turning around, the preteen finds herself within an oddly familiar cat-eyed gaze of a blonde-haired girl wearing a pale yukata. Once facing each other, the girl's face draws into a wide smile. "I knew it was you." "Weiss? Pardon, what?" The words die in her mouth when recognition sets in. Lost are the dead eyes and sluggish movements from her memory, replaced by a rather cheerful-looking and quite lively figure of the girl before her. "You were at the orphanage, right?" "Yes," the girl squeals. "You were picked up the day before I was. That's why I remember you." "Well, that and the fact your bed was next to mine." Kyoka thinks for a minute. "Toga, right? Tomura now." "I was adopted," the girl corrects her, smiling all the while. Not sure what to say, Kyoka can only get out, "That's good." Stuck in an awkward place, only knowing each other due to this tragedy, the girl with earjacks finds herself unable to find a subject to talk about. Both of them had lost their families. Not exactly material that's ideal to bond over. Regardless of how the situation makes Kyoka feel, Toga, Tomura now, seems immune to the effect, grabbing her hands and pulling her along. "Come on, meet my new siblings. Right over here." "Tenka. Hana. I found someone." "Himiko? You can't just keep grabbing people." The girl scolds the blonde-haired girl. Putting on a smile, the black-haired sibling tells Kyoka, "Sorry about that. She has a bad habit of making friends wherever we go." It's fine," the collected girl gets out. "She's just enthusiastic." The white-haired boy with her scoffs. "Enthusiastic, that's a way to describe it." Hana punches him in the arm. "Like you don't collect characters in those video games of yours." "They aren't real people and can't say no," he corrects her, waving a hand. "She was in the orphanage with me," Himiko explains. "Oh," Hana says, realizing what that means. "Are you?" Kyoka shakes her head. "My parents' old boss is my guardian now. I'm Kyoka Jiro." "I'm Hana, this idiot is our brother Tenko," the girl says, smiling. "I guess we don't need to explain what we're doing." Kyoka shrugs. "Guess not." Tenko looks up at the sky. "It's almost time anyways." "Himiko, did you see where they will be dancing?" The cat-eyed girl's grin widens a bit. "Guess." Kyoka points to the clearing north of them. "Over there." "Then we're going over here, want to join us?" Hana says, pointing the opposite direction. "Not going to dance?" "No way." Tenko belts out. "Dull cutscene, and these stupid wooden slippers hurt my feet." Once away from the gathered, the four look up at the statue dominating the area. "Hard to believe that's life-sized," Himiko says, looking up. "Guy was huge." Kyoka chuckles. "No kidding. Imagine clothes shopping. He'd need to kill a whole cow to get enough leather for a jacket like mine." "That's a lariat, isn't it?" Hana pipes up. The girl is surprised. "Why yeah, how did you know?" The other girl smiles. It's one of the most popular jacket cuts. Named after some hero 50 years ago. Stupid, Tenko mutters. Who cares what some hero wore back when our grandparents were kids? Kyoka pulls her arms around her father's jacket. It's not about whomever originally wore it. It's about who wears it now. I like the jacket. The boy sighs. What is it with girls and clothing anyways? This from someone who played a game for 8 weeks to get a virtual hat. Himiko points out. It was a cool hat. Tenko protests. The scene is so cute it makes Kyoka smile a bit. I'm glad you guys get along. Put up with them is more like it, Tenko insists. The music crescendo draws their attention as the mass gathered start in a dance. You just don't want to admit that you don't know the moves, Tenko, Hana says, putting a hand on her brother's shoulder. He brushes her off, retorting with, You don't know it either. Want me to show you? Kyoka volunteers. Himiko's eyes immediately light up as she grabs the leather-clad girl's hands. Yes, yes, yes. Show me. Not me. Tenko protests before Hana pokes him, pointing out, think of the achievement to unlock. He pulls his face into a scowl, then sighs in surrender. Fine. Show us this mystical ancestor dance, O Master Jiro. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, Tenko no longer looked completely clueless about the festival dance. Only mostly. The things I do for my sisters, he grunts as the music finally ends. Lantern time. Hana pipes up, grabbing Tenko's hand as Himiko grabs his other while giggling. Walking in the same general direction as everyone else, the group comes across tables set up with unassembled lanterns sitting on them. Hana, Himiko and Kyoka all walk up, with Tenko hanging back. Kyoka looks down at the paper and marker handed to her, a reminder of what today was. It had been easy to forget why she was there for a while, hanging out with the Tamura siblings. Glancing over, she catches the other 2 girls, each working on their own lanterns. She doesn't know what to write, what message she wants to tell her parents. What she wishes she could tell them that they wouldn't already know. Next to her, Himiko hums a soft tune as she works. Halfway done, she stops and looks over at Kyoka. Is everything okay, Jiro? I don't know, Kyoka admits. I just don't know what to say. What about you guys? I'm telling them about the Tamuras, how my birth parents don't need to worry about me, the blonde says, her smile as wide as ever. Kyoka thinks. And what about you, Hana? Telling uncle and grandma that Tenko and I will be heroes, like them, she says. Heroes? Kyoka replies on instinct. Tenko laughs a bit. Yeah. A hero duo, able to save lives and hearts like they did. Sounds corny, I know, but it's what we've wanted since we were kids. Lives and hearts, huh? The girl with purple hair utters as she looks back to her own lantern. Looking over, she sees her guardian, already holding a lantern while talking to a monk, standing nearby. Then around him, the faces of other people, sadness there, but also hope as they each clutch to their lanterns. Turning to look over her shoulder, the statue of All Might stands in mute testimony to the gathered people around her, the red of the sky cut by the imposing silhouette. I am here, she says quietly before smiling. I get it now. Putting her marker to paper, she writes out her message to her parents and slides the paper over the wooden lantern frame. Falling in behind the siblings, Kyoka can only smile as they talk among themselves, the years of shared experience forming a bond that is unbreakable. And to think 2 of them plan to be a hero duo, the very idea is infectious, rekindling a fire inside the girl that she'd long forgotten had existed. Handing over the lanterns, the group watches as the old man standing by the river uses a hook on a pole to gently set them down one at a time into the river below. Kyoka didn't even notice when her guardian joins them, looking down at her lantern as it joins the rest. Lazily, the lantern turns in place, until the message written on it comes into view. Oh, that's your message to them, young Jiro? Oda tells her as he watches it. Looking back at him, the girl nods at her guardian, a smile having settled on her previously glum features. He chuckles, happy to see the girl feeling better. Well, I'm certain that they will be most pleased. And so the lantern drifts among the rest into the night, its message backlit by the candle within. Flickering against the growing dark, it has but a single thing to say. I'm going to be a hero. The underground masquerade has operated without issue for years, its patrons engaging in drinking, betting, and most of all fighting even as the location shifts over time. Originally created by a long-dead villain in order to cultivate powerful quirks, he did not live long enough to cultivate the seeds of power he planted. Heroes have infiltrated, even busted up the fighting circuit over the years, but the underground masquerade always managed to recover, stronger than ever. Tonight's fight has a visitor, one which previously graced the cage that now stands before him. In a corner, the hooded figure sits, glaring out at the room, his legs restlessly bouncing from the excitement and energy building up within him. Softly glowing eyes scan around him, staring out from a hidden face buried deep within the hood. Slowly, he cracks his knuckles, one at a time, waiting for the signal. "Why am I sitting here?" he grumbles to himself. "Let me fight." "Chill," the voice tells him over the radio in his ear. "Just a few more minutes, she is almost there." The man scoffs, and returns to his sulking, eyes lazily observing the pair in the cage. He grumbles as he rolls the empty beer bottle between two fingers while imagining taking on the entire. Hidden in the folds of his hood, the figure smiles as he imagines the damage he will soon be inflicting to this room. When the small woman wearing a bandana around her head walks in the door, the hooded man's eyes shift as he stands up, fists ready. Monika Kaneyashiki surveys the room as she enters. Mostly ignoring the bouncers by the door, she weaves her way through the room to her contact's table, joining him. The man sitting there doesn't even look her way, his eyes locked to the cage. "So, Rock, you got?" She starts, only to be shushed by the man. "All in good time," he says. "Wait till the next fight's underway." Too many ears open while their eyes aren't watching the cage. Sighing in frustration, the undercover police officer leaned back to watch the cage, one fighter already inside hopping around to warm up. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, his return after a 6-year hiatus, Hood. As the man wearing an oversized hoodie slinks past the announcer, Kaneyashiki asks, "What's his story?" "Hood." Rock questions. "He used to be big. Wanted to keep fighting the best of the best. Eventually he ran out of anyone who could beat him. Left the circuit years ago, seeking tougher fighters." "And you're sure he'll lead to 6? She asks. Rock's face breaks into a wide grin. "I'm sure if you keep an eye on him, you'll run into 6 a lot sooner than you'd expect. Hey, sit back and enjoy your, soda water." Inside the ring, the two men are sizing each other up, never breaking eye contact, tigers circling each other waiting for the moment to pounce. And as soon as the bell chimes, the two charge each other, fists flying. In short order, Hood begins to press his strength, forcing his way forward as his opponent falls back. "And what?" the officer starts to say before being interrupted by a movement on her right. Rock pulls an envelope out from inside his jacket, setting it down on the table before them and sliding it to her. "Take a look, Officer Kaneyashiki. Just what the doctor ordered." Unwrapping the string around the posts, Monika labors to open the thick, manila-colored, legal document envelope. Sitting back, Rock smiles as the disguise drops. His mouth widens into a too wide of a smile, hair falls back away from his face which shifts, a jagged scar forming down it. Watching the brutality before him, Number 6 can only drum his fingers on the table as his companion sifts through the documents in her hands. In a panic, the woman reaches up to her comlink. "Kurabu checking in. Kurabu checking in." Purring, the voice of the man next to her pours out. "They're not gonna hear you. I wanted some privacy." Stunned, she slowly turns to look over, finding the hero she was sitting next to replaced by the man she was hunting. "You have no idea how long I've wanted to meet you, Officer Kaneyashiki. Spent a pretty penny arranging this and couldn't wait to tell you all about it," Japan's current most wanted tells the woman on the ground as he taps the papers in front of her. What do you mean? Are you serious?" she snaps. "Doctor's orders," he explains. Slowly setting the papers down, she gulps, then tries to explain, "The police are already on the way." When communication was cut off, Number 6 takes a handheld radio out from his pocket, sets it on the table in front of them, and turns it on. Over the speaker her own voice says, "Nothing to report. The target isn't here." "What?" Monica blurts out, shocked. His smile shifts, becoming more of a cruel mark across the scarred man's face. "A simple trick. I know loads of guys with mimicry quirks. Just needed to know the right frequency and to short out your own communicator." She tries to stand up, only to find herself shoved back into her seat by two firm hands reaching from behind her. Looking back, a bomber's eyeless face stares down at her, a scar mimicking Six's own running down its face. When a purple mist forms next to Six, she looks up. The figure forms two glowing eyes, with a deep voice telling him, "It is ready. Top dog Kurogiri. The doctor's going to be so excited. Let's wrap up here and hit the road." The smile on the villain's face unnerves the police officer as he turns back to her. "Don't worry, Officer Kaneyashiki, this will be all over soon." "Why are you doing this?" she gasps, fighting through the terror flooding through her as she picks up the envelope and waves it before Six. "They're children. You were a child once. Have a heart." He slams his hand on the table, the noise and action unnoticed in the room filled with excited patrons, their adrenaline rush focused on the brutal display in the cage. "You know nothing about me. You attacked a school. You're going to attack." She starts to say, stopping when he grabs her throat. With a snarl, Six belts out, "Yeah, and you're going to help. So, how was that soda water anyways?" Realizing the insinuation, Officer Kaneyashiki looks to her nearly empty glass, even as the room starts to drift off. Six gestures to the corner, telling the bomber behind the officer, "Move her to the corner and place the reinforced table as instructed." Miraculous survivors become heroes after all. As Six steps falls through Kurogiri's portal, the bomber places the unconscious officer as directed, turning the table in a way to shield her from the center cage. Satisfied with his handiwork, the monstrous figure walks to the center of the room and steps up to the cage, where Hood stands, his arms up in victory. As the fighter exits the cage, the bomber steps in, over the protests of the referee. As the overworked announcer yells at the figure, it begins to glow with a sickly yellow color, even as Hood vanishes into a black mist in the back. The Osaka skyline erupts in a brilliant explosion as a parking garage turns into a smoldering crater. On a rooftop nearby, a figure sporting a distinctive scar across his face watches the whole thing through a pair of binoculars, smiling. "Found you." The bright lights hit her first. Monica blinks an eye open, finding the sterile fluorescent of a hospital's ceiling before her. Vague flashes of the last moments before she fell unconscious still linger, so cautiously the officer turns her head, finding the room otherwise empty. Feeling herself, she finds a bandage over her face, covering one eye, and another wrapped around an arm. Her legs are, thankfully, free of injury. Pushing herself up, she checks and finds surprisingly few things attached to her. The intravenous line is the only thing which isn't a clip-on, and in short order she has herself freed and off of the bed. Peeking out the door, a standard hospital hallway, filled with people in hospital wear moving about. One, a nurse, comes up short when she spots the door ajar. "Oh, Officer Kaneyashiki? We're glad you're up. Do you want me to call the doctor?" Shaking her head, the officer says, "WMI? Jaku General Hospital," the nurse replies. This confuses the woman. "Jaku?" Sighing. "Yes. The Hero Public Safety Commission had everyone involved in the blast moved here. Dr. Garaki, the hospital's chief, has been helping their investigation." Monica slowly nods. "Even the bodies? Can I see them?" "Yes. Our standing orders include granting you access to the morgue for identification once you are ready," the nurse volunteers. "Show me." In short order, an orderly is brought over to show the officer to the morgue. Inside her head, she remembers the bomber, Rock, and Six, focusing on the images in her head. She doubts any of them will be there, but as an officer it is her duty to verify. Opening the door to the morgue, the orderly points to a bank of body vaults and at the doorbell-like button at the end of them. "Lockers 22 through 40. When you're done, press the call button here. Someone will come by and show you back to your room." "Thank you," she tells him absent-mindedly, faintly noting the sound of the door sliding closed behind her. Slowly she slides the first drawer open. Inside, somebody she has no memory of. The next the same. Working her way down, she finds a severely burned announcer, the only one she can recognize. "Damn it, not here," she exclaims in frustration. A deep voice echoes in the room. "Who is not here, Officer Kaneyashiki?" Spinning in place at the unexpected voice, she finds herself facing a short, balding man with a bushy mustache sporting thick, round glasses. "Oh, just someone." The man eyes her, then sighs. "I am being rude, I suppose. I am Dr. Ujiko. I work with the HPSC. My associate Dr. Garaki runs this hospital and has graciously lent its use for one of the projects I am working on for them. And I know who you are. So, I ask again, who are you looking for?" Unsure if she can trust him, she picks the name of the contact she was to be working with. Rock. Pius. His body was already moved for processing. Tragic how 6 killed him hours before the attack, the doctor says. Monica lets out, "But I saw him there." "No, you saw 6, Ujiko explains. "The police detective who was here earlier needed me to identify the method of duplication. The Rock you met was a fraud." "But why did 6 show me his plans? It doesn't make any sense." The doctor pats the wall of mortuary trays 4 times. "Do you remember what his plan was?" "Yes, clearly. His plan was..." Suddenly, the officer freezes in place, her one visible eye open in shock. Slowly, she starts to tremble, one shaking arm slowly reaching up and putting itself over her bandaged arm. A subtle buzzing sound fills the room as Dr. Ujiko sighs and pulls out a stethoscope. "Now keen. Patience and trust in your allies." All at once the buzzing sound stops. Ujiko looks to the doorway, where a woman wearing a nurse's uniform with a full face mask stands there, staring intently at the police officer. When she closes her eyes, the officer stops shaking. What was I talking about?" "About how you needed to lie down. You've been through an awful situation," Dr. Ujiko says, putting a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Everything will be just fine." Just fine indeed. Looking across the gathered teachers, sitting in their rows all looking towards him, Nedzu walks to the center of the stage, a collection of people standing in a row behind him as a backdrop. "Thank you all for being here. This has been a difficult year for all of us, and yet UA stands tall and proud thanks to all of our efforts. In the next hour, our gates will open, and hopeful students will enter and show us what they are made of. This year, we have a grand total of 744 applicants who will be taking the Hero Course Practical, intentionally the most difficult one in Japan if not the world. On top of that, a record 406 applicants will also be taking our Support Practical, well over double our previous record. When combined with the 289 Business Practical applicants, this is our largest applicant body to date." The murmurs float around the room, as even the pro-heroes of the UA instructor pool find themselves impressed. In order to process the sheer volume of applications, we will as usual be doing the practical examinations in groups of roughly 30 each every half hour for Heroics course applicants, 60 each for the other 2 courses. As a new security measure this year, police officers from across Japan are being inserted among the students to act as security. The principal waves an arm to the men and women standing behind him as they step up when he names each of them. Shiko Komatsu, Nabu, Ground I, Iwayne Tsukamoto, Chiba, Ground B, Monica Kaneyashiki, Osaka, Ground C, Marihito Tarachi, Hosu, Ground D, Tadamaki Kaneshiro, Toyama, Ground I, Takuya Sada, Sendai, Ground F, Ayasu Sando, Isazaki, Ground G. For the support and business testing in gyms Gamma and Delta, we will have Satoshi Kazato and Akihisa Okazaki, from Yokohama and Oyama, respectively. Each one has been selected to ensure that they have nobody from their prefecture in attendance in their testing area to minimize the risk of identification, Nedzu informs the room. "This still feels wrong," Midnight groans. "Spying on kids." The principal sighs. "I agree. But this is the decision by the Hero Public Safety Commission. After what happened at Ketsubutsu Academy, we will at least tolerate it. After all, It's just an extra precaution on top of the enhanced security we've added over the years. Even our security robots are being used in the test sites. With a simple flip of a switch, they can be turned from testing to combat, controlled by the central hub in every zero-pointer. The students will be very safe here. As the gathered teachers discuss among each other, the principal talks to the sole person in the room wearing their hero costume. So, Tuya, how does it feel to be an official member of the staff? The white-haired boy rubs the back of his head awkwardly. It's a bit weird being on this side of things. Kind of unreal, you know. To be expected with such a leap, the small animal concurs. Present Mike should be ready to go to the auditorium by now. You will be his shadow today, so don't neglect your hearing protection. Right? Ah, right, the teenager sputters out, walking out the door in a hurry. Behind him, a few low chuckles break out. Teachers, his former teachers, seeing the boy coming into his own. Alone in the elevator down, Tuya relaxes before stretching his arms a bit. Still getting used to not having to lug around that huge backpack, he mutters to himself. Should get the shield something as a thank you. As the elevator doors open, the girl standing there causes him to pause, before groaning out, "Well, if you gossip, she will appear." "Hey, Shield." Nose deep in a book, Melissa Shield glances up and smiles, waving at the boy wearing her suit as he steps off the elevator before pulling out a silver cylinder covered in odd features and markings Tuya could never hope to identify. "Glad I caught you. I wanted to get this to you before the testing began." Taking the object, he looks it over. Thanks." Snatching it back, Melissa scoffs. "Not like that. Here, turn around, I'll plug it in for you." Obeying his technician, the hero turns in place, and hears her doing something to his cooling system. "So, what is that anyways?" "New flight maneuvering control system. With it, you should be able to use your hands to attack while hovering," she informs the young hero. He chuckles. "And how likely is it I am going to need to do that today? I'm supervising a bunch of kids blowing up shit." "Oh. You deserve that. I am one of those kids, and don't you forget it." Rubbing the back of his head, Tuya chuckles a bit. "Yeah. Got it, boss lady. Don't you have some tests of your own to handle?" Melissa finishes what she's doing and closes up the support item before turning Tuya around. "Not for another 18 minutes. How about I walk you over to Gym Gamma then? I'm heading that way anyways," he says, gesturing to the door. Walking outside, the pair continue their conversation. "Nervous?" Tuya asks the blonde next to him. She scoffs. "What? This? Bring it on, I say." "Heh," he chuckles. "Well, when I took my exam, you should have seen me. Bundle of nerves, I swear I almost lost my lunch twice. I didn't know anyone either, which made it worse. But you're taking it with Natsuo, right? Plus those Tamura siblings are testing for heroics. You're ahead of the game." With a bit of a grin, Melissa then says, "So, how are you and Tatsuma doing now anyways?" This makes Tuya start to sputter. "Ga? W what? W who told you, I mean H how should I, Fuyumi filled me in on the gossip on the ride over," the girl teases. She is breaking off to form her own agency, after all. Plenty of room for a hot guy on her arm. The boy rolls his eyes. "It's not like that. She helped me set up my work-study. And your internship. And your summer program. And that thing with the boot camp," Melissa points out. The way Fuyumi makes it sound, every chance to be around her, you're right there. His eyes dart around, seeking an out, and latches onto one as soon as they round the corner. "Oh, hey Natsuo. Good deal. Can you finish getting Melissa to your testing site? I need to bye." Behind him, Tuya hears the flustered response of his kid brother, along with the belly laugh of the blonde-haired girl beside him. Walking into the auditorium, Tuya takes a look around at the still mostly empty Gym Alpha, currently in its concert hall configuration. In front, a pair of faces in the international section stand out. With his signature smile, the eldest Todoroki walks up. "Yo!" he barks to the Tamura siblings. "See you found your seats already." Tenko barely glances up from his game console. What my brother means to say," Hana explains, "is that we're glad to see you, Todoroki. First day on the new job. Second, Tuya says. Not that I needed orienting, but it's in that rulebook Nedzu feeds all new hires. So, which testing ground are you two in? Ground C, she says. Both of us are in different waves. This makes the young hero consider. That's the industrial area. Lots of pipes and obstructions. You'll do fine. Any tips you can give us? Hannah says hopefully. Oh, share your secrets, oh sage of the Esmores. This makes Tenko and Tuya both laugh. Tuya barks out, it was 1. 2. Tenko corrects him, never looking up from the game console in his hands. 2 times. You're never letting me live that down, are you? The boy groans. Hannah, with a cat-like grin, says, Ner. With a smile on his face, Tuya gives a mocking sigh. Well, I need to get started. Good luck you two. Sliding backstage, the young hero moves to the dressing room. As he steps up to the door, an idea strikes him, and his signature grin returns. Giving 2 raps on the door, throws it open and leans into the room yelling, 10 minutes to showtime, Mr. Yamada, before slamming the door shut again. Chuckling to himself, Tuya leans against the wall next to the door, telling himself, always wanted to do that. As the voice hero bursts out of the room, his hair half done, he swings his head around until he finds the wayward teenager. It's you. I'm almost ready. Relax, you've got time, the boy says. This makes present Mike shake his head. Well, how about you go be my opening act? Head on out there and entertain the kids, yeah. Popping back into his dressing room, slamming the door again, Hisashi Yamada leaves Tuya in the hallway by himself. Sighing, the teenager gets off the wall and walks out to the stage. Entertain, huh? Tuya tells himself as he looks out at the half-filled auditorium. Right, just what I signed up for. Pulling himself together, he walks out, casually slinking his way up to the front. Turning on his headset, he gives the crowd a smile. Good morning, everyone. When the assembled kids don't respond, he groans. Oh, come on. You're here at UA. You're in the big leagues. So, let's try this again and give us some plus ultra energy. Good morning, everyone. This time the audience actually responds with a half-hearted repeat back. Good enough. Now, for those of you who don't know, and that's likely all but 2 of you, I'm Rizu, one of the teaching assistants here. Those who don't know that will likely know me as the eldest son of Endeavor, #1 hero in Japan. He pauses, letting the room descend into murmurs for a few seconds before he continues. We still have another few minutes before we start, so today I was sent out as some kind of opening act. It wasn't that long ago I was sitting in those very seats, getting ready for my own exam, and as much as I want to assure you to relax, I know you won't. You're all a bundle of nerves just like I was. Taking a breath, he pauses, noting that the arena is filling up quickly. What I can tell you is that even being here shows us that you are the best out there. Each of you has proven that you have what it takes to reach this point, and don't ever forget that. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Tuya ignites his flames, causing blue flickering light to fill the area. Heroics is not some game. It is not some show. Heroes aren't there for autographs or publicity. Heroes are those who put their lives on the line when no one else can. Whether you want to be limelight, rescue, investigation, underground, heroes all are cut from the same cloth to sacrifice for others. Sighing, the boy looks out to the room filled with hopeful kids and considers his words. There are days I saw my father coming home injured. Others where he questioned if he was making a difference. My father, the top hero in Japan, harbors doubts and fears, wondering if he is good enough, just like all of you here. Something he told me once, a piece of wisdom passed down. To him, the people in this world who can smile are always the strongest. So, when you go out there, put on a smile and face the challenge. Go beyond. Go plus ultra. As the auditorium doors close, the last student taking their seat, Tuya glances at the clock, then at the backstage. Seeing things are ready, he waves a hand to the audience. And now, everyone, give a warm welcome to your future English teacher, Present Mike. The room breaks into applause as the loudest teacher at UA struts his way onto the stage. As the applicants sort themselves into their various staging areas, each one marked A through G, Tuya notices Tenko walking up. Oddly, once he reaches him, Tenko turns to present Mike. Hey, present Mike? I know my wave isn't up for another half hour, but could I ride up with my sister now and just wait? The white-haired boy asks nervously. This brings out a small bark of laughter from the loud hero. Don't worry, little listener. Waiting here or by the gate doesn't matter. Go on. Just remember to wait for your turn, all right? Thanks, he says, a smile crossing his dried lips. Patting her silly brother on the back, Hannah says, Told you. What? Not hanging out with me? Tia says with mock hurt. At that, Present Mick's phone goes off. Picking it up, he reads the message. No can do anyways, Reese. Need to send you back up to the observation area. Nedzu wants to talk to you, the voice hero tells the teenager. That sounds important, Tenko says. Present Mike winks. Nah, likely just wants to let him watch the testing there instead of on top of the tower with me. Tuya shrugged. Alright, I'll head over now. Sounds great, yeah? At a slow walk, Tuya heads back to the main building. Halfway there, he hears the signature yell, telling him that the testing would begin soon. With all of the applicants now in their testing centers, the campus is empty as he reaches the main building. Hopping out of the elevator, the teenager reaches the observation area and opens the door to the teacher's chatter already filling the room. Oh, who is the black-haired kid in Ground C? Nemura asks, gesturing to the screen. 13 looks at the papers in front of her. Hannah Tamura. Could have come in on recommendations as the grandchild of a former teacher here. Ken chuckles. Not with that quirk. No, this exam is far better for what she can do. Snipe eyes the countdown above the monitors. Only 2 minutes and she's already ahead. Oh, come on, now we got bees? Hope none of the little partners are allergic. All of the teachers look at the screen and spot the out-of-focus form of an insect crawling around across one of the camera drones. Nedza looks back and sees Tuya standing there. What are you doing here, Todoroki? Present Mike got a message saying you wanted to see me, he explains. Most curious, the principal says. I haven't sent any messages since this morning. What was that? Ectoplasm asks, standing up. Turning to look, Tuya sees that the screen they were talking about a moment ago has gone blank. Checking another camera, the camera drone is found to be the center of a small explosion, just as another bee lands on this new view. In moments it too stops working. When the door locks, everyone bolts at once. The entire room bursts into action. The siren piping up with "Security Level 5 has been breached" becomes more of an afterthought in the ensuing chaos. The man sits in darkness, the only light the flickering monitor. Within it, the industrial cityscape of UA Ground Gamma is fully visible, the heroic hopefuls engaging against robotic minions with wild abandon. Free of any concerns aside from the almighty points, the gaggle of teenagers barely notice when several small explosions join the cacophony of destruction. When at once every robot ha their running lights flash red and start crying out, "Security Level 5 has been breached," the man calmly notes how they still don't fully appreciate the danger they now are in. Is that part of the exercise? A blonde-haired boy near the front gate and the hidden camera asks, his perpetual smile dropping a moment as he watches the new behavior. All at once, a robot opens fire, this time with a firm boom rather than the puff from before. The boy looks on in astonishment as his shirt is ripped from his body while the bullets pass through him. Quickly he snatches up his clothes and pulls it back over himself, rushing away from the now maniac machine. "Get out of here!" someone shouts, starting the stampede to the entryway. But as everyone gets into view, the despair becomes palpable. Before them, instead of the open gate they had expected, the heavy metal planks now bar the entrance to the training area. On the screen above him, Dr. Garaki smiles as he watches all of the students realize they are trapped within the kill zone. Tapping the sheets before him idly, his fingers brush over the image of his true target. Picking it up, the deep voice of the companion behind him, yellow, glowing eyes floating in the darkness, rings out, "This is a lot of work for a single quirk." "Not just any quirk, Kurojuri," the wide eyes of the doctor never leaving the screen as he answered. "The master was clever here. The modifications he described to be done to the Shimura boy should, he theorized, enable him to house many quirks, and could even hold all for one itself if suitable preparation were made. I have been developing his ideas, but need the vessel he prepared, understand. The mist man is silent for a moment, before admitting, I am afraid I don't. The doctor barks. Don't worry, all will be clear once we have the body. Eyes back on the screen, the doctor can only remember the deception that was tried on him, and the joy he had at discovering it. The dust-filled wreckage made the movements of the rotund man quiet, an unnerving feeling that the ground itself was alive with every step. Every so often, the eyes look something over, analyzing them from behind his thick glasses. Sighing, he picks up his phone and presses a button. Are they dead? The voice on the phone asks. It appears so, the man replies. You know, Doc, this house is only a kilometer from where the big guy was jumped by that smiling buffoon. Now, I don't believe for a moment it's just some kind of big ol' coincidence. Whatcha thinking? The doctor considers. If the event happened before the battle, I would call it the master cleaning up a loose end. After all, the Shimura family had vexed him in the past. But this happened several hours afterwards. A quirk bomb of some kind? Are any of you missing 6? The laugh is answer enough, but the guy still goes on. Nope, got 'em all right here. So, you think anyone survived? I don't think so, Garaki says. It seems the decay began in the main room. Parts of a piece of furniture seem to indicate it was the spot at which the destruction spread. With one last glance around, a loose piece of fabric catches his attention. Gliding over, the doctor bends over to pick it up. A glove finger? What was that? The voice of 6 snaps back. I found the finger off of a glove. It looks as if it was cut off, the man explains. The voice on the phone considers. Are you sure it was cut? Double-checking, the doctor confirms. Quite. The edges are frayed, like the scissors were in need of sharpening. Wait, something else. Underneath where the finger was, a slip of paper gently sways. Picking it up, Garaki recognizes it. A damaged train ticket receipt from that night. Only an hour after. Is the transaction number, ID, thing legible? We might be able to, I don't know, identify who purchased it. No, yes, not going to work. A good idea, 6, but I'm sorry. Anything beyond the origin station, time and date is gone, the doctor explains. Setting the scrap of paper down, he sighs in defeat. Looking around at the destroyed house around him, his eyes flit from element to element, cataloging what used to be there from the debris. When his eyes fall on the corner of a picture frame, he picks it up, then looks at the inside edge. No pictures. Pictures? 6 repeats back to him. You want me what? Grab a camera? Garaki ignores his phone as he silently considers the implications. The furniture, the building itself, they are destroyed. But pictures that would be on the wall, photo albums, they're not among the debris. It's almost like they packed up before. They packed up. This house is staged. The Shimura family are alive. Doc? The pleasant voice over the phone asks. Looking at the debris, the doctor asks, have you found the master's files for the Shimura family yet? 6 laughs. Been sitting on the cabinet the past few minutes. Good. Read off what the Shimura's quirks are. The sound of 6 shuffling paper comes through the open line. Kotaro, float, same as his mother. Now, balance, can balance an object if she puts all 5 fingers on it. Hana, push, 5-finger touch causes objects to be pushed away. Tenko, what does to be modified mean? Excuse me, modified? That's what the master put down. Yeah, weird, right? 6 says offhandedly. The doctor considers a moment. Anything else to report? I found a police report that the Tenko kid was missing, filed that morning. The strange thing is that the alert was cancelled an hour later. No police were involved in his recovery. This says, a good Samaritan returned the boy to his house. Is there a description of the man? Garaki inquires. 6 pauses as if checking things again, before responding. Afraid not, Doc. Actually, this is strange. The doctor asks, what did you find? A tone of frustration has entered 6's voice. There is a recording of the missing person call in here, But the filing time is the next day. Doc, the master was dead. How did this recording make it into the files? A different problem for a different day, Garaki says. At this point, I have a good picture of the day's events. I'll meet you in an hour. Picking up his radio, Dr. Garaki presses the button to speak. Keen, how is it going? The voice on the other end, the high-pitched tone of a young woman, responds. Just fine. Have to admit, using UA's own security system against them was smart, but them putting all of the code into the big guy? That just was an invitation to act. Good. And the bomb bees? The radio pops with a hiss of static before she replies, getting set up. It's going to take time to put them all in the right spots. Understood. How long do you think it will take? The doctor smiles at hearing how well it is going. The woman hums to herself a moment. 10, maybe 15 minutes, I figure. UA is a huge campus, you know. You'll need to buy time then, the doctor points out. Take control of the master control unit in testing grounds Beta and Delta around the 5-minute mark. That will distract the heroes, I believe. You got it. Queen Bee out. Sitting back in his darkness, the doctor watches the monitor as the children fight back against the onslaught. A brown-haired girl is yelling something at the gate. Foolish, don't they realize their fate is sealed? The doctor says to the air absent-mindedly. A gruff voice behind him pipes up, heroes fight against fate. Ah, our unwanted guest has decided to be sociable, Garaki says, turning around in his seat while also pressing a button to raise the light level in the room. Hanging there strapped to a freestanding frame is a dark-haired man in dirty, ruined clothing. The doctor gets out of his chair and slowly hobbles over with the support of his cane, grunting in pain as he does so. So then, UA teacher and pro-hero Shoyuta Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, what will these snot-nosed brats do to change their fate? These snot-nosed brats are those with the burning desire to be a hero, Aizawa says, never breaking eye contact. They will find a way to overcome any obstacle, even this one. Garaki laughs. You and that foolish notion of yours. Heroism and villainy, just labels with no more meaning than we give them. At that moment, a chime rings out. Ah, excuse me. I am needed upstairs. Please, enjoy the show, Eraserhead, Garaki says mockingly as he heads out the nearby door, grabbing the ID labeled Ujiko and entering the elevator. Stepping off, the warm smile of Dr. Ujiko greets the girl standing there. Achiko, what an unexpected surprise. What brings you here, little miss? Standing there, her brown hair in a bob cut, Achiko Uraraka nervously taps her feet. Doctor, I'm just... Is it your quirk? Has it been causing you trouble? The doctor probes. She quickly shakes her head. No, not trouble. I know you said it will settle in time, but it's been 6 months, and the nausea. With a slight sigh, Dr. Yukijo puts his hands in his pockets. It will pass, you need to trust me. And not only me, you need to trust in yourself. So, tell me, how is the new school? Her eyes brighten with that. Salty Banks is really nice. There's a lot of girls in my class aiming for heroics. And you're worried that you cannot measure up to them, is that it? The doctor says, putting a hand on her shoulder. Relax. Your spot is already assured. She immediately spits out, but they are so good, and I'm so clumsy with my quirk and you will learn, little one. That is what school is for, to learn, he points out, when an idea strikes him. So, which of your classmates do you think have the best chance to be a hero? Her eyes go wide, the answer coming to mind immediately. There's a girl there, with a snake mutation. She can paralyze someone with a glance. Imagine how many villains she could stop without lifting a finger. This makes the doctor smile a bit wider. That does sound useful. Do you happen to know her name? The girl says, thinking about it. Mongoose, I think. Now, how are you feeling, any better? Ujiko asks, releasing her shoulder as he steps back. Uraraka nods. Much, thank you. Feel free to drop in at any time. My door is always open for you, he tells her, waving as she exits his office. Dropping the smile, Garaki groans. Well, at least I am recording it, he tells himself as he takes the elevator back down to his lab. Walking back in, the doctor walks past the captured hero, ignoring the man until Aizawa pipes up with, "I told you." "Told me what?" Garaki says, not paying attention as he sits down again. The silence from Eraserhead is almost deafening as the doctor turns to look at him, then slowly turns around to look at the oversized monitor. Garaki gasps, "What happened?" Sitting within the bus outside of the testing area, laying down on his back across the bench seat, Tenko lazily plays his handheld game console. "Dumb RPG respawn rules," he mutters to himself as he wanders around, looking for the telltale glitter of the save point. Hitting the save button, Tenko shuts the machine off. Arg, who knew waiting would be so boring? How long has it been? Checking his watch, he sees that it's only been 2 minutes. Then it should have brought more games with me. Security level 5 has been breached. The echoing statement echoes across the campus, causing him to bolt up and hit his head on the overhead luggage rack. "What the hell?" he says to nobody as he rubs his head. Stumbling off of the bus he'd only climbed back on board minutes before, his eyes lock in on the nearest movement, the massive gates to the training center as they slide up, closing it off from the outside world. In his confusion over what was happening, he moves to the now closed gate and looks up and around the edge of it. Behind it, joining the sound of the alarm, is a cacophony of combat noises mixing with screams of terror. As he starts to process that, explosions begin to erupt from inside the zone. A quick glance back at the robot at the head of the bus, he sighs. No help here. In the distance, the tower where Present Mike is standing is far away. The teachers and supervisors, whomever they are, may not know yet or will take too much time to get there. "Just my luck," he mutters as he yanks his gloves off. Staring up at the massive gate, Tenko gives a lazy half-smile, mentally preparing himself. Looking down at his hands, now free from the support items he wears almost constantly, he takes a deep breath before placing both hands firmly down. Pounding on the massive gate proves fruitless for the dozen kids trying to escape. Those fighting off the robots to keep them safe find it getting ever more difficult as the machines adapt to the attacks. 2 3-pointers encircle the mob now gathered and level their weapons. Before they get the opportunity, in a matter of seconds the gate suddenly falls apart, leaving a cloud of dust and jagged edges, the only sign it was ever there at all. At once, the entire group cries out in relief and charge out the misshapen and ruined gate, nearly running over their savior in the attempt to escape danger. Fighting his way through the escaping mob, Tenko yells out, "Hana? Hana!" to no avail. When he's fully inside, he grabs one boy with feathers growing out of his hair. "Have you seen a girl, black hair up in twin pigtails?" The boy blinks, then points in a direction. "Over there, I think." Got cut off by the big guy. Bearing down on the boy, weapons drawn, the 3-pointer takes aim. Mirio checks, hoping to find an avenue of escape, all modesty gone in the panic filling the air. Then, just as he is about to dive through the building into the unknown behind him, the robot starts to sputter, smoke billowing out of its joints. Then rust bleeds over the surface, just as it falls apart. "Man, I hate playing on hardcore difficulty." "You okay?" the white-haired kid says as he steps through the remains. "Yeah, thanks," the blonde-haired boy says as he pulls his pants back on. "Hey, I saw you ride up, but didn't come in." Tenko nods. "This is my sister's test PRD. Mine's next. Figured that hanging out with her was better than back in the waiting room." "Glad you did," Mirio says, looking at the wreckage of the robot at his feet. He offers his hand to shake. "Mirio Tagata." Tenko eyes it, before shaking it with just 3 fingers, loosely. "Tenko Shimura." A scream causes both boys to jump. Running into action, they find a girl cornered by a pair of now killer machines. Mirio charges in, stopping to shove one hand through a robot and pulling something from inside it. By comparison, his white-haired compatriot jumps onto the back of a 2-pointer and places his hands into the leg joints, causing it to collapse in moments. The blue-haired girl cowering from the pair of terror machines flees in the direction of the gate, only to be knocked back as the ground begins to quake. Looking over their shoulder, the dark metal marked with a large 0, the monster robot crushes its way through the buildings. Looking past, Tenko sees a familiar head of hair, throwing concrete debris around like softballs, to no effect against the giant. "Hana!" he cries out, rushing forward, only to be halted by a firm grip on his shoulder. "Hey, you can't get over there," Mirio points out. "That thing will squash you like a bug." "I need to get over there." "You don't have some way to get by it, do you, player 2? Tenko asks, eyeing Mirio curiously. The smiling boy laughs and slaps one of Tenko's shoulders. "Not quite. But I may have a way to get the job done. Just hope you're not modest." In an instant, the boy glitches into the ground, leaving what few clothes he had left behind. Tenko groans to himself, "I had to say something." In a flash, the blonde-haired bolt of sunshine exits the ground, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Peep-peep-o-www." As he grabs Tenko under the armpits, launching the pair in the direction of the zero-pointer. This only manages to get both of the boys thrown to the ground behind the behemoth, groaning in pain. Tenko looks around and sees that they missed their target completely, Hana standing several dozen meters away, her eyes wide in shock at the pair's antics. Mirio rubs his head as he sits up, laughing it off. "Well, I've got to work on that some more, I guess." "Medic? Can I get some reds here?" Tenko groans, shaking his hair free of the dust now in it. "Well, that was entertaining if we weren't facing a gigantic death machine," the girl says, running up, gasping breaths as she pulls up short. The white-haired boy waves a hand as he pulls himself to his knees. "Hey Hana, you okay? You know, for sitting in the middle of what's a death trap?" She nods and helps pull Tenko to his feet. The moment that thing appeared, all the other robots ran off. Thankfully, the big guy's not paying attention to me. Watching the Colossus, it starts to tear a building down. A scream echoes across the ruined landscape. "There's someone in it," Mirio exclaims. In shock. "DMN." Tenko groans, before getting a mischievous look in his eye. "So sis, can I bum a ride off ya?" She laughs. "You're nuts." "All right, you know what to do." "What are you doing?" the naked blonde boy asks as Tenko shakes his arms loose. "That thing needs to be taken down," the white-haired boy explains. "With a push from Hana, I should be able to get close enough to take it out before it curb stomps me." Mirio protests, "I'm coming too." "Fine," Hana says. Mirio, Tenko informs her. "Right, Mirio. Watch what he's doing so you can repeat it, okay?" Hana says nervously, keeping her eyes away from the disrobed boy. Getting down on one knee, she holds both of her hands up in the direction of the zero-pointer. "This is a bad idea." "That's how you know it's fun," Tenko says as he steps in front of her and leans back, not letting her hands touch him. 3, 2, 1, go, she yells, shoving both hands at the small of his back. With a burst of energy, the white-haired boy finds himself soaring upwards, crashing into the side of the Colossus. Quickly thinking, he sinks both hands in, creating holds to grab onto. Reaching up, he makes another, and starts to pull himself up, even as the holes he created continue to expand. "Okay, need to adjust trajectory." "You're up next, Blondie," she tells the naked boy standing there. As he gets into place, she chuckles. "What?" he demands to know. "Just thinking to myself I'd be embarrassed as hell if I wasn't in fear for my life," she admits. 3, 2, 1, go. This time, she pushes him into the arm of the giant, only for him to pass through and exit the top. Grabbing the head on the way by, he finally stumbles the landing, finding himself face first on top of the giant. Easily dwarfing the buildings around them, the massive zero-pointer moves onward, searching for victims. As Tenko pulls himself up, he glances around, spotting the perpetually smiling Mirio. Looking around, he sees the decay still spreading below. Mirio calls out, "Get the head." "I hope this works," Tenko mutters as he pulls some kind of panel off the side of the head, ignoring that it disintegrates even before he's finished removing it. Looking inside, he spots a pile of circuit boards, with a large bee sitting on top of them. With a simple swat, the bee becomes goo, which Tenko wipes off on his shirt. Looking back in, he puts both hands on the circuits and watches as they start to disintegrate. The effect is immediate, with the red alert lights and klaxons all ending at once. So, how do we get down from here? Mirio asks, looking over the edge. Jump, Tenko tells him, pointing to the building the massive machine is currently embedded against. As the pair dust themselves off, the gigantic crash next to them causes the very earth to shake. Mirio peeks over the edge of the building and whistles. Wow, that's some quirk you have. Heh, thanks, Tenko replies. Yours is pretty cool too. Are you alright down there? Voice overhead cries out. Eyes skyward, the two boys find Riza hovering in place, flames pouring out of his feet and hands. Tenko waves a hand. Yeah, fine. Just taking out the boss, no big deal. Tuya laughs. I saw that. Know what happened? The robots just went nuts, Mirio says. The teaching assistant moves closer to the building before turning off his flames, dropping to the rooftop near them. How did you know that taking out the zero-pointer would disable the other security bots? Heh, I didn't. I just wanted to get my sister to safety, and it was in the way. That and when it hit this building, I heard someone scream, Tenko informs the man. Let's make sure they're all right, Mirio says, heading for the stairs down. Entering the floor below, they find an orange-haired girl wearing an unknown school uniform, crouching behind the window looking out into the street. Detective Kanyashiki? Tuya says as he recognizes the figure. Freezing in place, she slowly turns around, eyeing the trio. A sense of recognition sets in and she lets out the breath she was holding with a slow exhale. Before the three boys can act, a swarm of bees pours out from other rooms, charging the group. Swinging his hands, blue flames pour out from Tuya's hands. In seconds, the bees become cinders as Tenko rushes towards the detective in an effort to put himself between her and the swarm, Mirio right behind him. Checking around, Tenko asks, You okay? The girl nods. Yes. Thanks, Shimura. All at once he freezes, slowly turning around to look at her. And how did you know that name? Sheet, she spits out as she pulls herself back to her feet. Would you believe that was a lucky guess? Queen Bee, report, a radio crackles out of nowhere. She snarls, Plan 8. Without any further notice, the girl falls backwards through the window and vanishes out of sight. Tuya rushes forward, but is too late as the girl lands and charges away from the building. Cursing, the young hero calls out to his radio. It was one of the police detectives. Have you ever heard of Queen Bee? It crackles in response. Ah, that explains things. How is the situation? Under control. One of the kids took out the hijacked zero-pointer. Ryuzu informs Nedzu over the line. Queen Bee is on the run. Very good. We are en route. Please help secure the area and await our arrival. Principal out. As the teaching assistant walks to the window, Tenko gestures after her. Bet that's the hacker. Tuya glances back at him, while Mirio chimes in with. You think they're the ones causing all the systems to go haywire? Makes sense, Tuya comments. But why? She's a police officer. Tenko glares. Put your mind to it. Mind control? Evil twin? She could be blackmailed. We need to go after her, Mirio tells the pair. Tuya shakes his head. No, you two need to head outside. We'll handle her. You guys get to safety. I have a feeling whatever she's up to, she's not done yet. Groaning, Natsuo leans back on his bench, resting his head on the concrete wall behind it. This Esikas. Well, Melissa chimes in, standing over him as she continues to work on her project. At least we're safe from whatever is happening out there. The Todoroki boy shrugs. I guess. What the hell? Slapping his hand to the back of his neck, he feels the telltale squish of a bug. Pulling his hand back, he makes a grossed-out expression. Dim, got bees in here. Ow. Another voice calls out in the room, joined by another and several more. Pulling her creation to her chest, Melissa stares into the room, trying to take it all in as a huge swarm of insects descends on the crowd. You can say that again. Watching the small bus ride off at top speed with power loader on board, Lunch Rush frets as he stands in the foyer to the gymnasium. He's no combat hero after all. Maybe I can whip up some comfort food for the kiddos, he considers to himself. The faculty radio on his belt springs to life. It was one of the detectives. Have you ever heard of Queen Bee? The voice of UA's newest teaching assistant was firm and commanding. The principal asks, that explains things. How is the situation? Under control. One of the kids took out the hijacked zero-pointer. Queen Bee is on the run. Netsu's confidence carries over the airwaves. Very good. We are en route. Please help secure the area and await our arrival. Principal out. Lunch Rush considers the information. Queen Bee, he considers. He recalls that case as Izawa worked on it a few years ago. Parasitic Quirk occupies a host body, explains what he means by detective. Must have hijacked them. I remember him saying that villain could create bees, hence the name. What did he say those bees did again? The screams inside the testing area breaks his concentration. Running into the room, the teacher finds himself staring up at a swarm of bees. Thousands of insects in the air, all seeking targets. Immediately, the cook hero takes charge, commanding the 60 kids within, down. Everyone duck down and exit the building. As the last student exits, a tall girl with blonde hair done up in princess curls along with long eyelashes, Lunch Rush asks, "Is that everyone?" She shakes her head and points to a spot along the wall. 2 over there. The bees cut them off. Okay, outside I'll get them. Rushing forward, the cook hero ducks down, pulling his jacket up to cover any exposed skin. Glancing around as he moves, he quickly finds the 2 students unmoving along the wall away from the door. Moving over, out of the way of the stampede fleeing the insects, the UA chef checks on the pair, recognizing one as the American applicant, Shield, still in the lab safety gear for her examination. You 2 need to get out of here, he snaps at them as he rushes up. When he gets within a few meters, the sudden burst of cold hits him. Across the ground and wall behind the kid, now recognizable as Todoroki to the hero, frost is spreading out rapidly. Melissa gestures to Natsuo, curled up on himself. He's in pain. One of those things stung him, but he's acting weird now. Could it be allergies? The hero shakes his head, kneeling down next to the boy. Hey, Todoroki? Can you talk? Fighting the shakes racking his body, Natsuo manages to grunt out, hurts. Can't turn off my quirk. The hero looks him over, and over the growing field of frost, drawing out a low groan from Lunch Rush. Damn it you Shield. Grab the medical kit inside the office over. Gesturing in the direction of the medical station, the pair attending to the boy become aware of the mass of insects now gathered in the room, the drone of the wings beating the air echoing throughout the testing space. Got it, Melissa says in understanding, eyeing the gathered bugs. Lunch Rush grabs her wrist. Don't. Those guys appear to be carrying trigger. A single one will cause your quirk to go out of control, like with Todoroki here. She lets out a small laugh. That's the thing. I'm quirkless. Sighing, the hero relaxes slightly. In the medical kit, you'll find an emergency dosing package, labeled, Stay. That's what we need. Pulling herself free, the teenaged girl charges into the mass, ducking under the swarm even as they fly in hopes of interception. A few lucky bees manage to land and deliver their payload, but she ignores them, focusing on her destination. Rushing through the door of the office, she slams it behind her. Glancing around, she quickly spots the telltale symbol of a first aid station. Opening the door, she starts rummaging, looking for the package her friend needs desperately. Where's the stay? She mutters in frustration. You mean this? The girlish voice behind her says laughingly. I figured someone might try and retrieve this, so I made sure to get it first. Slowly, Melissa turns around, to find a girl with orange hair and an eye patch standing there, holding a sealed pack with a needle inside. Give that, the young Shield says, bolting forward as she takes a handful from the medical locker. Dodging away, the girl lifts her eye patch, and a swarm of insects flies free. Ignoring them, Melissa holds up the eyewash bottle as she grabs for the orange-haired girl, managing to latch onto her wrist. With a twisting motion, they become face to face. As the girl snarls in anger, Shield squeezes the eyewash bottle right into her one eye. Instantly the girl screams, dropping as she lets go of the eye patch. Without hesitation, Melissa takes the safety goggles from around her neck and pushes them onto the girl, pulling the straps taut as she puts pressure to the girl's knee, forcing a scream. Shoving a roll of gauze into the girl's mouth, Melissa then wraps another around her head to keep it in place. Twisting her wrists behind her, Melissa pulls the girl back over to the first aid locker and pulls out the tourniquet zip ties. Pulling one around the wrists, the teenager secures the villain. Taking a few deep breaths, Melissa picks up the package, with the still intact needle within, and opens up the office door. Pushing the villain in front of her, the teenager crosses the space, the bees now keeping a distance from the pair, and when close enough, throws the medicine to Lunch Rush. I also found her in there, creating the bees, Shield explains. It takes the hero a few moments to process the statement, but then quickly rips open the package and injects Natsuo. Here, it'll take a few minutes to fully kick in. As the boy sits back, his face still sweating, Lunch Rush steps over to the captured girl, picking up his radio. Nedzu, I have Queen Bee secured in Gymnasium Gamma. Still have a bee infestation to clear, but only one student was hit. Already got him the antidote, thanks to another exam. Hey, what are you doing? Dropping his radio, Lunch Rush tries to grab Natsuo, who ducks under his arm. Thanks, I'm feeling better now, the boy says as he takes another tentative step towards the bees, still swarming the room. Looking over the swarm, the boy says, insects don't like cold weather, right? The school chef pauses, looking between the boy and the bugs. Alright. Why? Now, let's see if these things enjoy this. With a groan, he lurches forward, letting the control over his quirk go, even as the medicine continues to work at countering the trigger. In short order, the entire gym floor is covered in frost, and the air temperature plummets. As if as one, the bees stop moving and fall to the ground, a black and yellow rain within the testing center. The bees are taken care of, Lunch Rush says as he picks up the radio again. Lunch Rush over. Natsuo, the frantic voice of Fuyumi yells into the nurse's office as she bursts in, the large and menacing shadow of their father behind her in the hallway. The boy waves a hand, looking away from the principal and Tuya also standing in the room. Hey Fuyumi, you didn't need to rush over here, you know. I'm fine. Your exam was attacked. Are you hurt? What happened? She gets out, barely pausing between thoughts. The principal calls out to the man in the hallway. Endeavor, if you would please join us. It is important that this is said without witnesses. As the number 1 hero closes the door behind him, the principal folds his paws in front of him. We were attacked by Queen Bee. She is currently within the Iron Maiden waiting for transport to the hospital for removal from her host, quite sedated. But during the attack, Natsuo was injected with trigger. Fuyumi gasps, as Endeavor pushes his way up. How bad? Quick action by another examinee managed to prevent the worst of it. But he will likely suffer some long-term effects from the exposure. That is part of why we wanted you both here, the principal says. The other part is to say that your son managed to defeat the bees, without causing significant property damage, or any injury beyond a few superficial burns. This makes Endeavor beam. A good accomplishment indeed. Tuya, I am proud of you. While Tuya did assist, I am referring to Natsuo, your other son. Once the stay was applied, he proceeded to freeze the insects, preventing further injury to my applicants, Nedzu says matter-of-factly. Which is why I wanted to inform you that your son has reached a new record for number of villains defeated in the hero practical examination. This makes everyone stop for a second. Natsuo is the first to respond, piping up with, "What did you say? I didn't even take the hero exam." The principal smiles slightly. You were suffering from a dangerous drag, yet once you could stand on your own, you rushed in to save the other children. Intentionally or not, you did precisely what we expect hero hopefuls to do. Please consider the offer, for it is quite genuine, I assure you. I'll let you four discuss it among yourselves, so excuse me. Stepping into the hall, closing the door behind him, the Chimera looks to the bench nearby, and the blonde-haired girl sitting on it, still wearing her examination safety clothing. Walking over, Nedzu asks, "Mind if I join you?" Melissa shakes her head, and scoots over on the bench to let him up. With a heave, the short animal pulls himself up and sits back. Have you considered the offer? I don't know, she replies. I mean, I've tried really hard to be the best at support items. Netsu points out, yet when a villain appeared, it was you who jumped in. You always wanted to be a hero, but settled for making support gear, am I right? Uncle Mike called my father his hero, she explains. If I couldn't be a hero, I thought. With an understanding, the chimera finishes the sentence. You thought you could be the hero for someone else. Today, you proved you are that hero outright. I wish half of my students were as brave and clever as you were today. You captured a villain who has been on our top 10 lists for 3 years, by yourself. But I'm quirkless, she objects. Chuckling, Netsu dismisses that argument. Which proved a strength today. No matter how much trigger you were injected with, it could not activate a quirk you did not have. It could not hurt you. Today, you proved something, that you have what it takes to be a hero, in the fullest sense of the word. So, Melissa, I ask you, do you want to be a hero? As the seconds stretch on in silence, Netsu pulls out a handkerchief and unfolds it slowly. When the first sob starts, he holds it out to the girl. Everyone has always told you that because you lack a quirk, your dreams don't matter, haven't they? The chimera says. With a jerk, Melissa nods, wiping at the tears that keep flowing. Humans can be cruel, I know this very well, Netsu says in understanding. This society focuses so much on quirks, it has forgotten how important character is. Take Endeavor. His quirk is powerful, so much so that few people pay attention to how careful he is with. Despite the ability to cause destruction, he uses it like a scalpel. Over the years since he has graduated, he has never killed a villain. Yet, in polls he is considered violent and dangerous. Between sobs, Melissa gasps out, well, are you serious? About you attending UA? Absolutely. You can pick whichever course you so choose, and I will accept the decision. And why can't he? Tuya objects. Fuyumi crosses her arms in irritation. Because being a hero is your dream. He wants to be a doctor. He can do both, you know, the eldest sibling points out. Look at Recovery Girl. The girl throws her hands up in frustration. Arg. Father, you talk some sense into them. When she sees the contemplative look on his face, she comes up short. You're not seriously considering? Natsuo nearly died today in a villain attack. I'm fine. Tuya scoffs. See, he's fine. Enough. Endeavor finally says, silencing the room. His eyes shift over his children in chronological order. That's enough. Fuyumi, Tuya, I know each of you have opinions. And you both want me to agree, but I learned that lesson back with Tuya. I will support you, no matter what career you choose. That includes if Natsuo decides on taking this offer, am I understood? The two eldest siblings mumble their agreement while Natsuo processes what was just said. Are you serious? I will not deny, I don't like this idea one bit, the number one hero says dismissively. Your brother's fire is a hero quirk. And my ice isn't, so you've said. You know what? The boy says. I've decided. What have you decided? The principal says as he opens the door as if on cue. Natsuo smiles and says, I accept. This makes the quirked animal smile. Then that means I have 6 slots for the hero course settled. Now, to figure out the nightmare for the other 34 seats. The rain casts its dreary presence over the Kamino night as Kajiro Okuta, known as the black market broker Jiren, makes his way to his last stop tonight. Even the cars do not want to be out, with the nearly vacant street in demonstration. Glancing at the street lamps, he notes the others out and about. A boy carrying a bag of groceries in a small wheeled cart. 2 women chatting under an umbrella. A small dog whimpering under a windowsill overhang. The very air was filled with the almost aroma-like sensation of rain, embracing everyone and rendering them equal partners in the natural abuse. A few more turns, and he reaches the stairway down to the basement of a nondescript building. Once an ambitious hospital focusing on cutting-edge quirk research, it had fallen to ruin decades ago following the death of its founder. Now, it houses a few small businesses, including the one he was visiting. Evening Mist Man. he calls out as the door jingles on entering. Mr. Jiren, the deep voice replies across the small space from the bar to the door. Your usual? With a confident smile and a wave, he replies, walking up to the third person in the room. The clouds outside had nothing on the gloom hanging over this woman. Jiren's known her for years, but had never seen her look this down. The empty beer bottles lined up, a fresh one in her hand, the figure size as he strides up. Tonight was not your night, was it? The lanky man asks as he takes a drag on his cigarette. First, you have that robbery go south. Then you take hostages to get away. And finally, I didn't know it would cause that much damage, she protests. Jiren smiles, pointing out, you pushed the bus driver out through the front window while they were going at 90. Yeah, well, the bus caught fire and I needed to get out. How was I supposed to know the old fart had a fire quirk? Kenji Hikishi takes a long drink of her beer before taking a deep sigh. Not going to cut me a break due to extenuating circumstances either, are you? Well, everything is negotiable, Jiren answers back before joining the woman at the bar. She scoffs. You're not my type. Hey, likewise, he admits. No offense, but I'm not one to mix business with pleasure anyways. Taking his drink from the bartender, Jiren lifts it as a salute before returning to his customer. So, what did you have in mind? Well, it just so happens that another customer of mine is looking for some backdrops. Easy work, just have to look intimidating for him, the man admits, holding out a slip of paper. Easy 50 bills after my cut. Mange's eyes flit between Jiren's face and the slip of paper. With a groan, she snatches it from him. That's my girl, he says with a smile before downing his drink with a single swallow. Pleasure doing business with you. As he turns to leave, the image on the TV draws his attention. Hey Kurojiri, turn that up. Heroes? You? The mist man asks, glowing eyes narrowing at the broker. Jiren scoffs. Just turn it up. That guy's important. Shaking his head in disbelief, Kurojiri takes out the remote and points it to the screen. Who is that? Magna asks, gesturing with her now 8th bottle of beer in her hand. Jiren leans against the wall to watch. That, my friends, is the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Oh, excuse me. Now just the Hero Commission after that name change a few months ago. Never appears in public. Even their photographs are limited in circulation. Reduce the number of assassination attempts, so I understand. Huh, she says, now watching the screen in fascination. So, him being on TV is a big deal, right? Now come on, I'm trying to hear what the guy's trying to say. Following the cowardly attack on mere middle school kids in this way, we have no choice but to act, the man on the screen says with confidence. From this day forward, we are implementing a new approach to heroics education going forward. Starting next year, all support programs will be consolidated into specialized academies, freeing up class space for expanded heroics classrooms nationwide. The first of these academies, Yatsubashi Support Academy, has opened its doors for the upcoming school term. By this time next year, 3 more are expecting to be in teaching classes: Quad Academy, Mon Cal Prep, and Ma Vocational. Huh, Jiren mutters to himself. Kurojiri looks back at him, asking, what has your interest? Might be nothing but that name, Yatsubashi. I know that name, the broker says, dashing some ash off the tip of his cigarette before pulling out his cell phone to look something up. The woman says, a name? Someone important. Rikiya Yatsubashi is the CEO of Detnerat. The man shrugs a shoulder. Well, support item imports have been up the past few years, and Detnerat has been expanding into the support item industry, so I suppose this makes sense. Consolidation like this will likely increase imports overall for the next decade. Good to know. I don't get what you mean, Magna says. Jiren points to the screen as the HPSC president drones on about support item education. This implies a lack of trust in the current programs for these kids. This will translate to the hiring of these kids. Nobody wants a dud employee after all. It will take years for these new students, ones which support companies do trust, to get into the workplace and to get up to speed. Opportunity for those with the connections. Someone like you, the mist man points out. Jiren laughs. Yeah, you might say that. More heroes doesn't sound good, the woman says as she pops the cap off another beer. Kurojirai considers a moment. It may not sound good, but this is only superficial. More heroes means less training, so we have more inexperienced heroes on the streets. Also, more heroes means less money for each coming from the state. This will force them to engage in side efforts. Can only have too many fashion models or clothing lines out there before the cut of the pie becomes too small to sustain them, Jiren points out. Which means we'll have a lot of poor heroes who need side gigs. Huh, Magna says, leaning forward to put her arms on the bar. Side gigs mean opportunity for us, doesn't it? Jiren gestures to the monitor. Bingo. Sure, the small-time criminal has been resurgent and getting taken out by the heroes in the process, but true villains were doing just fine. More heroes to deal with more crime means a darker shadow for us as well. And with those new heroes compromised by needing to work for someone else, well, just a whole lot on the table for us. Which reminds me, Shadow Man, when can I meet that boss of yours? The doctor does not do house visits, I am afraid, Kurojirai says, his eyes wandering to the door just as the bell rings out, telling the room that a new customer has arrived. The new figure, a thin figure wearing a cloth, white mask over his features, strides in, paired swords and countless daggers warning all not to mess with the man. My usual, he says, walking up to the bar away from the other two. Jiren checks his watch. I wasn't expecting to see you for a few weeks, Stain. The figure looks over at the broker and chuckles dryly. Not here for you, Jiren. The broker smiles, leaning on an elbow as he talks. And here I was hoping you'd finally accepted my proposal. Heroes don't engage in public relations, he spits out, snatching the drink from the bartender and downing it in a single motion. Jiren shrugs. Not to be rude, but none of us here are heroes. Your ideas, they're good. If they caught on, it could make your job a lot easier. Ideas? Magna asks. Stain grunts. This society is overgrown with fake heroes. The word itself has lost its meaning. You can say that again. Jiren and I were just talking about that, in fact. How the Hero Commission's new Hero School program will just lead to a bunch of kids needing to focus more on their image, or working side jobs, Magna says, smiling a bit. Jiren laughs. The best part is, Stain here is doing something about it, aren't you? The fakes who throw their power around should all be purged, the once vigilante says, a low grumble in the back of his throat. Hero is a title given only to those who have accomplished great deeds. There are too many who act like heroes, but are really money worshippers. Until this world realizes its mistake, I will continue to appear and purge. Magna whistles. I take it those fancy blades aren't for show? Definitely not, the broker says. Last time I counted you've taken out, what was it, 14 heroes? 18, 7 dead. And that's why it's important to get your message out, Jiren points out. Right now, you're just a hero killer, someone the Hero Commission can brush aside. But with that message, you can be so much more. Magna considers a moment. You know, I wish I'd heard that message a while back. Might have put me down a different path. She has a point, the man says as he finishes his cigarette and puts it out in the ashtray. Look, it's not about you. It's the message. I remember when you preached on the street corners. You had good points, but everyone was too complacent. Too lazy. Now they're worried. You wouldn't even need to do much, just some words, and I will take care of the rest. Do consider it, Kurojirai says as he slides an envelope over to the hero killer. Taking the envelope, Stain pulls himself off the stool and walks to the door. As if on cue, the TV volume carries the next words from the Hero Commission president. And with the elimination of independent rescue hero agencies, we can better serve the population of Japan. No more will we waste resources on the inefficiencies which have plagued our system for decades. Heroes must serve to stop. The knife blade sinking through the ancient cathode tube of the television halted the monologue mid-sentence. All three eyes of those at the bar turn at once to face the features of Stain, clearly angry. Fine, I'll do your video, he says, finally exiting through the door into the rain outside. Reaching The abandoned apartment. Kaizome pulls the envelope out and puts it down on the table. That's our next target? His partner says, walking in from the other room. With a nod, the hero killer opens the hefty, legal-sized envelope and slides out the folder within. In moments it is open, the details spread out before him. Picking up a sheet, Spinner looks it over. Wouldn't have taken him as a fake. They're all fakes. But this time it looks to be a case of imminent elimination, Stain says. The Hero Commission is eliminating rescue heroes like him, so to keep his job he has been faking villain attacks for him to stop. See, here's one of his sidekicks, in disguise. That's why he has had triple the number of villain attacks in the past 2 months, while his arrest record is unchanged. Fake a few attacks, which he stops, all without actually catching anyone, and he keeps his hero license. So, when are we going to stop him? Stain smiles. We're not. Spinner asks, confused. Stain shakes his head. It's a honeypot. Whomever our partner is, he's being played. Look at the dates, there's a pattern. Look at the approach suggestion, there's a perfect spot for a sniper shot here. The lizard-faced teenager frowns. There's a building in the way. A bark of laughter exits Kaizome's distorted lips as he traces a backpack. Not for her it isn't. This is a mission to eliminate me. A loose end. They've called up the Hero Commission's Wetworks person. And if they've called her up, well, it's a perfect opportunity for me to eliminate another fake hero. With that, Stain walks over to the refrigerator and takes down a single photograph of a woman with a sniper rifle for an arm, throwing it onto the table for Spinner to see. In 4 days we hunt Lady Nagant. Katsuki Bakugo wakes up angry. The school, his target school, was in the news yesterday. Shitty villains attacked it. Lots of kids were hurt. Thankfully nobody died, but it still set him off. Every news channel covered the story. Some called UA reckless. Some called for it to be shut down. Some called UA brave and praised the unnamed figures who saved the day. Nobody is shutting UA down. It's the best, he tells himself as he crosses the street. By now his extras have fallen in behind him. Always following them, they're nobodies who he will not remember the names of in 3 years. This time right now, following the future #1 hero, the one who would surpass All Might himself, is the peak for them. Sure, they'll get a gig as a sidekick to some D-ranked hero. But they can't hope to keep up with Katsuki. Seeing another news broadcast in a store window, this time titled, Hero Schools, Danger or Menace, with a blue-skinned woman presenting, causes the now teenager to roll his eyes. Reaching the gate to the school, the extras nearby all were chatting about one thing, the attack. It had swept everyone by storm. But Bakugo was not as pathetic as the others around him. Villain attack would never stop him. If I was there, I'd beat those weaklings, he tells himself as he walks into his homeroom. His eyes sweep the room, passing by the cousins and their friend, tied at the hip as ever. The curly green-haired boy smiling as they talked about something obviously unimportant. Seeing him there happily chatting away, plus the villain attack brought a kind of visceral anger to the blonde-haired boy as he recalled the first day of the second trimester. Filing back into the room after the entrance ceremony, Bakugo still felt irritated by the noise of the school song. He was a star. Why was he lumped in with the rest of the extras? With a plop, he lands in his seat. Only a few more years of dealing with these pebbles before his real story could begin. When the teacher stops and clears his throat, Bakugo expects the next words to be to open up this trimester's syllabus. Instead, the words which come out of the balding man's mouth stun the boy. Midoriya, the principal informed me of what happened. If you would present to everyone your quirk. The eruption of the other students at those words causes Bakugo to shut down. Your quirk, the man had just said. About Deku. A pebble. A quirkless, useless pebble. The sound of a chair sliding on the floor as Deku stood up stops the chatter instantly. Every eye fixated on the mop of green hair as he began to speak. I was on the train that was attacked by Toxic Chainsaw a few weeks ago, and my quirk came in, the nervous kid explains. It's called Ichor Lash, and well, it's easier to show you. In a flash of inky black, a tendril as dark as midnight stretches out from his open palm, curling itself into an arc down into his book bag. With a practiced motion, it proceeds to lift the front flap and withdraw Deku's stalker notebook, setting it down on his desk. Ichor Lash gives me a kind of energy tentacle, which I can use in a lot of ways. I've been practicing with it, he explains before finally turning it off. Very good, Midoriya. Now if any of you have questions, the teacher starts, only for a crush of kids to charge at him all at once, a dozen questions flying through the air. One extra asked, "Were you scared?" while another one pestered him with, "That's so cool." When Jozu piped up with, "That quirk's as good as Bakugo's," the entire room fell silent. His extra just praised Deku. His extra was Toxic Chainsaw scary in person, a different extra asked. The stupid cousin answered that. He's not as tall in person. But man, he made a mess of things. If Izuku here hadn't jumped in, I could have been hurt, maybe even killed. He was my hero that day. Deku? A hero? Bakugo, sit down. The teacher's orders snapped over the room. When he looked down, the boy hadn't even realized he was standing up. And with the smoke curled off of his palms, it was clear his mind was focused on destruction. Fine, let the useless Deku have his little moment. But Katsuki Bakugo will. Show him who is the real hero in this class. Dropping his books, Bakugo falls into his chair with a clatter. Morning Kaken, the annoying one pipes up with. Muttering a reply, Bakugo otherwise ignores the group as they return to their conversation. Sharptooth says, "Why do you bother? He's not going to change." "It's okay, that's just Izuku for you," Twin Buns tells her. And that's when an extra walks up. "I heard what happened, Tamura. Is everyone alright?" "Oh, right," Bakugo thinks to himself. Her brother and sister were applying to UA. Well, with a 4% acceptance rate, there's no way those two could make it in. I'm going to be. Not a scratch on them, Kota. In fact, Tenko was the second highest score. Apparently when Queen Bee attacked, he destroyed the robot she'd hijacked. She fills the other extra in. Queen Bee? The mastermind behind the Sky Egg attack? The news hadn't revealed the villain last night. If that shitty brother of hers stopped Queen Bee. He was supposed to be the only student from this pathetic school to go to UA. The only one. That is his origin story. Ruined because of some shitty bees. That pathetic quirk of her brother's can never match up to his. It's all Queen Bee's fault. Queen Bee. The words fall out of his mouth before Bakugo can stop it. Yeah, Sharptooth says. She hijacked the command robot apparently. Closed the gates of the testing area and caused the robots in there to attack everyone. Remember what Tamura's quirk is? Those gates didn't stand a chance. Yeah. Big Brother destroyed the gates, to let everyone out, then took out the command unit. Twin Buns fills him in. Grumbling slightly, Bakugo asks, "And Queen Bee?" "Captured," Deku says. But the capturing hero isn't named, so it's likely another one of the examinees. The blonde-haired girl nods. Wasn't Tenko or Hana. "Ha," the explosion kid scoffed. "I could have beat them." Deku's eyes positively glowed as a wide smile crossed his face. "Yeah. Your quirk is ideal for taking out Queen Bee's minions." With his ego placated, Bakugo sits back, a smug smile settling in over his features. "Yeah, I'd have been perfect. It took 2 kids to take out that shitty villain. I can do it by myself," he tells himself. By the end of day, a lot of thoughts had crossed Katsuki's mind, and a conclusion was reached. On a mission, his 2 extras, Teeth and Fingers, behind him, he stalked behind the trio as they rendezvous with the last member of the Fursum. But instead of just meeting the old man they usually do, 3 people are standing at the gate, waiting for them with a large van idling nearby. 2 of them are pro-heroes. Bakugo takes the time to identify them. Majestic, as expected. For Sharptooth, he notes. The other 2 it takes him a few minutes to identify, one a police officer and the other, Odd Eye. This catches the attention of the 3 heroes. "Ah, a fellow delver into the occult mysteries?" Odd Eye bellows dramatically, looking the boy over. Deku nods rapidly. "Bakugo has been studying heroes for as long as I have." Scoffing at the praise, hooks a thumb at himself. "I'm going to be the #1 hero. Bigger than All Might." Majestic smiles and nods. I'm certain you will. Let's get going. As he watches the van drive off, Bakugo talks to himself, ignoring the pair behind him. Doesn't count. He transferred here, so it doesn't count. I'll still be bigger than he can ever be. Realizing his company, he shrugs a shoulder and starts walking. Come on, extras. I feel like hitting the arcade. On a rooftop nearby, unnoticed by anyone, a pair of long, white ears track the boy as he grumbles to himself. Come on, Kaken, you know I suck at these games? Fingers groans as his explosive friend approaches a bank of games, coins already in hand. Bakugo brushes off the complaints. You're just pathetic. Come on and I'll beat you quick. Why don't I take you on instead, kid? A voice out of nowhere says. Turning his head to look, Katsuki finds himself looking down at a woman slightly shorter than he is. With white hair, tan skin, and a pair of rabbit ears, she sports a casual blouse, cut-off jeans, and a vicious smile rivaling his own. You're on, he belts out. Walking up to the cabinet, Bakugo sits on the handy stool next to the woman. She's a decade older than him, clearly, but with the same glint in her eye he recognizes in the mirror at home. She's a fighter, and this game is no more than a different battlefield. Each of them stare at their own screen as the countdown begins. The game itself is irrelevant, just another generic fighting title he's seen done a dozen different ways. They all play the same. The combos, one of a handful of patterns. Half of the characters you could select were some knockoff of a popular hero. Picking, small fight. Katsuki watches the timer zero out, and he finds himself squared off against hair hero Moonlop. Sticking to the bunny theme, he snidely comments as their digital avatars proceed to bash each other's face in. She laughs. What can I say? It's a good likeness. Yeah, right, Katsuki scoffs. You're a lot shorter in person. The woman smiles fiercely. That obvious? You think I wouldn't recognize the hero who made the top 20 faster than anyone since Endeavor? He asks, just as the Rabbit Girl avatar proceeds to pummel the digital ghost of the late number one. Mirko's smile forms a smirk. I'll be in the top 10 by next year. So, why are you here? The round ends, with both avatars beaten, the Rabbit Girl coming out on top. Playing some video games. Katsuki snarls, in Muzudafu. Well, she explains. I can't really say, but let's say today's job for the HC ended a little bit ago, and I heard something interesting. A little kid with a chip on his shoulder and an attitude a mile long declaring he would be the number one hero. Well, a little challenge like that was worth investigating. And what now? The teenager asks as the next round starts. She smiles a bit. Now, you're just as clever as I'd hoped. Meet me here after school tomorrow, and let's see if you can back those words up, proper-like. Not saying a word, the manic grin on Bakugo's face gives her all the answers she needs. Sitting on the rooftop with a perfect line of sight into the arcade, the Hero Commission's Wetworks person watches the pair, the conversation inside broadcasting over a comlink. An interesting idea, the other voice on the comlink says. Lady Nagant replies. He has the ambition. He recognized Usajiyama outside of her costume. And if his reflexes are as good as his arcade skills, could be a good recruit. I'll take it under advisement, the deep voice says. After a few moments, the woman asks, which program? That will be settled later. For now, just observe. This may be most fortuitous for us. We may not get the Tamura boy, but he may have led us to someone better after all, her handler purrs. Just need to engineer the right opportunity. Sighing to herself, Lady Nagant only says, understood. Opening the folder in front of her, she checks over the notes of her next target. So, time to eliminate that villain? Does Manuel even realize the danger he's in? A bone-shaking weariness fills her, the memories of a dozen targets she has eliminated without mercy. The victims of her deadly aim. Glancing back into the arcade for a moment, she can smile as the teenager fumes over the game's final victor. You'll fit right in. The night air stings the lungs of Kaizome Akaguro as he creeps along the rooftop. Glancing out the corner of his eye, he sees the silhouette of Spinner, dressed up as him, several rooftops away. Ahead of him, he cannot see his target, but knows she is there, waiting for him. In the lee of the billboard across the building gap, hidden by the shadows cast from the lights advertising Fat Gum brand wagashi, ahead, the faint glint of light off a metallic shape gives the hero killer his final trajectory. Glancing up at the billboard as he prepares to leap, he grumbles to himself, product endorsement is not what being a hero is about. Yeah, but those things are darn tasty, a voice above him calls out. Taken by surprise, the villain dives to the left, just as a small form slams into the ground where he'd been standing. From the kicked-up dust emerges the figure steps forth. The tiny figure cracks her knuckles as tall ears sweep forward in eager anticipation. Mirko, the hero killer, spits out. Another fake. Another one to be purged. Movement under the billboard on top of the next building makes him jump backwards again. Mentally calculating out the distance, he realizes the danger he's in. A trap within a trap? How fitting for a pair of fakes. He cries out, drawing his swords. Don't think I will go down that easily. In a blur, he charges, not for the foe immediately in front of him, but towards the sniper on the next roof. Taking the gap with a leap, he rolls up to the woman there, slashing his swords with a practiced motion. The figure pulls her arm up to protect her, but the blades slice through them easily, only to come away covered in gray sludge. As the figure of Lady Nagant dissolves into putty, the half-second of hesitation was enough. Stain feels the impact before the rifle crack hits his eardrums. Looking down, the blue and pink-colored hair has wrapped itself around a dart, now sticking out of his chest. Stepping forward, ignoring the sludge-covered ground, he grunts out, "Fakes. You are all fakes," before collapsing, his eyes filling with the oversized grin of the BGMI hero above him staring out from the billboard into the cold, night sky. As consciousness returns, Kaizome hears the voices first. "You sure taking him was the right move?" the voice of Lady Nagant echoes. "Could be asking for trouble." A new voice, one deeper and older, assures her. "You have enough blood on your hands, my dear. Justified or not, let me handle him." "I appreciate that, doctor," she says with a sigh, as if the weight of the world were lifted from her shoulders. Opening his eyes, Kaizome finds himself staring at the open space of some kind of storage room or cell. Around him, the otherwise empty space is closed off, a single overhead bulb the only source of light. Testing, he finds his limbs restrained, some kind of leather straps. Foolish, the once vigilante says to himself, beginning to stretch the straps out using his body strength. Some echoing footsteps, followed by a clang, and Kaizome guesses that someone has left the next room. The groan of his own door draws his eyes forward. In the doorway, a short and dumpy man stands there, looking over the villain behind round glasses. Good, the sedative wore off just in time. "I assume you're the doctor, then?" Teeth appear underneath the man's thick mustache as he flips open a folder and begins to browse the material within. "I am indeed, and you are Kaizome Akaguro? Or would you prefer I call you Stendhal?" "Stain perhaps." Stain just stares, saying nothing. "I suppose it does not matter. Soon enough, you will be whatever I want you to be," the doctor pipes up, waving a hand as he steps out of the room. A large figure enters, stepping behind the tilted table the villain is strapped to, and begins to roll it forward. Falling in next to the doctor, the three figures walk through a set of double doors and enter a vast warehouse. "Welcome to my laboratory," the doctor says, gesturing to the room around them. All around Kaizome, large glass cylinders are lined up, each holding a humanoid figure within. The nearest one is clear enough to see, their exposed brain on display for the world. "What is this?" Stain demands. The doctor smiles. "These are my great experiments. In studying the instant villains, bombers, next-level villains, and later the anonymous, I managed to isolate the key to quirk duplication, replication, and application. Call them Nomu. They don't look so impressive to me," Kaizome admits. When the doctor stops to face the villain, the silent giant acting as an orderly does as well, turning the table in order to face the short man. Each one is a biological miracle. Multiple quirks, artificial quirks, copied quirks, with the ability to access each of them, These are the future of the human race, the doctor explains. Stain scoffs. Just more fakes. The world will be purged. Purged of all fakes. I am well aware of your intentions, Mr. Akaguro. That is why I began feeding you targets all those years ago, the short man explains. Wary, the villain falls silent as the trio begin moving again. Your methods worked quite well for my needs, I will admit. However, you were still a rogue agent, as it were. This is all for the best in the end, the doctor explains. Considering the words a moment, Kaizome finally says, So, what? You torture me until I'm your puppet? Oh no. You are a lost cause. Your replacement, however, he will be just what we need, the man says as they stop in front of another glass cylinder. Allow me to introduce you to, well, you have met before, haven't you? Stain's eyes go wide as he sees the figure within. Floating there, a woman, her face serene even as the fluid bubbles around her, purple hair floating freely in the tank. The hero killer identifies her, Sway. I believe all we need at this point is the mental template, and the skills you've accumulated over years of illicit activity will be put to better use, with a guiding hand in control. The manic grin on the doctor's face tells the villain that whatever is planned, it is not going to be good for him. Kaizome snarls in anger, I killed her myself. How can you? Oh come now. Look around you. Over there, Snatch, Slugger, Master Blaster, all of your kills, all mine now. After all, what happens to the dead is of little concern, the short man explains. Stain spits out, so, that's your plan, to kill me and turn me into one of these puppets? Nothing so mundane, the doctor says. You just need to have certain parts of your mind altered. A minor task, now that Mrs. Shinso has been improved. Stepping away from the table, the doctor begins to mess with the control panel attached to the tube. His captor's attention elsewhere, Kaizome pulls a hand free from the strap and begins to slowly undo his restraints. Looking back at the orderly, the man, his face covered by a mask and wearing a cap, is unresponsive, his eyes unfocused and staring off into the distance. Silently moving up behind the doctor, Stain glowers, anger oozing from every pore. Only a faint whisper of a breeze alerted the doctor to the strike, just as Stain's foot contacts the back of the fat man's head. Instead of a body collapsing, however, gray goop is sprayed over the front of the cylinder. Another copy, Stain mutters, watching the rest of the body collapse into the clay-like substance. Of course it was a copy, the voice of the doctor echoes throughout the room. Do you honestly think I would risk myself like that? Stain looks around, trying to find any sign of where the little man is hiding. Face me, you coward. Cowardice is not a crime, the doctor explains. Irritated at the answer, the villain scoffs, then starts down the row of tubes. Glancing between them in the hopes of finding an exit, or to find the inevitable ambush, Stain keeps moving. When he spots a familiar head of yellow hair, his progress stops. Stepping between two tubes into the next row, he slowly marches up to a cylinder and studies the figure within. I see you have found him, the voice of the doctor echoes throughout the room. Not as impressive as one might suspect. How dare you? Stain snarls with abject rage. He was a true hero. He was a fraud, the retort comes. A man pursuing a petty vendetta, using borrowed power, nothing more. Everything else was just a fairy tale, told to make people feel better. Lies. The denial pierces the room. The doctor's laugh is poison through the chamber. Nothing but the truth. So, you're turning him into one of these? Nomu. Nothing so droll, the voice echoes. A quirkless senior citizen is not a good foundation to work from. I was hoping to reclaim the master's property from him, but he had passed it on already. No matter. Stain looks around the room. So, what good is he then? Why, he's an ideal bait, the doctor says, no longer using the broadcast. Spinning around, Stain sees the fat man standing behind him, flat eyes staring out round glasses. After a moment of hesitation, the villain rushes, fist up and ready to strike. Just as the knuckles are about to hit cheek, Kaizome finds himself frozen in place, unable to strike. Now, there is no need for that. Not that you can strike me now, the doctor explains, as the animated corpse of Sway steps out from behind a nearby cylinder. Indeed, by this time next week, you will be exactly the hero I need. Looking over the face of the villain, the man makes a decision. Repairing your face will not be too difficult either. Don't want to scare the children, after all. Yes, I think you will do nicely, Kaizome Akaguro. The dead eyes of Sway's animated corpse, now called a Nomu, bore through Stain as the former vigilante remains frozen in place, the impotent fury burning behind those eyes. I'd figured you would stop here. I was surprised you didn't try and break his body free. Be glad you didn't. It would have destroyed it, and that would have hurt you, wouldn't it? Such foolish hero worship, the doctor mutters as he turns and walks away. I'll be back after my lunch to check your progress. Stendhal. Puffing on his last cigarette of the night, Jiren watches the upload progress reach 100%. There we go, all uploaded and ready, he tells the boy next to him. Spinner nods, saying, they may have silenced him, but the creed of Stain will endure. Promise. Fulfill his wishes. Yeah, sure buddy. Just don't get hurt out there, okay kid? The broker smiles slightly. The lizard-faced teenager silently turns and walks out of the room, leaving Jiren alone with his laptop. Closing the cover, the middle-aged villain leans back in his chair and looks out the window to the hint of dawn creeping along the horizon. Pouring himself a shot from the bottle of whiskey nearby, he raises it to the oncoming sun and says, here's to a new day. Rikiya Yatsubashi is not a man used to disappointment. Throughout his life, his father's followers have been at his beck and call, raising him to be a leader in the world. Gazing out the window of his office, the city of Daika stretched out below him, he stares more at his own reflection and the woman standing behind him. So, you are certain? He is not that thing, he asks, lifting a flute of champagne and taking a sip. Chitose Kazuki nods confidently, her blue skin and lilac hair unique in the more subdued color scheme of the Detnerat CEO's office. Appearances aside, he was in our custody during the latest attack by the villain factory. Could it be a clone or a copy? The CEO of Detnerat inquires, scratching his chin, weighing the implications. Curious steps closer. That is possible. It might explain why his name is nothing but a number, telling us which one in the series he is. What we do know is, this one has a very different personality. Even more interesting, he has been reading from the provided library. Well, providing enlightenment to the misguided is part of our mission, Yatsubashi says, turning to look at her directly as he sets down the empty flute back on the tray, alongside a half-dozen other empty glasses. Have we determined why he was here? Curious picks up a folder and holds it open, reading. I'm afraid not. Appearance aside, nothing else about him matches 6 in any way. Any conjecture we could make based on the villain's actions simply does not appear to apply. Have you interviewed him? Yatsubashi asks, quirking an eyebrow expectantly. She nods her head, her hair freely framing the shape of her head as it moves. Yes, but we have not learned anything interesting. Well, one could hope. So, what do you think of him? The giant man asks. She considers her words. He had no personality at first. As he absorbed the literature provided, he began to develop one. He now is as dedicated to our ideals as any other recruit, I would say. He has already surrendered the information on the organization which sent him, after all. Redestro considers this, inaudibly mulling over several options to himself before making a decision. Introduce him in a controlled environment. Let's test his loyalties. I thought it would be prudent to have Geaton on standby when I visit him next, so why don't we have him serve as a supervisor for this test? Curious suggests. Prudent, yes, he agrees. See to it. Yes, Redestro. The leader of the Meta Liberation Army turns to stare out across his city once again. Glancing back at the sound of a throat being cleared, he sees her still standing there. Was there something else? From the case set on the table next to her, she pulls out 2 more folders. A relatively minor matter, but one you should have an interest in. Do you recall the toxic chainsaw attack outside Tokyo last summer? He nods curtly, recognizing that Curious is in one of her investigation moods. Yes, what of it? Well, she drags out as she steps forward and hands one of the folders over to him. While researching attacks by the villain factory after we captured our little doppelganger, I noticed something interesting about one of the victims. Attached to his witness statement was, oddly, a report on his meta ability. Looking through it, Yatsubashi mumbles quietly, broken bones due to his own muscles being augmented, stockpiled energy of emotions? Curious? Is this what I think it is? Yes, she says with a smile. A meta ability almost identical in mannerism to your own and your ancestors. He considers. Are we related? A cousin, perhaps? I know I longed for family at his age. I'm sorry, no. Both of his parents have meta abilities going back multiple generations. I'm afraid this may be a less pleasant origin. She steels herself before informing the leader of the Meta Liberation Army. According to that former sidekick for the symbol of peace, this boy was there when all for one died. Handing the folder back, Ridestro contemplates this a moment, his eyes wide in alarm. So this boy may have. Yes, he may have Destro's ability. Curious completes the thought, her features now stoic and unsmiling. Yatsubashi slams a hand to the window behind him, cracking it. Stolen ability. Stolen by that monster. And the boy? A simple middle school student. In fact, he goes to Aldera, she says, handing over another folder. Our recruitment school in Mizudafu, he says, opening up the new folder and finding a set of school records. He quickly pulls out the cover sheet and reads it. Izuku Midoriya, huh? Good grades, solid understanding of his, my ancestors, ability. He is listed as a promising recruit by his teacher. How accurate is this? Curious smiles. I spoke to him directly when I collected the files. He says the boy has a talent for analyzing meta abilities. Practically worships them. Honestly, for anyone else to inherit the power of Destro, we could not pick a better candidate. The leader of the MLA considers. So, you want to make him into a symbol for us? You know me so well, the journalist tells him, her smile widening broadly. A young boy, discovering his abilities late in life, failed by the system. He would be eager, hopeful, and most of all pliable. The lies of society have not taken root. But he is a bit young for any true exposure. Maybe once he is in high school. Redestro nods, understanding. No chance he is interested in support technology? He has his heart set on heroics. She fills the man in. He even is being mentored by Majestic. He considers this a moment. Follow which schools he applies to. We will make sure he is equipped with Detnerat support gear. And his teacher already has a book set aside for him, Chito says. Yatsubashi looks at the boy's face on the sheet and makes a decision. Could I meet the boy? What do you mean? She asks, confused. He looks at the school name and makes a decision. Majestic has refused to go along with the so-called Hero Commission, if I recall correctly. Have we partnered with his agency? Curious shakes her head. No. As they don't use many support items, he was listed as having low potential for cross-promotion. What about this instead? Detnerat already sponsors the school, so why not join their opening ceremony next month? Sit in on his classroom for a day. It's long enough out that we can easily fit it in with your busy schedule. Huh, Redestro considers for a moment. That could work, certainly. Yes, let's arrange it. What year is he going into? Third. He considers a bit more. Work with our people inside the school to get profiles on his future classmates as well. As you wish, Chito says, giving Redestro a salute, fingers in the signature L shape to her forehead. Returning the salute, the leader of the MLA tells her, now go, get Geaton, and find out what our guest knows. Left to himself, the man's sharp features strike a fierce silhouette in his shadow, cast across the elevator doors leading into the room. Casting his gaze once more to the city below, the lord of the land smiles to none but himself. What happened to him? The man says within his parka, hidden features analyzing the man chained up in the other room. With him, Curious tilts her head, taking in his appearance. Why, Geaton, were you not informed? Our little six clone now resembles Destro himself. Inside the room, The figure who just yesterday was a spitting image of Japan's most wanted now resembled the portrait of the Meta Liberation Army founder hanging in front of him. Black hair now white, features sharper, the look in his eye now piercing. It wasn't a perfect copy, but close enough that they could be brothers. The face of Giton is hidden in the folds of his hood as he speaks. This is terrifying on a level. Is this his ability? One of them. Just one. His main ability is weather control. The woman swoons, the reason for her alias on full display. Giton shudders, saying, "So, that's why you want me to help. I am able to control him if needed." "It will not be, trust me. Mr. Nine here is as loyal as we are now." Stepping up to the glass, she presses the intercom button. "That painting is a personal favorite. I met the artist several years back for an interview." The nameless man acknowledges her statement with a small nod. "Now, it is obvious that you are not the man we thought you were. So, who are you?" Curious purrs. He considers this a moment. "That depends on who you thought I was, I suppose. We don't know his name. He is only known as Six. You looked identical to him when we captured you," she explains. The man shifts in place, returning to his previous appearance. "This, you mean? This is Raku." "Raku? Is that his name?" the journalist asks, hurriedly writing the information down. He considers. It is a disguise he wears. His designation is 6. "And your designation is 9, correct?" she asks. "Yes," he answers. Curious bites at her pen slightly before asking the next question. "Do you have a name, like how 6 is called Raku?" He considers it a few moments. "Call me Kugo." Having his name was a victory for her. Now having a name for the enigmatic 6, that was a journalistic coup, one she is sure to capitalize on in the future. But first, to handle her current guest. "Of course, Kugo. Now, do you want to leave this room?" Curious asks, smiling to herself. Kugo's eyes trace around the glass as he answers. "The doctor gave me a mission." "What was the mission?" She probes more, trying to pull out more information from the man. His eyes show idle boredom as he reads off, "I don't care." "Well, it would be a big help to us if we knew what the mission was," she purrs, already knowing the answer but testing his loyalty. The man considers for a few moments, shifting back to his Destro-like appearance as he does so. "I was instructed to take meta abilities from the staff of Shueisha Publishing and return to the doctor, who would then extract them from me." Like the soul stealer, Giton murmured to himself before yelling into the intercom. "Don't you care about the people you plan to cripple?" Kugo tilts his head slightly. "Now that I understand, I do. Back then I was empty, seeking a purpose. The doctor gave me one. It sounds to me that you have a new purpose. Tell me, Kugo, what is your purpose?" Curious ponders as she asks. "What motivates you now?" Picking up the now well-read copy of Meta Liberation War, he says, "I understand now that the moment one enters this world, everything is already decided. There is a natural hierarchy, and society is at odds against that. Those with powerful meta abilities should be on top." Sounds like a true believer, to me, doesn't it, Giton? Curious asks her companion. He huffs in disapproval. "It is going to take more than platitudes for me. That's why we plan to test his loyalty. Kugo, one last question. How many like you are there?" Curious taps her pen against the pad as she speaks, an eagerness building up within her. "I don't know. The doctor called us a failed development path and moved on with the new program," Kugo admits. This makes both Curious and Giton look between each other in confusion. "New program? Can you describe this new program?" "I do not know, I am sorry. All I do know is that it requires bodies, lots of bodies, and meta abilities for them," the man explains. Giton puts things together quickly. "That's why you were sent out. You were the one to collect the abilities, weren't you?" Kugo simply nods. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Kugo. If you don't mind, I will end the interview here." Curious steps back as Giton snaps off the intercom. Following in her wake as they exit the room, the Ice Wilder grumbles. He says he is loyal, but did not volunteer that information until prompted. "We can't trust him." "Whoever said anything about trust? He's not even a person." You should have been here when he described the vat he was created in. He's a tool, nothing more. And he's now in our hands, Curious purrs in delight. Thank you for meeting us, Miss Tamura, the exhausted-looking man tells the young lady sitting across from him. Coming to Japan for just your final year in high school, and to enter through a hero course is quite difficult, I can imagine. Around them, the noises from the Hero Commission main room are muted by the thin walls of his office, but still carry through with a kind of subtle white noise over the room. On the walls, photographs of the man whose office this belongs to, inevitably standing next to one or more heroes, oftentimes holding an award or trophy for them, adorn every space imaginable. The black-haired teenager smiles at the man as she responds with, "How could I turn down such an invitation, Mr. Mara?" He blankly shrugs, then types something on his computer. Now, I assume you know of your community service obligation that comes with your hero license? That's a weird way to phrase it, but yes, Hannah says. Mara groans. I didn't name it. And it adds so much work for me, I'd rather not bother. Anyways, the Hero Commission has noted that you have failed to secure an agency contract for after you graduate, as required by law. I still have 6 months before she bursts in. The man holds up a hand. Let me finish? We noted that you have failed to secure an agency contract before graduation, so when an established hero agency makes a request for you, he yawns, dropping his hand before continuing. We are obligated to pass this on. With a click, the printer next to her springs to life, spitting out a single sheet of paper. Taking it, she looks at the name on top, and with surprise blurts out, Team Ida 10? A respectable, even if rather sizable, agency. You caught their eye, it seems, the man explains. Why the Hero Commission thought to change recruitment rules like this is beyond me. Used to be heroes could file these requests directly to the schools. Now I have to take care of it, on top of everything else. Is there anything else? Hannah asks, looking the paper over. Mara sighs. Nothing beyond the obligatory assurance that you also can accept operating directly under the Hero Commission. And with the villain factory already having targeted you and your brother once, I have to be honest, you would be safer with us. Huh, she laughs. I'm training to be a hero. Not exactly the safest job. The exhausted eyes stare across the table at the girl, taking her in while fighting a battle against the eyelids threatening to cut them off. Eventually they surrender, and the man continues. Not many hero students are targeted in their entrance exam. I do have an option, you know, she says, looking at the sheet. Mara raises an eyebrow. Oh, keeping it a secret for a reason? It would bring unwanted attention if it got out before graduation, she admits, reaching into her messenger bag and pulling out another sheet. As the bureaucrat reaches for it, she pulls it back. Just between us, all right? I don't want this getting out, for reasons which will be obvious. I am a professional. What is said between us stays confidential unless absolutely necessary, he assures her while taking the paper finally from her hand. Lazy eyes suddenly wake up in alarm as it reads only the first 2 words on the paper. This is, you have an offer from my tower? But how? Sure, Sir Night Eye maintains it, legally, but it does not have any heroes actually working for it save for Gran Torino. Sadly, she sighs. I'm the reason why he's maintained it. Well, me and my brother. How much of our case history do you know? I'm afraid not much, aside from the attack by Queen Bee, he admits. Hannah nods. Pull up the floating hero, Valiant. Curious, the human incarnation of Morpheus types in the name, and pulls up the file. Valiant. Real name, Nana Shimura. Killed nearly 30 years ago in a battle against. Now that's odd. The villain's name is redacted. All for one, she says. The same villain who All Might took with him. Mara purses his lips together, absorbing that information before continuing. Widowed, 1 child. Son, Kotaro, taken into Hero Child Protective Services. Name record changed several times, not on file what the names were, as it should be. Career is not exemplary, but still, quite good. Was a teacher at UA for 4 years. Art history. This is interesting. Part of her teacher record includes custodial and guardianship over one of her students. That's highly unusual. She was the guardian for... When the name comes up on his screen, his eyes grow impossibly wide in recognition. Then they dart to the portrait on his desk, of the smiling figure there. She was the guardian for Tashinori Yagi, also known as All Might. And, more importantly for me anyways, she was my grandmother, Hana explains. Mara nods, letting out the breath he had been holding in shock at the revelation. Then he stands up. Come with me then. Assuming you can prove that claim, I have something to show you. With a lazy gait, he leads her to the freight elevator to the back of the building. Holding up a hand for the mechanism to scan, he explains, when a hero falls, their effects are stored, to be returned to the family. In the case of Valiant, her things are still here. Stepping in as the door opens, he motions her inside. So, you have what, the rags of her costume? Hana asks, bit mortified. Mara shrugs. Among other things. Her file includes an inventory of everything we recovered with her body, and I saw something you'd likely want. Stepping out as the door opens again, the pair find themselves in a large, caged-off warehouse, a lone guard behind a small window thumbing through a book. Spotting the pair, he waves a hand. Hey Mara, what brings you down to the crypt? Have to collect the things for a family member. Bring over number NA 8132018. The bureaucrat tells the guard. As the man wanders off, Mara explains. I'll need official records to let you leave with them, but you can look through it at least. With a heavy thump, the box lands on the pass-through. Here you go. This thing hasn't moved in ages, based on the dust. We were out of the country, Hana explains. The guard nods in understanding before returning to his book. Mara gestures to the nearby table with a nod as he picks up the box and carries it over. Setting it down, he opens the lid and proceeds to take items out of it. Hana sits down and picks up the belt, strap damaged, but the symbol on the front of a stylized V still visible. As he works, Mara says, you know, All Might had a belt almost identical to that. I asked him once why that design, when it wasn't very practical. He laughed it off. Guess now I know. And here's what I was looking for. Extracting the folded piece of construction paper, wrapped around what seems to be an old photograph, he holds it out to the girl. Cautiously, she takes it, and takes a look as to what is on it. You need to cheer up, now tells her husband as he huffs in annoyance. It's not every day our baby girl graduates from high school. Kotaro Tamura scoffs. The ceremony isn't for 6 hours and we're stuck in this room until it's time to go. And yes, I know it's for safety. Gazing out from the top of Might Tower, the married couple chuckles at the skyline. As he gripes, his wife walks up and puts a hand on his arm. We're home for a little while at least. Doesn't that make you happy? She asks him. He gestures around the room. We're in a literal ivory tower, built for a man I never knew but by some quirk of fate have a relation with thanks to my mother. A mother who gave me up. A knock on the door draws their attention. Moments later, a smiling face framed by blonde hair up in twin buns pops in and says, Mom. Dad. Hana had me bring something here for you. Oh, Himiko. Couldn't this have waited? Now asks, confused as the middle schooler dances into the room and sets the very old-looking box marked, evidence, onto the table in the middle of the room. Kotaro looks the box over. Why do you have a police evidence box? Because it belongs to us, she explains, pulling the lid off and throwing it off in a random direction. Come on, it's neat. When the girl pulls out the ripped domino mask, her father's eyes grow wide in horror. Rushing over to the discarded lid, he reads the label before yelling, How? Did you get this? Hana got it from the Hero Commission, Himiko explains. Kotaro snatches the glove out of Nao's hand as she is examining it and shoves it back into the box. He grabs another item that's been pulled out and throws it in before picking up an unfolded piece of construction paper and stopping. Eyes wide in shock, he looks at the kid's drawing in his hands, faded crayons still clear on the aged surface. On it, 3 figures stand, a child's impression of his parents in crude facsimile. After a few minutes of silence, he looks away, to find Himiko sitting back on the sofa, smiling. Did you look? He asks. She nods. Everything that was on Grandma Nana when she died is in there, except for a few things Hana and Tenko wanted. What things? Now asks. Himiko giggles. It's a surprise. You'll see. Seeing her husband still stunned, now asks, Are you okay? She had this on her? Kotaro asks in disbelief. Himiko nods. Yes, along with a photo of you and her. Tenko has that. She was pretty. Hana looks a lot like her. He laughs. That she does. A soft knock at the door, and Sir Night Eye calls into the room. It's time to go. The ceremony is long, as graduation ceremonies tend to be. Even for a graduating class of 200 or so kids, the speeches, lectures, and awards take hours to handle. But as each student crosses the stage to receive their diploma, non-hero departments first, the excitement builds in the crowd for when the last group, in their hero costumes, is to be called up. For one family, when their name is called, it is truly a special event. From Class 3B, hero name Valor, Hana Shimura, says the principal, a gleeful spark in his eye even as other students whisper to each other. Seeing her costume for the first time, instantly Kotaro recognizes the cape and belt now adorning the outfit, and for a moment he sees the world with roles reversed, gazing up at the larger-than-life figure of his mother as a child. A gentle hand on his shoulder, and his partner of 20 years is there with him. As the applause settles down for the next student, a tug on his sleeve alerts him to Tenko, saying, She wanted to surprise you. His father tenses, before nodding. She succeeded. Are you going to be all right? Now asks. Kotaro nods, feeling the piece of folded cardboard now in his jacket pocket resting there. Yes, I think I am going to be just fine. Even on a Sunday, the paperwork never ends for Jaku General Hospital. Good morning, the hospital's founder, Dr. Kyudai Garaki tells the front desk person as he walks through the entrance. The man smiles back and waves. Good morning, doctor. Getting a jump start on the week. Nothing so elaborate, the doctor explains. Just getting ready for the school year ahead. Those hero school release forms are always a pain. The front desk person nods. Sounds fun. Talk to you later. Turning down a corridor, the man wanders into the long-term care wing, and up to one door just as a nurse exits. Oh, Dr. Garaki. Checking in on our coma patients today? She asks, her whiskers twitching in curiosity. The doctor nods. Yes, especially the policewoman. Any changes? I'm afraid not, the nurse explains. Having had that villain removed from her, I had expected a few weeks to recover. But it's been a year. I'm afraid at this point, the chance of recovery is slim. Ujiko, known as Garaki, nods, hiding the smile he wants to put on. And the family knows that? Of course. It's the Hero Commission insisting on maintaining her, despite her condition, she says with disdain. The doctor rolls his eyes. They don't want to admit that their policies are at fault. Typical government bureaucrats. And what about the patient in room 1138? Starting to show signs of recovery. It seems the graft has taken root, finally, the nurse informs him. Now smiling for real, the doctor emphatically says, Most excellent news. That child will make much better use of it than the previous owner. Such a tragedy. Water hose were good heroes, she says. Thank goodness Endeavor arrived in time to capture the villain. Garaki puts a hand on her shoulder. That they were. And the monster who killed them has been put in his place. I may dislike the death penalty, but Imasuji is an exception even for me. And now, a future hero will use that quirk he had for the cause of good. The one good part of this tragedy, the nurse says. I wouldn't have complained had Endeavor killed the man. The doctor scoffs. And spoil that perfect record? 23 years since his debut, and not a single fatality. I know, it's just, that wasn't a person anymore. That villain, he was just a bloodthirsty monster. The nurse shudders as she describes him. Garaki takes on a serious tone. The moment we dehumanize others is when we have failed as a society. Remember your oath to protect life. Even the most depraved of villains is still a human being, deserving of respect. Of course, doctor, she says. Looking over the list on the whiteboard, he then asks, the patient in room 1977 should be ready for release now, yes? Yes, doctor, the nurse tells him. He's been ready since yesterday, but the primary doctor felt one more night of observation was needed. Turning, the doctor says, as you were. I have a few more stops this morning. Walking away, Ujiko chuckles to himself. Passing by the front desk to the visiting doctor office area, empty of people as ever, the doctor walks up to the slots and pulls out the stack in the box labeled, Tsubasa. 27 years and nobody has been the wiser, he tells himself, flipping through the sheets. This entire suite of offices were his domain. 9 identities, all of them just aliases of Daruma Ujiko, itself an alias. Of his true name, well, the doctor kept that a closely held secret. Even his wives never knew it, and most never even suspected. Looking at the name tags on the doors, he considered the experiments over the years. Long ago he'd realized how mistaken quirk marriages were, that the epigenetic expression of quirks was far too complex to leave up to random chance. It took years to create the necessary blanks for quirk experimentation, more years to create a method of transplant and installation, studying the master's own quirk to the needed clues. So many avenues of research, so many dead ends. But when the right approach finally was revealed to him, it was as if the power of the gods now resided in the master's hands, with Ujiko his high priest. And then, the master was lost, cast down by that blonde-haired devil. But no matter, Ujiko would continue the work, and fulfill the vision cast before him. A noise from within one of the offices draws his attention. Glancing at the name tag on the door, the doctor nods. Ah yes, it is about that time, isn't it? Walking up to the door, Ujiko puts on his Tsubasa mental mask, and walks in to face the boy within. Yo, Grandpa. What's up? The round-faced boy says as he perches on the edge of the balcony overlooking Jakku below. With a long-suffering sigh, the doctor looks up from his paperwork and points out, Hayato, how many times have I told you? I know. Use the door, the boy says, hopping down. You wanted to see me? The doctor nods, pulling an envelope out from the stack of papers he is carrying. Bring these to your school guidance counselor tomorrow after the opening ceremony. This for that new school of yours? Hayato asks, not even bothering to look inside. With a groan the man stands up. Quite right. Since you're here, come with me. I'd like you to meet someone. Curious, the winged boy hops along behind his grandfather. Hayato, meet Nito Minoma. Minoma, this is my grandson, Hayato Tsubasa. He will be joining you at school starting tomorrow, the doctor informs the boy, presenting the blonde-haired teenager waiting in the other room. He, too, will be attending the new hero school next year as well, so I would like for you both to get along. Yo, Hayato says, waving a hand lazily. Nito looks the boy up and down before lazily drawing out, why hello. So, you intend to be a hero then, I take it? I guess, the fat kid says. Grandpa kind of insists. Plus I've got such a cool quirk. I can fly. Nito looks at the wings, then turns and tries to look at his own back before shrugging. That's fine. Anything you can tell me about the school? With a laugh, Hayato starts. Well, it's for rich kids, or the kids of heroes. Lots of hopefuls in it. Nobody as good as me, of course. Oh, think you'll be number 1? The blonde kid asks. The winged kid shakes his head, flexing his wings slightly before grunting out. There's a kid at my old school who is a lot tougher than anyone else. Which reminds me, transferring in last year. Why? I lived in America for the past few years. Horrible country, would not recommend it. So, when the opportunity to move back to Japan came up, I took it, Nito says. The winged boy considers it, then shrugs. Well, welcome back, I guess. Wanna grab a bite to eat? You don't look like you've eaten much lately. Nito looks at the doctor, who nods. You've been cleared to leave already, it's just paperwork, the doctor explains. Head down to the cafeteria. Watching the pair exit, the doctor smiles to himself as a figure made out of mist forms behind him. It seems the artificial memories have settled in nicely, Kurogyri, the doctor explains. My grandson could not detect any aberrant behavior. Most excellent. A pity he is but a pale copy of the master, the mist man complains. The doctor smiles a bit. A merger of the master and his rival, harnessing the embers of One for All, has resulted in a version of All for One. A weaker one, yes, but it proves my theory. When we locate the child currently holding the original, creating a new, ideal vessel for the master's quirk will be trivial. Then, does this mean you are abandoning the Shimura boy? Kurogyari asks, eyes narrow. With a laugh, Garaki explains, certainly not. I have not spent this much time just to gamble on a single solution. Develop every angle, test every idea, and you are most likely to find the correct answer. And, if we happen to have more than one of the master's quirks in the end, all the better for us. And how will this artificial boy enter society? He will need records, documentation. Jiren is expensive, especially for the records we need. The man crosses his arms, clearly unamused at the prospect of creating a whole life for him. Walking over to the file cabinet, the doctor pulls out a folder. Check it out yourself. All the documentation we need, fully legal and legitimate. Taking the folder, Kurogyari reads aloud. Parents divorced. Mother moved to America, taking their son with them. How does this help us? His father would surely. His father works in my Yokohama clinic. I have been reprogramming him for months in preparation. Garaki's smile makes even the animated corpse of a dead teenager shiver. And the actual Nito Monoma? The doctor pulls out a television remote and turns it on. A paused US cable news feed comes up on the screen. With a click of a button, it starts. The preliminary reports tell us that the cargo drone crashed into a residential neighborhood. Fortunately, the damage was minimal, with only one house affected. It is unknown if at this time, the family, a single mother with her son, was at home during the time of the accident. You know, Kurogyari, the security on drones is abysmal, Garaki says with a smile. And with his father already responding to our Nito, we are all set. Kurogyari considers this a few moments. So, because the father is unaware that our creation is not his son, he never files the death certificate here in Japan. So, our Monoma becomes the real Monoma. Just so, the doctor agrees. Kurogyari considers a moment before asking, and you are certain that the holder of One for All will apply to the school? What if they have no desire to be a hero? He will reveal himself in some other way. With that much power at his disposal, it is impossible to hide forever. I am honestly surprised he hasn't appeared in the news, the doctor points out. But he will slip up at some point, and when he does, we can swoop up and capture him. The mist man hangs there, silently observing as the doctor trundles over to a filing cabinet and opens it. Which reminds me, the next batch of children to potentially approach. I told each and every one of them that they should give up on their hopes of being a hero. I'd like for you to observe them for the next few weeks. Let's see which of them took my words to heart and gave up. Those who did not would be the easiest to recruit. Kurogyari takes the list and looks it over. So many, didn't their parents suspect anything? The absolute authority of a doctor holds sway over many people, Ujiko says, more to himself than anything. Left to himself as the living mist departs, the doctor pulls out another file. While you, young one, are special, I have a plan for you. But it's not quite time yet. No, you need your dreams crushed first, Izuku Midoriya. After you fail to enter hero school, when that damnable light in your eyes is finally snuffed out, that is the right time to approach. And I have just the quirk for you. A perfect guarantee it will match up. After all, it's your own quirk.